Kim Dane is an ordinary young man who suddenly transmigrated into a superhero comic called Stardust. In this world, Dane decided to become a villain, thereby enhancing Stardust's powers and proactively preventing all the tragic events in the original story related to him. However, after everything, the first heroine who was prejudiced against him actually has feelings for him, even becoming obsessed with this villain. One day, Dane devised a plan called Villain Hunt, because, from his knowledge of the matter, they would grow stronger later. So Dane would eliminate them before they could cause chaos for the city and Stardust. Seo Yoon, who possesses superintelligence, is aware of and supports this plan. He communicates with him through an earpiece. The current target is within sight, sitting motionless on a chair. The moment is perfect. Dane cocks his gun, ready to execute the plan. His first power is teleportation. In the blink of an eye, the gun was pointed straight at Rhino's forehead, a top-tier A-class villain, and his second power is telekinesis. Dane, like a demon lord, bellowed a greeting from hell, not even giving him a second to react. He decisively sent Rhino to the afterlife. After elimination, Dane picked up the stack of papers Rhino had been fidgeting with for a long time. As expected, it was indeed plans for terrorism. In the original story, this character named Rhino would later become an S-class villain, wearing a rhinoceros mask and murdering hundreds of people. At the same time, Seo Yoon reminded him that the police and heroes had arrived. Before leaving, Dane also smeared a blood inscription on the door frame. Soon after, the police and the hero arrived. They deduced that the perpetrator in this case and the previous one was the same person, and the message Dane left was intended for Miss Stardust. This successfully drove her crazy. The press began reporting. Many people supported Dane's actions in the comments below. They also complained about the hero's way of working. Dane was in his room reading these comments and felt very awkward, seeing him pulling at his ear continuously. Seo Yoon peeked to see what was causing such noise. A flame of determination ignited in Dane. He couldn't let things stand like this because if so, only his image would be elevated. But what would happen to Stardust? Public opinion would surely turn against her. Therefore, Dane resolved to become an utterly evil villain. From this moment, the evil persona Egoistic officially debuted. He prepared a time bomb and stuffed it into a backpack. Somewhere in the city, everyone was intently staring at their phone screens, waiting to see the spectacular scene. Just as it was about to begin, Dane, under the villainous identity of Egoistic, hacked into the screens and greeted everyone. All electronic devices in the city were covered by his live video. Dane introduced himself by revealing that he was the one who recently eliminated Rhino and Zodiac, two A-list villains. Arrogantly, he pointed one hand towards the tower at 127, while the other hand pointed toward the observation deck of Building 61. All the people inside that building were also watching it. Dane directly revealed that those two buildings had been bombed by himself. All the people immediately shared the same terrified expression. Some panicked and tried to escape. Others were so shocked that they froze in place. In front of hundreds of cameras, Dane boldly challenged the hero. No one else, the hero he wanted to mention, was none other than Stardust. Without making him wait long, Stardust arrived quickly like a gust of wind. Dane checked everything from his long cloak, pants, shoes to his mask. One thing was that his hands kept trembling, because this was the first time he met his favorite character in person. Stardust landed swiftly and powerfully. At the sight of her, Dane couldn't help but let out wow sounds of amazement. No wonder, because Stardust was as beautiful as a goddess. Before that radiance, Dane was stunned for several seconds. Memories flooded back at the moment when he was first brought into this world. Dane, with his scratched body, looked at the chaotic scene around him. He desperately wanted to return to his old world, but upon arriving at a place, the light from the screen illuminated Dane's face. He recognized Stardust, the female hero he had once read about in the comic. At that very moment, Dane dismissed the thought of wanting to return. If he became a hero, he would be able to be beside her. But being someone who had read the original story, he knew that even if he became a hero, he could not protect her. Therefore, to protect Stardust, Dane decided to become a villain dedicated solely to her. Returning to when our male lead Dane was just 15 years old, the intense laughter that made the stomach twist of the person dazzled on the TV couldn't stop. His face was still very pleased, laughing crazily. At that time, I truly couldn't understand, was Jackie really crazy? Even as a villain, this concept was a bit over the top. Now that I understand the mindset of a villain, I join in with a terrible laugh, haha. Regardless of the hero in front of him looking at him with an angry gaze, ready to beat him to a pulp at any moment. The world seemed to freeze, even the panicked crowd below. It seemed like there was only one hero and one villain left on the rooftop. Rewinding a few minutes before the two officially met, Dane pointed at Stardust with a smug look. I know what you're thinking right now. Even my subordinate who controls the broadcast has a detonation task. So don't think about overpowering me with strength. The hero's footsteps paused briefly at those words. He spread his arms with a swarm of drones buzzing behind him. This stage I created is made just for Stardust. What do you think? In response, her face frowned. Bastard, release the innocent immediately, then fight a few rounds, and that's it. Din still held a calm smile. He leaned forward, raising his hand, looking into the camera. Yes, I have to release them. That's what the righteous hero Stardust said. So focus. Everyone look at me now. I'm going to hack the elevator at each observation tower. He snapped his fingers with a click. A sound echoed from the elevators of both buildings. Stardust's eyebrows furrowed slightly because she knew too well the nature of these villains. It wouldn't end this easily. The residents in the building rushing towards the elevators as they started working again. Then a voice shouted quickly to stop them. Wait, this is still part of Dane's plan. If we let them go now, it won't be fun anymore. The down button is lit. He excitedly told them, just press the bomb at the other observation deck, and it will explode simply right. His tone hummed, let's see. There are still several dozen minutes until the bomb explodes, gradually growing extremely excited. But before that, hurry up and press the button and go down. Din became a devil tempting the weak-minded people. Hurry up. After all, they are complete strangers, right? On the large screen, scenes of chaos inside the building were displayed. The loud crying of children mixed with the sounds of arguing. Stardust clenched her teeth, cursing those bastards. Din pretended not to care about her mood and said, today here I will show everyone the ultimate selfishness of humans. This is Egostic's game. People inside the building had gone completely crazy. If the others press the button first, we will die horribly. But we have to survive too. Once the time is up, it will explode. Does that mean you want to kill the people over there with just one button press? They were all anxious and uncertain, yet doubtful at the same time, wondering if the others would press it. There is no time to think like this. The bomb will explode in a few dozen minutes, so what now? They will press the button. The current situation is truly chaotic. Some people are restless. Stardust stood still, unable to act rashly immediately, even if she rushed to take down the guy in an instant. If there were still detonation devices elsewhere, it would be useless. If things continued like this, the hostages would die. Her eyes were ice cold. Her voice gritted. Playing with human lives like that, is it fun? Facing her was Dain, still casually squinting and smiling. Dain laughed loudly. The fun isn't in that, Stardust. One of South Korea's few Class A heroes. A person who believes in justice and her own convictions. Never compromises with evil, actually. I quite respect you, Stardust. Those words made her furious and blush. What nonsense is he talking about? He gleefully rubbed his nose proudly. I just wanted to compliment you while the whole country is watching you on TV. Din's voice rang out again, drawing attention, seeing her in a helpless situation, unable to do anything. His face crazily touched the bomb button, truly very interesting. His figure flickered and disappeared. I also give you a chance to join the game. Now I will connect you to those urgently waiting for the hero. Stardust's face showed confusion and caution as she stared at him. What? Din continued acting. If you succeed in persuading them and no one presses the button within 30 minutes. He crossed his legs and gave a wicked smile. The bomb won't explode. Of course, Stardust did not believe it. Tell me to trust a bastard like you. Not only was he unafraid, but he also provoked them. Better than letting them helplessly stare at the sky. She clenched her fist tightly by her side in frustration. Din didn't need her opinion. He waved his hand to signal. Well then. A loud shout rang out, ready. All the cameras started moving around her one after another. 3, 2, 1. After the countdown ended, a dramatic performance began. The hero's face appeared on the huge LED screens atop the buildings. The people immediately recognized her. Stardust, Stardust. She took a deep breath under the invisible pressure. She looked into the camera as if staring straight into their eyes. And with those gazes, she said, hello everyone, I am the A-rank hero Stardust. Each person holds their own belief inside. Din's handsome face went blank. That's right. This is exactly what I want. The half-real, half-fake world was just like a dream. I will be portrayed in the public eye as the villain causing terror. His dream came true and she would shine. This is her stage, Stardust, her radiant posture, so that later on everyone can be proud of their choice today. Let's show this evil villain. Her voice was like a warmth spreading through everyone's hearts. We are very strong. Their eyes gradually became firm. Our faith does not waver. We never submit to evil, thank you all. Din smirked mysteriously. The countdown on the screen was down to 5. Those trapped inside the building held each other tightly and prayed. Stardust's face was filled with worry as he looked at the screen. As soon as the number reached the end point, everyone closed their eyes and braced themselves. Each person was in a state of tense unease, not knowing whether the punishment would be dealt, or if the villain was telling the truth. That was also the moment Din stepped onto the stage. Right now, the entire camera fell, accompanied by his unbelievable scream. No way, selfish people like. The camera captured his confused and pained expression. Surely they wouldn't just let themselves die. No, impossible. There must be at least one person who pressed the button. There has to be a selfish person like me who pressed it. Din held his head, murmuring dramatically. Humans can't be this kind-hearted, why? At this moment, Stardust spoke up. Egoistic, people aren't as selfish as you think. Her image appeared shining with radiant glory. No one is completely selfless, but I believe in the kindness of people. Dun said, it's thanks to you, Stardust, you made them unite. He suddenly changed his expression, chuckling, interesting, Stardust. Before Stardust charged forward, he politely bowed his head and said, the next game is certain. Din glanced at her one last time. Wow, Stardust's sky-blue eyes full of determination made him exclaim. Her gaze was filled with righteousness. Finally, he disappeared with a confident statement. I will win. All the people burst into joyful emotion. They cried out loudly, happily embracing each other to celebrate the hero's victory. Everyone shouted in unison a single name, Stardust, Stardust. Nevertheless, the hero remained silent, standing in midair. Din quickly teleported to another place. As soon as he landed, he collapsed helplessly. He groaned and lamented, oh dear, I'm doomed. This is exactly the consequence of teleportation. The deadly side effect of instantaneous movement ability injuring the body, proportional to the distance traveled. The heavier the body, the more he struggled to crawl, probably bedridden for several days. A girl exclaimed, I told you not to wear that hat anymore. The white-haired girl looked at him with disdainful eyes. So ugly. Din whispered a plea, Seo Yoon, I'm really about to die. Give me a glass of water. The girl shrugged off mercilessly and left. Drink it yourself, leaving him frozen in place. The large LED screen displayed breaking news. A terrorist attack at a building, but the number of casualties was 0. Stardust hovered in the air. She gritted her teeth in hatred, playing with other people's hearts. Next time, I will definitely catch you. She would remember this name forever until she caught him, Egoistic. Early one morning, at the Korean Hero Association, the association of superpowered individuals in Korea. On the big screen, countless tabloid headlines are posted online. These are recent news titles. The radio wave kidnapper watched by the entire country, who exactly is the hero Stardust. A review of his actions, who is the A-level egoistic villain, a hot topic, no casualties from the terror attack. The reality spreading across the peninsula, kidnappings via radio waves abroad, is South Korean television security really okay like this? The meeting host moves to the next page. Next is the analysis profile on Egoistic's villain information, along with some details about Daein when playing the villain role named Egoistic. Male, mask, function causing identity recognition impairment. Predicted residence, Seoul. A fat, balding, middle-aged man spoke up. All right, let's start the report. This was Park Jun-ho, chairman of the Korean Hero Association. Images appeared showing several murder scenes in sealed rooms. He looked on with disgust. All right, this part has been reviewed many times already, moving on, he said, confirming. Yes, the host continued the presentation. I'll explain in detail about yesterday's incident first. It seems the perpetrator exploited teleportation ability to plant a bomb in advance on the building's exterior. After disarming, it was confirmed to be a high-powered homemade bomb with explosive force enough to blow up the entire observation tower. It was identified as a high-performance improvised explosive device. The conclusion is that it appears he manufactured it himself. Park Jun-ho rubbed his shiny, distressed scalp. Still no clues about the star kidnapping. The secretary replied awkwardly, yes. How he managed to bypass the advanced security system to broadcast remains a mystery. They still have some specific analyses, however, since no one with wave-related abilities has ever appeared before. We think it's highly likely he has an extremely skilled tech assistant behind him. Their temporary guess is only this. The secretary's expression became serious. And there's one more thing I want to add. That is, he seems to be very obsessed with Stardust. Everyone's gaze immediately turned to the blonde-haired girl. Through these scattered clues, he can be sure that he left a message aimed at her at the crime scene, sending it to Stardust. And in this case, it has also been confirmed that he mentioned her directly through the villain's words. The rank hero in charge of Seoul, Stardust. Park Jun-ho, hearing this, directly asked the person himself, how did it feel meeting that guy face to face? He pointed directly at her name, Stardust. She gently stood up and gave her opinion. He seems like someone with a psychological disorder who enjoys playing with people's hearts. Furthermore, he has the capability to organize large-scale terrorist attacks. Truly a dangerous villain. 2 days after the previous terrorist attack, in Dane's room, he lay in bed moaning, oh my God, this is deadly. He forced himself to sit up, stumbled into the kitchen to find something to eat, just as he was gulping down a bottle of orange juice. A sudden sound rang out. He's like this again. Din was startled, spat out water, then hurriedly explained. No, it's not like that, Seo Yoon, I'm not like that. Let me introduce you to this girl. This is Han Seo Yoon, a person with super-intelligent abilities. At first, I was not used to her calling me older brother, like in the original story. According to the original, in the future she will grow up to be an S-class villain, a genius hacker, Well, that's in the original, but now I've kept her by my side. The girl is angrily causing a commotion. This is my home, don't behave like it's yours. Because in fact, the two of them are in Han Seo-yoon's underground base. He smiled casually. Ha ha anyway. I'm the one who takes care of the living expenses and everything. Han Seo-yoon immediately cut him off, spit anyway. You should shut up and drink, got it. Dane smiled softly at that cute threat. He gently patted the girl's head. All right, I understand. The warm moment did not last long before the girl shyly pulled him and the water bottle away. Ah, something else is happening, hurry up. The door of the modern electronics room opened and then closed. Han Seo-yoon sat in front of the advanced control screen. Remember the girl named Lee Subin I mentioned before? She is the candidate to be our assistant. Dane didn't have to think much. Ah, the girl who operates on the deep web. It seems she's a fan of mine. The girl made a few moves, then pointed at the screen. Look, she's here. The announcer's voice rang out. The fanatics following Egostic are causing a hostage terrorism incident in the heart of Incheon. Those who planted bombs in that building. He was stunned as he approached the screen. What the hell is this? These crazy people, is that girl being held hostage here? Han Seo-yoon pointed at the trembling gunman. No, it was the girl wearing the mask. The announcer reported the situation. The fanatics supporting Egostic declared no negotiations, only seeking terrorism and death. The police confirmed that, so far, at least 3 people have died due to the terrorism, and about 300 hostages remain trapped inside the building. His voice went silent. Seo-yoon, what is our principle? The girl still recalled her brother's strict instructions. Absolutely never harm civilians. His eyes flashed with danger. We have to clear them out. Help me, Seo-yoon. Han Seo-yoon nodded firmly. He was still thinking about how to handle that other person. The girl would observe the scene and then make a judgment. At the site of the hostage terrorism incident, Stardust stood before the blazing building. She pursed her lips and stood silently for a long moment, then spoke into the radio. Headquarters, I request permission to breach, but the other side declines, waiting for orders. After the police complete their final negotiation, we will be allowed to breach along with an elimination order if necessary. This incident only deepened her hatred for him, all because of that bastard. Previous terrorist incidents were mostly the exclusive domain of villains with superpower. This drama, whether more or less, caused a huge shock in the villain community. But this time he did not focus on superpowers. Instead, he used explosives and kidnappings as the spearhead to pressure the heroes. Clearly, his image of cornering us inspired other ordinary people. She angrily railed against it. And the very next day, copycat crimes occurred. Suddenly an announcement came over the walkie-talkie. Stardust, Egostic appeared at the scene, streaming the interior content live on YouTube. Check it immediately, she was stunned. YouTube. Stardust immediately pulled out her phone. Indeed, the new villain who once mocked others' deaths was now appearing. Viewers flooded in quickly. What is this? Is villain Egostic livestreaming a terror attack? The #1 villain in the world, the chat was full of crazies. This is a crime scene, yeah, as long as it's not me. Release Kim Seon-woo, release Kim Seon-woo, release Kim Seon-woo. Where's the moderation? Are they censoring the broadcast again? The footage showed Egostic inside the building facing a group dressed exactly like him. They pointed guns and shouted, "Who's there?" They quickly realized and immediately rejoiced. Our hero Egostic has come down here, Egostic. Unaware of what they were waiting for, he has arrived, truly arrived. He's going to slaughter all these fools right before our eyes. Din's face showed little happiness with this group of people. Oh my God, I used teleportation over a long distance again. So my body aches all over, all because of these guys, damn it. The terrorists looked puzzled, Egostic. Suddenly a loud laugh rang out. Ha ha. This is interesting, ha ha ha. They didn't understand anything but forced a laugh along, ha ha. At this moment Han Seo-yoon reported, 3 o'clock position. A guy standing by the column holding the detonation device. He glanced at that person and confirmed, and immediately the guy met his fate. His body ruthlessly carved into the shape of a donut. The terrorists were shocked and shouted, no, this person is Egostic. He's definitely an undercover police officer. They quickly aimed their guns at him, but before they could pull the trigger, the guns were already knocked out of their hands. What followed was the barrels, pointed straight at each of their faces. Dane sneered, raised his hand, and used his power. I've never had any fool like you be my subordinate before. A volley of gunshots erupted, and the building filled with thick smoke. The agonized screams of those shot caught in the livestream video, the comments showing confusion alongside those still sane speaking up. Are they on the same side? Why were they all dealt with already? Just kill them all like that, so satisfying. Who is Egostic that he acts so violently? Those madmen, someone is already dead. What are the heroes doing? The villain has taken over now, ha ha ha. What will happen to the people there? Boo-hoo, is this a psychopath wanting to kill everyone? Not only that, even from behind, Egostic looks handsome, right? There are truly many crazies here. This is a real situation, everyone. At this moment, the superiors gave permission for Miss Stardust to advance, prioritizing the safety of the hostages from the terrorists and Egoistic. Without hesitation, she rushed forward and confirmed that there was only one person left who had not been shot, the very person he was searching for. Han Seo-yoon's voice rang out. Honey, save her. From my observation, she was forcibly dragged out by those crazed people. She's not involved in terrorism. She curled up, holding her head and crying in a corner. Help me, sob. Dane's hand startled her, causing her to hiccup. He directly threw off her mask. His voice asked loudly, Did you do something wrong or not? Lee Subin, tears welling up, choked and said, All right, I admit my fault. The more she cried, the louder she got. All right, I admit my fault. Dane was not so patient. If you keep crying like that, you'll get shot. Lee Subin immediately fell silent, clamping her mouth shut. His footsteps turned towards the civilians taken hostage, yet he solemnly bowed his head and apologized. Even though it wasn't caused by me, I felt a great responsibility because the imitation behavior originated from my case. This action stirred heated comments. What is this? Is this the villain? Wait, what exactly is going on? He sincerely conveyed a message, respectfully addressing the hostages and those affected because of me. I will send compensation money to the account. Please check. I deeply apologize to the 3 deceased victims. I will pay the highest possible compensation. However, Dane still hesitated inwardly due to drawbacks of this matter. Oh dear. Transfers from fake name accounts are also easily traced. Not sure. Seo-yoon will manage it though, right? Han Seo-yoon sighed and urged now take her home. Just hearing that, it's clear the girl agreed to do it, okay. Dan immediately lifted Lee Subin onto his shoulder, sniff. His body instantly felt shattered. The effect of teleportation made him tremble. Suddenly, a shock hit the entire floor. Dan immediately realized the only one who could do that was Stardust. She was charging in without yet fully grasping the exact situation here. A few more days passed amid the commotion at Yonhee University. At a coffee shop, KPS News reported the villain taking financial responsibility for compensation. The public plunged into chaos. Villain Egoistic bowed at the scene of the terrorist attack, confirming that verifying the hostages' accounts was truly not easy. Who exactly is this man? KPS investigates deeply. A blonde girl sat alone at the table, her eyes focused intently on the phone screen, her fingers scrolling through the comments, everyone chatting. Who is Egoistic anyway? Sounds like a legend. Egoistic only rescues women, right? Stardust, when not a hero, is an ordinary person named Shin Ha-yeol, currently a university student. Somehow she sighed wearily, recollecting the moment when she had stormed recklessly into the building. The attack caused tremors throughout the entire building. Just as she rushed in, she immediately caught a surprised look on Egoistic's face. She instantly locked onto the target. Egoistic, you bastard. This time I will definitely catch you. She abruptly changed her direction to charge at him. Luckily, Dane's leg was limp at that moment, and she managed to dodge in time. Stardust was truly too impatient to react fast enough. Oh my god. And just like that, she let the villain she needed to catch escape. Thinking back, she felt even more frustrated. Shin Ha-yeol sighed in distress. And just then, another girl came over and pulled out a chair. She gently and kindly asked, Ha-yeol, what's wrong? Is the assignment too difficult to do? Kim Ki-hyun, Ha-yeol's senior, Ha-yeol snapped out of it and looked up. Oh, it's nothing, sister. She nervously turned back to her lesson. I'm fine, just a little distracted. Stardust, South Korea's top-ranked hero, whose real name is Shin Ha-yeol, conceals her identity by using a perception-altering filter when acting as a hero. So everyone thinks she is just a normal student named Shin Ha-yeol. Or maybe she isn't completely normal either, since all the men's eyes are fixed on her. After all, recently she has been worried about something, which is Ha-yeol constantly mumbling the name Egoistic. She circled that resentful name. Everyone is selfish. A big question arose in her mind, but why did he save the hostage? Suddenly, the person in front pinched her cheek. Look at you, making that sad face again. Ki-hyun happily made a suggestion, setting aside the homework. Let's go eat mango bingsu, Ha-yeol's favorite. Ha-yeol's face immediately lit up, mango, but instantly replaced in her mind was the crazed expression and perverted laugh of Egoistic, ha ha ha. Ha-yeol winked, then her face darkened, clearly showing. Ki-hyun was stunned as he closely observed her expression. Mango doesn't solve it either. Impossible. Then she was heard snapping her pen while mumbling, Mango is mine. Ki-hyun coaxed her like a child. All right. Mango is yours, all yours. The fire within her burned like hellfire. I'm haunted by that name Egoistic. I will definitely make you show yourself. Although angry, she still cutely ate the mango ice cream. In the heart of Seoul, where the villain haunts the hero, in a house that looks very ordinary. But when the front door opened, next to the entrance there was another door. When the second door opened, It was truly surprising. An elevator appeared. After entering the elevator and inputting the code, the door would close, and the elevator would begin to descend, down dozens of underground floors. The destination was the base of Ego-stin. Din proudly lay inside the glass chamber, simply called the Ego Base. Seo Yun showed irritation. Hey, why would you just go ahead and name someone else's house? He used a very natural reasoning. Why? Well, between us, there's no distinction of whose house it is, right? Your house is my house, and my house is your house. The pain suddenly in his knee wouldn't let him relax like that. The pain spread, causing him to thrash and shout loudly. Seo Yun scolded irritably. Stop babbling nonsense. Lying like that will help you heal faster, so don't make a fuss. Din whimpered, please don't say more, because the instantaneous transfer and carrying someone else made me twice as tired. Suddenly he smiled slyly, hand Seo Yun, the one with superintelligence ability. He was definitely directing a covetous look at the girl sitting on the sofa. Where did you get to reading? His face showed satisfaction. Although the reason for hearing an assistant wasn't this, the fatigue recovery capsules really were the best. Seo Yun looked at him and casually gave a thumbs up. A strange look, what's that? The door suddenly opened. The person he risked everything to save stepped in. I'm home. Seeing the fridge was empty, Lee Subin shyly asked if anyone wanted some snacks. Din suddenly shouted, hey, aren't you being hunted down or something? She excitedly explained again, I covered my face before going out. He was stunned and alarmed. That's even more suspicious. However, little Seo Yun put the book down and obediently ran over to the Melona ice cream. But this attitude made Dane have an unusual suspicion. Could it be that she was telling him to catch someone to work for her? He immediately teleported in front of the little girl and asked, why did you tell me to bring this person here? The little girl peeled off the ice cream she received and casually replied, oh, I just intend to ask for a little help. Dane was shocked and shouted, what? He whispered earnestly, that kind of thing should be considered carefully before someone becomes a terrorist. I oppose bringing a terrorist into our home. Seo Yun, can you guarantee she won't open fire inside our house? The little girl sighed and denied, no, that won't happen. The little girl firmly asserted, and this person has no intention of joining terrorism, but was almost forced out by your henchmen. Then she pointed directly at the girl, saying, sister, oh no, brother, oh I mean sister, it's Lee Subin, right? She was startled and asked, how do you know my name? Seo Yun's expression clearly showed she understood everything. I know everything already, Sister Lee Subin. The little girl even knew the household registration of the girl. Both her parents are researchers at the Hanun Corporation, right? Her face turned pale. How do you know that? Seo Yun calmly explained, I have read the articles you wrote on the deep web. Those shielding programs have many flaws. Do you want revenge? The little girl approached Lee Subin and said, the Hanun Corporation, do you want to take revenge for what they did to your parents? I am looking for the leaders of that corporation. I have also suffered a lot. The girl clearly and firmly extended an invitation. We have to find those bastards and crush them before I can feel at ease, sister. Will you help me? In the blink of an eye, Dane realized Seo Yun's reason. So it was like that girl was also a victim of Hanun, just like Seo Yun. When I wanted Seo Yun to become the first assistant, I persuaded her by promising to help her get revenge. I wanted Seo Yun to become the first assistant. I persuaded her by promising to help her get revenge, of course. My aim was so that later she wouldn't become an S-class villain. But anyway, this Lee Subin girl in the original story left me no impression. So she's probably just a supporting character, that might be proof she's harmless. But first, let's see if she can be of help to me. Suddenly, he snapped awake when he saw the two girls hugging and crying. Dane was dumbfounded amid the sobbing of the two. Crying, sis, Seo Yun, this development is really too fast. I'm the only one who can't keep up emotionally. Seo Yun, your cool and tough image has shattered. He silently watched the two emotional girls for a while. Then he settled down and returned to the storage compartment. Well, I might as well just lie still. That evening, at a cozy little restaurant, everyone was worried about a young couple. The restaurant was quiet except for the wife's sobbing cries. Tears streamed endlessly down her cheek. Her desperate voice begged for an answer. Why have you treated me this way? However, the person opposite glared gloomily at her, which spoiled my appetite for this meal. I'm confessing to you, so why does your face look so sad? This incident caused someone to report to the police. A man with a cold expression approached their table, saying there was a report of assault, and asked them to come to the station with him. The man muttered curses, damn it. Let me eat a bit, go away. The police officer, unable to wait any longer, placed his hand on the man's shoulder. All right, consider yourself fully arrested. His body flashed with a red light. Suddenly, the police officer was teleported to the edge of the railing on the rooftop of the building. The man's perverted tone echoed behind him. So we're going to the station together. He contemptuously kicked, all right, but let me take you there first. The police officer, caught off guard, suddenly fell from the high floor. The man smiled coldly. Who do you think you are to argue with me, fake cop? This is an A-grade villain, Kim Hak-chul, the one who manipulates spatial shifts. The world appeared in a chaotic state. A scream rang out. Did you think killing me would change this world? Han Seo-yoon, the fifth-rank white witch villain with a completely different appearance now. A call interrupted the reverie, honey, back to the present. 16-year-old Han Seo-yoon, who loved orange juice, shouted, "You drank all my orange juice again, didn't you?" Lee Subin, awkwardly washing the dishes, spoke up. "Seo-yoon, I'm sorry, that was me who drank it. I'll buy some more for you." Seo-yoon was scolding her brother when he suddenly ran over and hugged her. The girl instantly changed her expression, smiling brightly. "It's okay, sis." Do-in, seeing this scene, sneered and scoffed. "With me, it would have been different." He suddenly spoke up, but Seo-yoon, in the end, "You finally stopped pretending to be a boy, huh?" The girl immediately shouted angrily, You. Do-in took the opportunity to get the upper hand, ha. The lives of the three flowed happily and peacefully, recapping the misfortunes mentioned in the original work. Han Seo-yoon with superintelligence. She was the sole survivor of the Blossom Project conducted by the Hanun Corporation. Hundreds of children were illegally experimented on. One day, a child developed unexpected complications. Everyone involved died, except for Seo-yoon. At that time, the entire building collapsed. Afterwards, with a body full of injuries, she escaped from the laboratory and hid in an underground shelter, creating the hideout she has now, thus living in solitude for many years. Until I found her. Dane's sudden appearance came at a time when the girl was at peace. A chair crashed down, making a loud noise. Seo-yoon bristled like a hedgehog. Alert, Dane calmly made an offer. "Don't you want to take revenge on them?" "I also need your help," Han Seo-yoon. Under the girl's fearful gaze, he reached out his hand in a friendly gesture. "I'm not here to harm you." And that was the beginning leading to the present. He came to save her. Unlike the original, where Seo-yoon became an S-rank villain out of resentment and died, poor thing. I promise I won't let her fall into the villain path ever again. I do have some questions, though. But now that you're my accomplice, does that count as being a villain? Either way, let's stay on the right path. Feeling his intense stare, Seo-yoon turned around and waved her hand. "What are you looking at? You don't understand anything anyway." Dane's eyes glanced at the other person. While Subin's parents were both researchers but have passed away, she taught herself and got accepted into a prestigious university. He also knew well about this girl, majoring in computer engineering. She'll probably be responsible for supporting Seo-yoon in technical matters later. He casually took a sip of water. Although she was a character he'd never known and seemed a bit suspicious, he had to admit her cooking skills were top-notch. Suddenly, Seo-yoon held out a small spider-shaped device. "Here you go, an external tracking sensor." Din's face recoiled as she took it. "What's the tracker for?" The girl clicked her tongue in exasperation. Tusk, have you forgotten our occupation already?" She pointed at the figure on the screen. "It's for the villain you picked from the list." He was stunned with surprise. The teleporting person is him. Din knew clearly and summed up his ability. This guy can teleport infinitely over short distances with absolutely no damage. He can't be bound by motivation. Extremely troublesome. The little girl laughed excitedly. The tougher the opponent, the sooner they must be dealt with. He rubbed his head in anguish. "Do you understand how exhausting it is for me to teleport continuously?" Seo-yoon cheered him on. "Come on, Egoistic, get to work." They quickly set off. Their destination, a small apartment located in a remote area. Din peeked anxiously from the rooftop. "Seo-yoon, have you gotten in yet?" The little girl urged. "What? You still haven't gone in? Hurry up." However, he remained nervous and tense. Was teleporting straight into the living room really the right move? What if the guy was there? Seo-yoon sighed and reminded him once more. "I've told you countless times, you fire the bullet equipped with the locator. Even if he dodges the bullet by teleporting, he'll still be hit." Din glanced at the gleaming gun. "What? Why?" The little girl started to get annoyed. "Because I engineered it to be faster than the bullet itself. You study social sciences. Even if I explain, you wouldn't understand. Just go in already." Still, he hesitated. Wouldn't it be quicker to kill him outright out on the street? Seo-yoon wanted to flip the table at her brother's attitude. From the start, he never goes outside. He only uses teleportation. "I've investigated and prepared this plan beforehand. Oh God, I'm so nervous." The little girl grew hot with anxiety and gulped down a bottle of water hastily. Lee Subin anxiously cheered from the side. "Come on, Egoistic, you can do it." Hearing this, the little girl shyly echoed. "Yeah, Egoistic, do your best." Dun seemed reinvigorated. "All right, thanks, let's get started." He suddenly teleported inside the criminal's house. Just as he finished showering, he was startled by his appearance. Huff. Immediately, Seo-yoon shouted, "Honey, shoot!" He raised his gun and squeezed the trigger. In fact, two small spiders instantly shot out at an unbelievable speed. But anticipating this, Hak-chul immediately disappeared on the spot. Dane threw the gun away. "Damn it, Seo-yoon. Does the tracking sensor have a lock?" On Seo-yoon's side, they clearly understood the situation. "It's locked on," Sister Subin report his position. She quickly found his location. Currently, he is 500 meters east from here. Without much thought, he followed the directions, okay. Suddenly, he appeared right in the middle of the street. "Huh, what is that person? What is that?" The people around immediately recognized him. "Hey, isn't that Egoistic? Huh, it's really him." He frowned, observing around. Damn it. This situation wasn't in the plan, and his presence instantly spread widely across social media. At Yonhee University Lecture Hall, Shin Ha-yul was focused on studying, unaware of what was happening. Suddenly, a voice over the radio announced, "Egoistic has appeared in the city center. Superhero Stardust. Prepare to deploy under the association's orders." She panicked and jumped up, shouting, "What?" Everyone in the class turned to look at her. "Ah, sorry everyone." Ha-yul hurriedly packed her things and left. "Sorry for the disturbance." She rushed off, wondering what mischief he was up to this time. Egoistic. Seo-yoon carefully checked the tracking. "Honey, over there, right at the intersection ahead." Din quickly saw Hak-chul staggering away. Had he been shot? Just then the light turned red. He recklessly jumped out to block his path. "No matter what, just come." The startled voice of Seo-yoon rang in his ear. Din. His impatience to catch that top-class criminal made him neglect to look before crossing. A truck rushed toward him at a frightening speed. It was uncertain whether he could react in time to survive. While fleeing, Kim Hak-chul suddenly recalled that fateful day. "Hey, Kim Hak-chul, you must have been really happy when you robbed us and ran away." The Kim Hak-chul of that time was weak and helpless, only able to moan and plead, "I will pay, please spare me." Feeling his begging wasn't sincere enough, he began to shout louder, "I will pay." These words annoyed the ringleader. Unable to stand it any longer, he ruthlessly pressed a cigarette into the rope tying Kim Hak-chul and said, "I don't want it anymore." Witnessing this, Kim Hak-chul struggled even harder. "No, please, I was wrong. Please spare me just this once." No matter how much he pleaded, the rope burned through and he fell straight into the sea. At that moment, with nothing left to lose, Kim Hak-chul began cursing harshly, "Damn it, you bastards." As his face was about to hit the water, he shouted with all the rage in his heart, "I curse you all to die." At that very moment, Kim Hak-chul suddenly disappeared, and when those men were about to leave, he reappeared suddenly nearby. This strange phenomenon made the others turn pale with fear. What's going on? As for Kim Hak-chul, seeing himself still safe and sound, he was bewildered and didn't understand anything. What? Once they calmed down, the group quickly rushed over to him and grabbed him. Before long, Kim Hak-chul was surrounded. Yet he hadn't moved an inch. This ability. After standing still for a while, Kim Hak-chul clenched his hands tightly, full of joyful excitement. "So now no one in this world can catch me anymore." Thinking of this, he quickly disappeared, causing the two sides to crash into each other and then flee. No one could. Back to the present, the truck immediately slammed on the brakes upon noticing someone, but Egoistic had already vanished, suddenly appearing in the cabin and startling the driver. Seeing him safe and sound, Kim Hak-chul was furious. Damn it. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, he turned and fled quickly. He had timed it perfectly, yet it still avoided him. Damn it. As soon as he got out of the vehicle, Kim Hak-chul teleported to the rooftop of a nearby building. Carefully observing the situation, he gritted his teeth in anger. It was definitely Egoistic. Could it be that he eliminated the two villains not because of any personal grudge? The more Kim Hak-chul thought about it, the harder it was to swallow his anger. Clearly, he and Egoistic had nothing to do with each other. Down below, as Egoistic got out of the car, he was surrounded by a large crowd of villagers. Yes, I'm busy working so I can't talk much. Oh my God. Oh, don't be afraid. I'm not here to harm anyone. Now go straight to hell. You rank A villain with instant teleportation powers. These words had just been spoken when a crazy thought flashed through Kim Hak-chul's mind. Could it be that he specializes in hunting down villains and finishing them off? Just as Kim Hak-chul shook off that thought, Egoistic suddenly appeared from nowhere. Since then, wherever Kim Hak-chul went, Egoistic followed. Trash belongs in the garbage bin, and worthless villains should be erased from the world. Come here. Today I cleaned up a piece of trash, damn it. Being followed too closely, he went berserk and quickly grabbed hold of a nearby villager. Why can I still hear that guy's voice right next to my ear? Kim Hak-chul immediately threw that person behind him and ran away. Before the girl could even fall, Egoistic reached out and caught her. Oh God, oh God. While the girl was still dazed, he gently asked, "Are you all right?" His tenderness made the girl blush deeply. "Yes, sir." After repeatedly using instant teleportation, Kim Hak-chul had exhausted most of his strength. Unable to endure any longer, he finally collapsed. Why was it me? After letting the girl rest, Egoistic shifted his attention to his original target, the rank A villain with instant teleportation abilities. Not hearing him say anything, he pulled out a pistol and pressed it straight to his head. "You've already confessed your crime." Suddenly being scolded like that, Kim Hak-chul, who was unconscious, still felt the need to argue back. Egoistic sneered and snapped back. "Damn it, you're the villain too, aren't you?" Yeah, but at least I'm not as cowardly as you. Finishing his words, he turned to shout loudly at the onlooking crowd. Everyone, this scumbag has stolen tens of billions in assets and has even killed 4 innocent people. Those people were husbands, fathers, friends, sons to someone. Do you want to forgive this cold-blooded murderer? Asked like that, the crowd didn't hesitate to respond shortly. End him. That's right, end him. Kill him, kill him. Hearing these words, Kim Hak-chul struggled angrily. You sons of bitches shouting to end me, how am I different from you? Egoistic, hearing everyone's response, smiled with satisfaction. Hak-chul, actually your greatest crime is becoming an S-level villain later, killing hundreds and torturing Stardust countless times. Breaking from that thought, he turned sharply and threatened. You mean those two things are the same? Sorry, but it seems you're going to die here. Immediately after that moment, a painful scream pierced the air, making Egoistic cautiously look around. The first thing that struck his eyes was the joyous excitement of the townspeople. This reaction surprised him. What was going on, having just witnessed someone getting shot dead? Everyone should have been scared and screaming. But after finishing the task, he stood up dazedly, observing the joyful faces of the crowd. This world, apart from having superpowers, is not much different from my old world. But moments like this truly make me realize that I am in a different world. The people here are indeed strange. After some thought, Egoistic put that aside, took off his hat to greet. But I'm the villain here, aren't you guys scared? Witnessing this expression, the surrounding people also showed some hesitation. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Egoistic immediately recognized the owner. The voice made him quickly lift his head to look up at the sky. Stardust. Damn, I've been drawing attention for too long. Stardust swiftly landed and pointed at him while scolding. You bastard! Egoistic paid no mind and focused instead on watching the newcomer, who was normally a somewhat cold university student. But when she became a hero, her tone changed just like in historical dramas. Thinking of this, he exclaimed, "So adorable." However, that expression was misunderstood by Stardust. What did you do? No matter how infatuated I am, Egoistic still portrayed the villainous face very well. Do what? What do you mean, do what? I just dealt with an evil A-level villain who was both a murderer and a bank robber. I was simply doing the work a hero should do. Faced with these words, Stardust could not argue against anything. He witnessed that reaction and he continued speaking. I didn't do anything wrong, did I? A top-tier villain can originally be judged by the hero right then and there, with no room for argument. She completely changed the subject. Egoistic, do you think you're the hero? These words successfully left Egoistic bewildered. I'm the villain. As he spoke, he suddenly realized something. There must be a lot of people filming and cheering for Stardust, right? This place is crowded exactly right. Snapping out of his thoughts, he smiled and clapped casually. Indeed, Stardust. A villain like me punishing evil is truly against the rules. But I really don't accept her ironclad sense of justice. Perhaps today I should just retreat. These words caused those present to buzz in discussion again. Exactly. Are villains only supposed to be hidden from heroes? He spoke impressively. After all, you came late, didn't you? You didn't defeat the teleporting person. Honestly, Egoistic didn't actually do anything wrong. These words made Stardust feel unsettled and melancholic. Not only did she feel that way, but Egoistic also felt like the world was in utter chaos. What is this? Something seems off. Just then, Han Seo-yoon urged him through the earpiece. Hey, stop rambling and hurry up. Being urged and combined with the current situation, he panicked and explained. No, I don't mean I'm doing the right thing. I will continue to do evil, and Stardust can just keep trying to stop me. He paused briefly, then switched back to a cool demeanor. Then let's call it a day, he said, and immediately vanished using his power. There was nothing more to gossip about, and the crowd left, leaving Stardust still deep in thought. We should probably go too, right? Yeah, let's go. After everyone left, she went over to Kim Hak-chul, who had collapsed. Looking sad, back at the base, as soon as they arrived, Egoistic collapsed, and Han Seo-yoon had already prepared and called out loudly, Sister Subin, over here, hurry up. When Lee Subin was called, she ran over in a panic. What's wrong? The girl sat down, examined the situation, and explained that it was a side effect of the teleportation power. After checking, the two girls simultaneously pulled him back to the room. Come on, 1, 2, 3. Just then, Egoistic's phone in his pocket rang. Turns out an article about this afternoon's event had already been posted on the free forum. Testing for goodwill. Who prefers the cool big brother Egoistic over the old-fashioned Aunt Stardust? Probably me. That evening, Stardust sat on some building, quietly reading that post. After reading it, she couldn't hide her sadness as she sat on the rooftop. Stardust recalled some unpleasant memories from the past. When she was still Shin Ha-yeol, a 17-year-old student, something sorrowful happened. No father. Witnessing her painful expression, the smug thief holding the stolen wallet in his hand, thought she should have obediently handed it over. After examining his loot for a while, he put it away, pulled out a handgun threateningly, and said, "Blame your stupid parents." Even with a gun to her head, Shin Ha-yeol had nothing left to lose and wasn't afraid at all. Unable to see the expression he wanted, the robber felt disappointed. Then he smiled brightly, put away his gun. Lucky, truly lucky, wasn't it? After speaking, that robber discarded his cigarette and turned away to leave, letting the person who had killed his parents get away. Shin Ha-yeol was unwilling, but could only helplessly collapse and cry. If only I had the strength to protect my mother and father. No matter how much I regret it, everything has already happened. Mother, father, I will put an end to that bastard. After that declaration, Shin Ha-yeol could only sit by her parents' bodies and weep bitterly. At that moment, a ray of light appeared in the dark sky. Immediately after, a shooting star flew straight down into the narrow alley. The student Shin Ha-yeol, who was crying, looked up and observed the strange light. Just as she looked up, a blinding light struck her eyes. Then the alley was filled with a strange light. When the light gradually faded, Shin Ha-yeol had fainted and her hair had changed from black to blonde. The next day, at the secret base, after resting well, Din finally opened her eyes. Han Seo-yoon had been watching by the glass, just waiting for this moment to cheer. He's awake. Before he could say anything, he encountered the girl, feeling tired. Seo-yoon, I'm about to enjoy a hot meal. Suddenly, Han Seo-yoon brought his phone over. He ate while listening. Immediately, the girl read the article on the phone screen to him, summarizing the facts about the level of villain egoistic, stating only the facts about the level of villain egoistic. Reading the article carefully, Han Seo-yoon recounted countless feats Daeun had achieved, having eliminated the A-rank villain Rhino, and having eliminated the A-rank villain and Zodiac. For the weary Korean people, he also orchestrated and suppressed special situations at the observatory without any casualties. It seemed the article ended there, but the girl read on. At the same time, he also suppressed a group of fanatics who caused disturbances and held hostages, then compensated the hostages. Pausing briefly, Han Seo-yoon finished reading the remaining parts of the article. An A-rank villain, an instant teleporter who had been hiding for a long time, despite rewards being offered. Officials considered capturing him extremely difficult. Truly, egoistic hardly seemed villainous at all. Feeling not yet fully shocked, the girl smiled and shared another piece of information. 7,842 likes and 12 dislikes. What do you think? Hearing this, Daeun anxiously asked, and what about Stardust? Upon hearing that name, Han Seo-yoon couldn't hide her sulkiness. Stardust, huh? Look at the comments right below this. Before he could take his phone, the girl read aloud. Actually, egoistic's even more accomplished than Stardust. Stardust hasn't really done anything to date. Hearing these words, Daeun sprayed food out of her mouth in surprise. It didn't end there. The girl read on. The King Egoistic has already taken down 3 A-rank villains. After calming down, Daeun asked hesitantly, so why is Stardust being criticized? In response to this question, Han Seo-yoon thought for a moment and replied, maybe because among the 3 A-rank heroes, she is the least active. Actually, Shadow, Walker, and Icicle have each saved dozens or even hundreds of people by themselves. But Stardust hasn't done much. Having read everything, the girl hesitantly observed the reaction of the person next to her. See, that's how people react. Hearing these comments, Daeun was hopeless and couldn't hide it. Is that the majority? The situation wasn't shocking enough, so Han Seo-yoon directly showed the screen with a strange mango and proudly boasted. While Egoistic even has an official fan club. This information officially shattered Daeun, who knelt down clutching his head and pulling at his hair. No, that can't be, these lunatics. What do you mean a fan club for the villain? Unable to accept the situation, he stood up, his mind working on a plan. All right, we can't just let this slide. After some thought, Daeun decided to start preparing the next terror attack. Come on, Seo-yoon, Subin, can you two handle it? Suddenly being called out by name, the 2 girls froze in panic. Hey, me again? Seriously. Ignoring the 2 girls' gloomy appearances, Daeun was filled with excitement and anticipation. Anyway, we have to show the people of Korea who the real villain is and who the true hero is. Wait for me, Stardust. I'll bring you back to the top. At this awaited moment, someone was thoroughly enjoying a cup of mango smoothie. Absolutely delicious. While enjoying a glass of water, Shin Ha-yeol suddenly noticed something. It turned out that the cherry blossoms outside had fully bloomed, creating a scene full of romance. So poetically romantic, yet in her mind, she only heard people's comments, making out like she's some great hero. Finishing work before arriving, sometimes not even able to catch that instant teleporter. Remembering those words, Shin Ha-yeol sighed. Swept away by the tide, countless negative thoughts flooded her mind. The public was still more enthusiastic about Egoistic, the villain slayer, than heroes who dealt only with suspended sentences. She had done her best, so why was she still being criticized like this? Not wanting to stay negative like this, Shin Ha-yul slapped herself a few times to sober up. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Ha-yul, why are you slapping yourself like that? Hearing this voice, she instantly woke up. Looking at Kim Ki-hyun sitting down gently beside her, Shin Ha-yul excitedly smiled and suggested brightly to her junior, "It's such a beautiful day, let's take a little break." Being invited like that, Shin Ha-yul didn't hesitate and agreed immediately, right? Since when did the cherry blossoms bloom so fully? Kim Ki-hyun excitedly pulled out her phone. "Oh right, do you want to go see this? It's really popular these days, but you probably don't know about it yet." She showed a dancing mango photo and said, "What do you think? Pretty funny, right? Lately, I've noticed Egostic has a lot of appeal." Looking at that image, Shin Ha-yul gritted her teeth, unwilling to accept it. Even Senior Ki-hyun liked him. She was scrolling through her phone when suddenly something caught her attention. "Oh, what is this?" Kim Ki-hyun held out her phone screen. "Ha-yul, is live streaming right now." Hearing this, she was surprised. What? Just as she took out her phone, a familiar voice rang out. Egostic was once again targeting Stardust, immediately returning to the association, then setting out to the scene. As the announcement ended, Shin Ha-yul slammed the table and stood up. "Sister Ki-hyun, I have urgent business, so I have to leave now, sorry." Finishing her words, she turned and quickly ran out of the cafe, not giving Ki-hyun a chance to respond. Ha-yul. As she ran, Shin Ha-yul was resolute. "Just wait, Egostic. This time I will definitely catch you." At this moment at some cliff, a familiar screen appeared, followed by Egostic's voice. "Long time no see, hello everyone. I am the villain, Egostic." Having finished the introduction, he eagerly watched the comments streaming by, wondering how people would react. Crazy, they are treating this like some kind of surprise event or something. Without overthinking it, Egostic took out his phone and joked, "There's been a lot of news about me recently. I'm not a hero but the villain, and there's even a fan club." Saying this, he flashed a sly smile, controlling the phone to project onto the railway track. "Perhaps everyone is misunderstanding. I am the villain," pointing at the hostages who had been taken. Then he pointed back toward the distant train. "Ah, the train is about to arrive. Are you watching, Stardust?" When the question was posed, a comment arose that he was still a genuine die-hard fan of Stardust, unconcerned with it. He began explaining, "The rules are simple, you choose." Egostic turned the camera down to the tracks, starting the pressure. "Keep the lever in place to save one person instead of 5, or sacrifice one person for the majority. Pulling the lever would kill one person." He thought of Lee Subin, who was controlling the train, and continued the pressure. "Don't decide hastily. If you try to pull these people off the tracks, I will derail the train immediately. Understand, Stardust?" After explaining the rules, Egostic invited, "Your choice is only one. Pull the lever." No sooner said, Stardust appeared. "You bastard, Egostic." The girl didn't hesitate, rushing straight down to stand above. He watched with satisfaction. "It's coming, isn't it, Stardust?" Looking at the hostages, she began to calculate, "If I try to save them, then the passengers on the train will be in danger." "Think about it, Stardust. How can everyone be saved?" Witnessing that hesitant expression, Egostic, against his conscience, urged, come on, the Pentakin train is entering the station. How will our Stardust choose?" She has done nothing yet, the viewers were already guessing. Egostic was very pleased with these comments. Indeed, everyone thought Stardust would backstab, but I believe the Stardust I know isn't that kind of person. Just then, Lee Subin panicked and shouted through the earpiece, "Doin, she's running towards me, what should I do?" Seeing her silhouette speeding like the wind, he comforted her. "We're live streaming, so turn off the mic for broadcasting first. Don't worry, she won't come to harm you, keep moving forward." At this point, Lee Subin felt a bit more confident. Yes, successfully comforting, Egostic continued playing the villain. "Okay, now turn the mic back on. Oh, can this really work? What is Stardust doing? She actually managed that. If so, it's going to be disastrous, Stardust. Why are you rushing to commit suicide? Stop." No matter what, Stardust and the train collided head-on, and with all her strength, she tried to encourage herself. "Just hold on a little longer." But suddenly the train sped up. This state surprised Egostic. Was it moving faster? Realizing something, he panicked. Subin, wake up." But she had already fainted 8 lives ago. Receiving no response, he was frantic. "I didn't guard against this situation." Looking at Stardust, standing dazedly at the foot of the mountain, Egostic continued the psychological attack. "Come on, the Pentakin train is entering the station. How will our Stardust choose?" Though he said this outwardly, inside he was eagerly watching the girl below, the righteous girl who would choose. The person he had been longing for was now struggling with intense psychological turmoil. After a moment of reflection, having made a decision for herself, Stardust gritted her teeth and dashed straight toward the train. Witnessing her action, Egostic was very satisfied, lowering his hat brim even further. Good, everything here was going exactly according to plan. Pleased with the events unfolding, He carried a frightened, struggling girl closer to the tracks. Once there, Egostick gently set the pale-faced girl down onto the railway. Not stopping there, he also took some tape to secure the girl. Despite acting this way, Egostick's mind was screaming, oh, how exhausting. Without the Shadow Walker, it might have been easier at night. Preparing to terrorize during the day requires constant vigilance. No matter how much he complained, he still completed the final knot. After securing the hostage, Egostick used his power to instantly teleport to a cliff to watch the performance. Observing the 5 people he had tied under the platform, he was very pleased with the result and felt a bit proud. Looking at the peaceful scene before him, Egostick recalled some information. In the original story, Stardust would weaken after clashing with the villain, but in return, she would mature more. So if he eliminated those villains early to help her, she would lose the chance to grow. Breaking away from that train of thought, he reached out and wrote a few familiar lines on the ground. Finishing writing, Egostick smiled proudly to himself, thinking, consider this a special physical training camp made just for you. Back to the present, seeing Stardust charging full force into the train, he was somewhat surprised and hurriedly stopped him. What's wrong? If you do that, you'll be smashed to pieces, Stardust. That scene also caused those watching at home to start debating, and reading through the comments, one felt despair. This was not my intention, he said outwardly, but deep down he was very satisfied with what was happening. It truly was his plan. At that moment, Stardust had rammed straight into the train, shattering its front part. Standing atop the cliff, Egostick observed and analyzed the scene. Her abilities, both muscular and flying, were lacking by about 2%. Still only a hero close to level A, so stopping this train might be beyond her capacity. But there was one trait others didn't know about her. Carefully watching Stardust's tightly determined and tense face, Egostick sincerely assessed that when in danger, her powers would surge dramatically. Thinking this, Stardust was gradually being pushed backward. Nonetheless, he remained confident, so she could definitely stop this from happening. With that strong belief, the train's engine began to clatter. However, it not only didn't stop, but pushed forward even harder. This phenomenon made Egostick somewhat uneasy. Could the train be going even faster? Realizing this, he quickly called for backup, but Lee Subin had already fainted 8 lifetimes ago. Subin, Miss Subin, wake up. Not receiving any response back, Egostick immediately fell into a state of panic. He hadn't anticipated this. Just like that, the worst-case scenarios played out like a movie in his mind. Could it be that if the people tied on the tracks ended up dead, then no matter how much the road was paved with flowers, the brave superhero image of Stardust would definitely be shattered. Thinking of that situation, Egostick held his head and pulled at his ears a little. What should I do? At the same time, the train was approaching the unfortunate girl. Noticing this, Stardust gritted her teeth and exerted more strength than usual. Seeing that the train didn't stop, she used all her might to hold it back. Although the front of the train was nearly mangled, it hadn't slowed down at all. Standing above, hoping to see Stardust below, please, please. As the distance between the train and the hostages slowly closed in, he could only pray, please. Suddenly, Egostick noticed something. It turned out that after so much effort, the train had finally been stopped by Stardust, and the entire event was recorded on video. Witnessing this unbelievable scene, Egostick's face lit up with joy. It stopped. We've temporarily escaped a dead end. Amidst this wild and chaotic scene, he was filled with hope. Come on, show yourself. Stardust, will she be okay? The train was moving too fast. Watching the live stream on his phone, Egostick began to overthink. Could it be that she died? Could it be? At that moment, the familiar figure of Stardust appeared. Seeing that the girl he longed for was still safe and sound, he couldn't hide his excitement and cheered. After a while, realizing he was still the villain, he quickly pulled himself together. No, wait, no, she had managed to block it. She really did hold out. My plan wasn't like this. Turning his attention to Stardust, who was dazed, Egostick hypnotized himself. She had found her own way to resolve the dilemma in her own style. That's right. This declaration caused the commentary to erupt once again. Reading every word, his entire face lit up with excitement. Yes, this is exactly the reaction needed. See. With that overwhelming pride, he took the chance to shower compliments on the girl standing below. This is the hero named Stardust. Watch how her abilities erupt purely out of her desire to save others. After exerting herself to the utmost, Stardust could no longer hold on and directly collapsed. Witnessing this, his eyes were filled with worry. Not caring about appearances anymore, he directly jumped down there to assess the situation. Approaching the girl, he felt a pang of sadness when he heard a soft scolding. The name damned Egostick. No matter how upset he was, Egostick still focused on the current issue. All right, Stardust, you did very well. In a way I had never imagined. This is your victory. Finishing his words, he rubbed his eyes to let her rest, and then gave a few final instructions. I'm leaving now, rest well, soon other heroes will come to assist you. Once Stardust had rested, he stood up, took off his hat, and expressed his condolences. Yes, my terror attack ends here, thank you all for watching. Following that statement, the screen faded to black to conclude. A shocking comment was made. What kind of vague atmosphere is between those two? The next morning at the secret base, Han Seo-yoon burst with energy running around. Wake up, come on, you late sleepers. The two Dane together with Lee Subin looked completely drained after yesterday's event. Oh my god, this is deadly, good morning Seo-yoon. Ah, this appearance makes the little girl reconsider a bit. Just one terror attack and everyone looks so exhausted. Not blaming them anymore, Han Seo-yoon pointed to the table full of food and invited them. Come on. Seeing those hot dishes, the two pairs, eyes lit up brighter than headlights. Seo-yoon, did you prepare this? Dan was fully awake now, stepped forward to stroke Han Seo-yoon's head in praise. Thank you so much, Seo-yoon, it's nothing. After a brief moment of embarrassment, the little girl directly reached out and pinched his waist. Taking advantage of Dan's still fidgeting, Han Seo-yoon quickly sat at the table urging, eat quickly, it's getting cold now, really, well then. The three of them then all sat down at the table and began enjoying breakfast, wishing everyone a good meal. After saying that, each person focused on savoring the delicacies. While eating, Han Seo-yoon suddenly noticed the nearby remote control and immediately reached out to grab it. She then quickly ate up and ran to the sofa to watch TV, checking out the latest news. As the news broadcast appeared, Han Seo-yoon excitedly pointed at the screen, saying, "Let's see how our achievements from yesterday were reported, next news." Hearing these words, Do-in, still eating, could not hide his pride. His image as the villain must have been deeply engraved. Of course, Stardust also soared in reputation. A single arrow hitting two targets, getting the bird and the eggs. At that moment, Han Seo-yoon suddenly burst out laughing, a strange expression that confused him. Huh, what's that? The little girl pointed at the screen and shouted excitedly. They say the two of you are dating. At that moment, the commentator's voice rang out. That is the story after the level a hero Stardust stopped the train yesterday morning. First, please take a look at this photo. Immediately after, the moment he brushed the girl's hair to let her rest appeared, and the commentator continued. Looking here, you can clearly see that between the villain and the hero, there's nothing different than a couple in love. In another corner, Shin Ha-yeol was watching the entire news broadcast, unable to suppress her anger as she crushed the glass. While Do-in, the person involved, was terrified, thinking, what the hell is this? The host said that in South Korea, the most beloved villain is egoistic, a rising rookie superhero Stardust. The rumored romance between the two has recently become extremely hot. Reporter Park, what caused this romance rumor to explode? Reporter Park pointed at the screen and continued, look here, do you recognize it? The host said, huh. Ah yes, this is a line displaying the name Stardust. Reporter Park slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and said loudly, that's wrong, it's not just a simple line. Sent to you, Stardust. This is a gift I give you. That's the real meaning. Next, on the screen was a scene of Dan kneeling on one knee beside an unconscious Shin Ha-yeol. He said, all right, Stardust, you've done very well in a way I never imagined. This is your victory. Reporter Park pointed at this scene and firmly stated, look closely. If this isn't love, then what is it? When he ghostic spoke those last words and closed Stardust's eyes, Stardust quietly fell asleep. Reporter Park added, if these two aren't dating, then what else could it be? Elsewhere, Shin Ha-yeol was sitting alone in the study room, watching that segment of the discussion. Shin Ha-yeol's mood was gloomy. She held her forehead with her hand, thinking to herself, is everyone still clear-headed? I swear I would never date that crazy villainous guy. Absolutely no chance of that. Shin Ha-yeol fell silent for a moment. Then she asked herself, what is this? Clearly I feel rising hatred and resentment toward that guy, but somehow there is also a strange feeling mixed in. While Shin Ha-yeol was gloomily muttering to herself, a girl approached. Kim Ki-hyun said sympathetically to Shin Ha-yeol, Ha-yu, your soul must be exhausted from all that studying. Then Kim Ki-hyun pulled out a flyer advertising ice cream and smiled brightly at Shin Ha-yeol. Today let me heal you. Next, Kim Ki-hyun tossed the flyer aside, her eyes sparkling with emotion, saying, just trust me for today, let's go out and have some fun together. Elsewhere, a constant whining noise came from a house. Come on, come on. Han Seo-yoon was lying on the floor throwing a tantrum, just wanting to go. Lee Subin didn't know what to say. Seo-yoon, don't be so whiny. Han Seo-yoon refused and said, we've already had 2 terrorizing incidents, but now I want to go out. At this moment, Din also spoke up, Miss Subin, Seo-yoon, how about we all go out together? The moment Han Seo-yoon heard this, she immediately sat up, stopped throwing a tantrum. The girl joyfully shouted in celebration. Subin also smiled. Din also held an ice cream festival flyer like Kim Ki-hyun did earlier. He smiled to himself thinking, this wasn't in the original story, but it probably won't be a problem. On Shin Ha-yeol's side, she was also in a better mood, eagerly thinking, an ice cream festival at the ice cream festival. Everywhere you looked there were people. The scene was full of life. Dain exclaimed, wow, even though it's just a weekday noon, it's still quite crowded. Han Seo-yoon held an ice cream cone walking beside her and asked confusedly, honey, are you wearing black again? Dain smiled and replied, Seo-yoon, men have to wear black. Han Seo-yoon laughed and said, what nonsense are you talking about? Dain was quite surprised. Oh, why is she smiling so brightly, even calling me honey? Dain thought with a light smile. It seems she is genuinely very happy. Han Seo-yoon exclaimed and pointed forward. Rice ice cream is here. Then Han Seo-yoon immediately excitedly ran towards the ice cream stall. Dain smiled and said to Lee Subin, going out to play is really worth it. Lee Subin cheerfully replied, yeah, definitely, she looks very happy. Lee Subin activated the Reduce Awareness filter for herself, which had been used once when Dain recruited her. Dain tasted a spoonful of ice cream. He exclaimed in surprise, oh, this is really delicious. As Dain scooped another spoonful, he said, Subin, you should try some too. Lee Subin blushed shyly as she looked at the spoonful of ice cream Dain offered. Han Seo-yoon stood beside them and innocently asked, what's wrong, sis? Hurry up and eat. Lee Subin stammered, wait for me a moment. Lee Subin, embarrassed, slowly opened her mouth and moved closer to the spoonful of ice cream, thinking, isn't this like an indirect kiss? Finally, Lee Subin tasted the spoonful of ice cream. Right after that, her face was full of enjoyment, exclaiming, this is really delicious. Han Seo-yoon had also finished her cone ice cream. The little girl happily ran over to another ice cream stand. Over there, mango-flavored ice cream, Dain hurriedly said, hey, wait for me, will you? Han Seo-yoon gazed brightly, staring intently at the ice cream behind the glass. Then the little girl quickly excitedly told the vendor, give me one cone ice cream, please. The vendor smiled as he scooped the ice cream and said to Dain, oh my, this kid is exactly the spitting image of her parents, so adorable. Dain was speechless. What? Then the man closed his eyes and accepted it right away, haha. Yes, that's right. Lee Subin, standing nearby, blushed deeply, while Han Seo-yoon turned back with a quiet smile to tease Dain. This guy really looks older, doesn't he? Dain didn't back down either and teased back. Maybe it's because of my height, not because of you. Han Seo-yoon couldn't argue with him and just snorted. The vendor brought the ice cream over. Here's the kid's ice cream, 1 cone and 2 cups. Everyone took their ice cream. Dain smiled and asked Han Seo-yoon, did you order for us too? The little girl replied, since you're the leader of the Mango Club, of course you have to eat mango-flavored ice cream. Dain was confused about his new identity and asked again, Mango Club? Dain looked at the vendor's smile, not knowing where to hide his face, and awkwardly said, oh, it's nothing. Suddenly, Dain widened his eyes in astonishment. It turned out that the sales clerk was showing off the image on the back of his shirt, which was a picture of Dain in his egoistic persona. The clerk laughed and said, I did this myself, looks good, right? Dain couldn't really comment, but Han Seo-yoon generously gave a thumbs up, absolutely cinematic. After a while, the three of them sat together on a bench, relaxing and eating ice cream. Suddenly, Dain noticed something. Dain asked Han Seo-yoon, Seo, you used to be a master at dart throwing, right? I know that. Dain was about to show off his skills, saying, I'll show you what I can do. Han Seo-yoon seemed to catch on, and she asked, hey, are you planning to cheat using your remote control powers? Dain immediately stiffened. The clerk explained that there was an ongoing event, and the female employee at the dart booth introduced. If you hit the target 10 times in a row, you'll be rewarded with a 10-layer ice cream cone. Han Seo-yoon said she preferred the second prize. That teddy bear was much cuter. Dain asked the clerk whether the first prize winner got to choose freely, and the clerk agreed, yes. Dain confidently promised Han Seo-yoon, Seo, listen up, I'll get it for you. Dain thought to himself that he would pretend to concentrate, then at the right moment discreetly use some power to shoot the dart, and that would be it. At that moment, Kim Ki-hyun also walked up to the dart counter and asked the clerk how much it cost per throw. She caught Dain's attention beside her. He thought to himself, this person looks so familiar. Right after, Dain was startled. He recalled this person, Kim Ki-hyun, Shin Ha-yeol's senior in university. Kim Ki-hyun said again, Ha-yeol, the prize even includes 10-layer ice cream. Another female voice spoke up. Let me try to get one for you. Han Seo-yoon, noticing Dain had been stunned for a while, asked curiously, what are you doing? Hurry up and throw it away. At this moment, Lee Subin and Han Seo-yoon finally noticed Shin Ha-yeol's appearance. The group of three officially broke into a cold sweat, not daring to say a word. Then Shin Ha-yeol glanced at the three of them. She looked at Dain, while Dain was still frozen, holding the dart ready to throw. Kim Ki-hyun smiled brightly with excitement, pointing ahead. Ha-yeol, there's rice ice cream over there. The two went to the ice cream shop. Kim Ki-hyun was ecstatic with the flavor, It was incredibly delicious. In a happy mood, she looked at Shin Ha-yeol. Ha-yeol, try this one. Shin Ha-yeol bent down slightly and tasted the ice cream with her lips. After tasting it, her cheeks flushed pink, her eyes shining brightly. It really was delicious. Kim Ki-hyun, holding the ice cream box, smiled contentedly with her eyes nearly closed. Finally, your expression has relaxed, Ha-yeol. It seemed the two of them were attracted by something, turning their heads at the same time. She held Ha-yeol's hand, her heart filled with radiant roses. Let's go. Over there is the flavor you like the most, Ha-yeol. Her eyes focused on the food stall with the mango flavor. Hurry and eat. Seeing the mango, Shin Ha-yeol's eyes sparkled with utmost delight. But not long after, her mood abruptly turned gloomy. Her face lowered. The staff member happily turned his back to show the back of the shirt featuring the chibai egoistic image. I made this myself, Kim Ki-hyun proudly praised. Oh my god, it's so cute. After that, the two ladies rested on a cool stone bench. Kim Ki-hyun stretched comfortably. This is really nice. She gently tilted her head and looked at Shin Ha-yeol. You like it too, don't you? From feeling annoyed to becoming positive, Ha-yeol smiled and replied, of course, sister. Then Shin Ha-yeol's eyes closed tightly as she savored the moment. Under the big cherry blossom tree, a few flower branches gently fell. Shin Ha-yeol thought, how long has it been since I last got to go out and enjoy a view like this? She smiled faintly at the corner of her lips, eyes closed. It was wonderful. Not long after, Kim Ki-hyun pointed at the food stall in front of them. Ha-yeol, let's finish eating this first, then we can try that one, okay? Shin Ha-yeol looked at her attentively as she got excited. Darts, huh? Immediately, Shin Ha-yeol smiled brightly, seeming intrigued. Balloons were neatly decorated and arranged on top of the stall in vibrant colors. A friendly staff member gave the two girls darts. There's an event going on. If you pop all 10 balloons, you'll get a 10-layer ice cream as a prize. She gently gazed and responded. Yes, ma'am. Her distinctive blue eyes shifted around. Her gaze landed on 3 players who were sweating profusely. They looked like a young married couple, but why was the girl's hair silver? Maybe she was the granddaughter. It would make more sense. She stared long at Do-in, who looked worried, then thought, what about this man? Why does he seem so familiar? Without thinking for long, Kim Ki-hyun shouted from behind, Ha-yeol, give it a try. She quickly agreed, oh yes. Shin Ha-yeol darted forward, emitting a blazing orange light, and Kim Ki-hyun laughed delightedly, eyes sparkling, scoring a direct hit immediately. Do-in watched the sweat trickling down with some worry, thinking to himself that Stardust's abilities were monstrous strength and the power of flight. Each day he looked at her longer, but this monstrous power was not simply about strength. Then he used the item in his hand to speak more precisely. At this moment, Shin Ha-yeol gained an additional supreme throw. It was an extraordinarily superior physique. Excited and joyful voices rang out. 2 hits already. He bowed his head, feeling a bit disappointed, then thought that for now her power was a terrifying burst when needed. But later, she would gradually become a superhuman beyond human limits. Ha-yeol threw the dart happily. Not only had her 5 senses, but also her 6th sense developed, or in other words, her instincts would immediately alert her if something was amiss. Ha-yeol found it strange to see Do-in so dejected. He thought long and hard to prove that fact. Right at that moment, enough for her to sense that the guy might actually be. If he revealed his identity here, the image of Shin Ha-yeol becoming a superhuman flashed in his mind, and she would throw him straight into prison. Seo-yoon and Subin embraced each other in joy. A dart thrown by Shin Ha-yeol at high speed hit the balloon. Kim Ki-hyun, seeing that, stood beside her pleased and congratulated her immensely. Ha-yeol, you're amazing, you hit all 10 shots. Upon hearing that, she immediately became shy and bashful. It's nothing, just a small thing. The staff happily handed the 2 girls 10-layer ice cream cones. Here are the 10-layer ice creams. The staff then involuntarily turned to Do-in. Oh, sir, aren't you going to throw? The man was caught off guard, but quickly answered. Oh my, there's someone next to me throwing so well that I couldn't take my eyes off them. Now I'll throw right here. Do-in looked over at Han Seo-yoon and forced a hesitant smile as he spoke. Seo-yoon, look here, I'll show you my dart-throwing technique. The girl cheering him on seemed a bit doubtful. Come on, hurry up. Do-in picked up 10 darts at once and worriedly thought, no need to use any special skill, just throw a few quickly and then slip away. He swiftly threw decisively and quickly forward, but unfortunately his throw completely hit all 10 balloons. Everyone was stunned, mouths agape and eyes wide in shock, but Do-in was the opposite, wondering, after all, how did that happen? In Kim Ki-hyun's hand was the 10-layer ice cream cone as she looked at him in surprise. The guest beside her was also very impressed. A stuffed bear was brought out by the staff. You said you wanted the bear more than the first prize, right? Here, the bear is ready for you. But Do-in chose to rush away quickly. The female staff raised her hand to stop her. Wait a moment. The 3 of them ran off, then laughed awkwardly. It's okay. Where we're leaving now, Han Seo-yoon also quickly joined in. Yeah, stay behind, okay. In Kim Ki-hyun's hand was a long ice cream, smiling brightly. I'll bring it over to Ha-yul for you. Shin Ha-yul held the bear and turned his face away, yes. But halfway there, the ice cream stick was so tall that it all toppled. The layers of colorful ice cream headed straight towards him. Din thought immediately, if even a little bit sticks, it's a bad ending for sure. With wide-open eyes and mouth agape at the same time, she had to avoid it at all costs. Din's mind raced quickly. She dashed over to the side where there was no ice cream sticking, then fell flat onto the ground. Everyone who saw it hurriedly ran over. Han Seo-yoon panicked. "Sir," she exclaimed, while she herself felt guilty, mouth wide open. "Are you okay?" Kim Ki-hyun's eyes suddenly drooped. Putting a hand over his mouth to show concern, he quickly replied, I'm fine, you don't need to worry." Then slowly Dane cautiously stood up, touching her neck with her hand. "It's nothing, I overreacted a bit, just had to dodge a little." "Come on, let's go." The girl accompanying them already noticed and looked a bit annoyed. "What do you think? Please hurry up, if this continues, we'll all die." Sweat was already dripping down Dane's face, and halfway through speaking, a dark smoke appeared from behind. "Let's go quickly." Shin Ha-yul, and he immediately turned to look at that strange thing. A blood-red sky accompanied by thick black-gray smoke caused the people to scatter in panic. The sharp canine teeth of the green crocodile appeared. It stood tall, stretching its body forward, while shouting, "Stardust, Stardust, come out quickly." The system board announced, "Crocodile Man, level a villain." Dan hugged the two girls, making the accompanying girl shy. "Stay here for now." His sharp and skeptical gaze arose, thinking in the sequence of the original story, that guy shouldn't have appeared yet. So why did he suddenly start acting now? Shin Ha-yul seemed to have understood the situation and rushed forward. Kim Ki-hyun was surprised. Ha-yul. He gritted his teeth as pain showed up. Running back to the association to get the perception-reducing filter now is too urgent. If it's Stardust from the original story, the moment she revealed her face was the start of a path of misfortune and decline. The image of a woman with blonde hair hiding her face appeared. No, in the original story when she appeared, bad things happened. Din's body ached painfully. He clenched his teeth. Even if the sky fell down, he wouldn't let that happen. Din screamed loudly. Sudden purple light rays enveloped his entire body. Those lights grew stronger and stronger. Din's regular clothes fell off completely, flying elsewhere. He appeared wearing a suit and a classy hat, completely different from usual. "I'll pack things up later, Seo-yoon." The girl standing behind asked, "What are you planning to do?" Not long after, he began giving orders to the little girl to help broadcast for him. Han Seo-yoon sat alone hugging a stuffed bear, while the monster crazily raked everything up with its hands. "Stardust, if you don't show up, I will destroy everything." Its eyes blazing with golden light. Then a voice came through the speaker. "Hello, dear viewers." The black speaker emitted a resonant sound. The true villain of this era. Din held the mic, smiling to reveal his teeth. The common enemy of South Korea, egoistic. His voice echoed through the speaker far and wide. "Dare to trespass on my territory, you little crocodile." He stood below, angry and ready to act. What? On forums and websites, discussions began. "Mangostic." Some exclaimed, "Oh my God, is he mangostic?" Another account said, openly admitting he's the common enemy. Some said, wasn't he a hero before? Truly incomprehensible, everyone was excited, laughing their heads off at the opening. It was just like a music festival. Din's terrifying face appeared. His eyes glanced down as he softly said, "Now you will die here." 3 years ago, inside the building of a large corporation. At this moment, inside an association lecture hall, a voice rang out. "The device you see in front of you is indispensable for heroes." A middle-aged man was standing before a group of seated people. He pointed at the modern machine beside him and said, "The so-called perception-reducing filter, commonly shortened to filter." He explained that once inside the device and then out, for a certain period the filter will be applied to the face. Only those faces that have been filtered will cause viewers to experience recognition disorder. He continued, but if the face is exposed in front of someone who already knows it, the filter will have no effect. Everyone understood, right? The people below heard this and all spoke in unison, yes. Then his expression grew serious. He gripped the microphone tightly and said, "Even a fool knows how dangerous it is when a hero's identity is revealed. Forget about the career. You lose your whole life, remember this well." Shin Ha-yul, sitting below, heard this and firmly shouted back, "Yes." Returning to the present, the streets had become desolate, shrouded in dust. Kim Ki-hyun and Shin Ha-yul were desperately hiding by the roadside. Shin Ha-yul turned her head to look around with a worried expression. She thought to herself, "It's too late to go back to headquarters to get the filter. What should I do?" Suddenly, Shin Ha-yul clenched her fists tightly, showing great determination. Then she looked toward the panicked crowd and thought, "In this situation, should I become a hero to escape?" Shin Ha-yul immediately untied her hairband. Her shimmering golden hair fluttered in the wind. Her expression was resolute as she clenched her fists and stepped forward, thinking, no. Kim Ki-hyun saw this and shouted in panic, Ha-yul. Suddenly, a group of people looked at their phones with happy expressions and then shouted, Egostic is here. Egostic has arrived. Shin Ha-yul was startled when he heard it and turned around, a confused expression escaping him as he exclaimed, What? Shin Ha-yul said, the truly evil figure of this era, the common enemy of all Korea, Egostic. At this moment, Daeun was standing on the rooftop of a building, next to him 2 gigantic speakers blasting music at full volume. Below was a green crocodile monster. Daeun then yelled loudly, How dare you invade my territory, you little croc? The crocodile was surprised and exclaimed, What? Daeun smiled savagely, pointed at the crocodile monster and said, Now you will die here. Then Daeun picked up the microphone and thought to himself, No, absolutely not. Stardust in the original story suffered so much after revealing his identity. The everyday life of a hero is really important. Daeun said angrily to the crocodile, Do you understand that, you crocodile? The monster shouted back, Confronting Daeun, you bastard, isn't the one always acting close to Stardust none other than Egostic. Suddenly, the crocodile monster shot up to Daeun's spot as fast as the wind. Daeun said, Hey, why do you keep bringing up Stardust? A comment popped up. A crazed Stardust fan has arrived. Hey, Mr. Crocodile. The crocodile charged at Daeun angrily and shouted, I will kill you. At this point, it quickly climbed up the wall of the building. Then it used its strength to cling tightly onto the edge of the rooftop. Quickly, it climbed up to the rooftop where Daeun was standing. After seeing Daeun, it showed aggressiveness and howled, Come here to me. Daeun immediately used a teleportation technique to move backward. The crocodile monster, seeing that, rushed over to Daeun. Suddenly, Daeun used teleportation and was standing on top of the crocodile monster. He said, What are you doing, you bastard? Daeun struck the crocodile monster hard on the head with a satisfied expression and said, You know my name but don't know I have teleportation powers. The monster, shocked by the hit, was startled. It wildly flailed its arms and legs to hit Daeun. But whenever it came close to hitting him, he vanished from its sight. It angrily shouted, You damn fly, fight me one-on-one properly. Daeun calmly replied, Hey, I'm the villain here. As soon as he said that, comments appeared saying, The villain, still insisting today that he's the villain. Daeun looked at these comments with great confusion. They continued, But why did Egostic run over there? Then he thought, Wait, I need to explain this a bit. If I ignore it, people will misunderstand that I came because of Stardust. Suddenly, Daeun stopped and shouted at the crocodile monster, Hold on, listen to me first. The crocodile monster replied, Okay, speak quickly. Daeun shouted in an interrogative tone, All right, but first I have to ask this. Why did you suddenly attack me? The crocodile heard that and immediately responded without hesitation. Of course, I've targeted Stardust, and since you seem very interested in Stardust, you are my enemy. Daeun was surprised, stunned, and thought to himself, What's this? What kind of logic is that? A comment appeared. That stupid villain also knows Egostic likes Stardust. I wonder if he can teleport, yet he knows Egostic likes Stardust. Ha ha ha. 2 guys fighting over a girl. Isn't Egostic here standing in for Stardust? What's going on? How did these 2 get involved like this? Ha ha ha, why now? Suddenly the crocodile pointed at Daeun, who was standing dumbfounded, then shouted loudly, Also, you were the one who said you'd kill me first. A comment displayed. Ha ha, exactly right. Daeun was stunned and replied, When did I say that? Hearing that, the crocodile became extremely angry, its aura blazing like a flame. It shouted, You said it. How dare you trespass into my territory, little crocodile? I threaten you. Now you will die here. It continued to question, You did say that, didn't you? Daeun, flustered, tried to explain, No, I didn't say that. A comment appeared. Why is the crocodile suddenly speaking so sweetly? What kind of threat is that? Suddenly, the crocodile seemed to have reached its limit. It screamed wildly at Daeun. I'm really furious now. Then it opened its long mouth wide, and a fireball slowly formed inside its mouth. Seeing this, Daeun showed a terrified expression, his eyes wide as he thought, Hey, isn't that the ultimate skill? Before he could finish thinking, a large flame burst out from the crocodile's mouth, almost burning everything in front of it. Crocodile Man's ultimate skill, an extremely powerful fire breath. Fortunately, Daeun quickly used his teleportation technique and dodged a fatal hit. He teleported behind the crocodile. Looking at the horrifying scene just now with fear and astonishment, he said, Getting hit once would result in instant death. The crocodile turned its head to look at Daeun and said with a sharp tone, Surprised, Egostic. At that moment, Daeun did not hesitate and flicked out a black cloth. Instantly, countless guns appeared from Daeun's black cloth. All the guns lunged toward the crocodile. Daeun looked at the monster coldly, without a hint of hesitation, clenched his fist and said, See you in hell, you bastard. Immediately, all the guns fired simultaneously at the crocodile. After a series of loud explosions, Everything was engulfed in smoke. Dane flew up, looked into the smoke, and wondered, is it dead yet? Surprisingly, even after being hit by all those bullets, the crocodile was still alive. It rushed out of the smoke and shouted, "Do you think those bullets can injure me?" Suddenly, Dane's mask fell down in front of the livestream screen. He quickly used teleportation to move away from the phone, then slowly took out a gas mask, stood on high ground looking at the crocodile and said, "No, gotta do this to catch you off guard." Suddenly, Dane threw something, indeterminate, towards the crocodile. The crocodile saw it and looked down on it, immediately opened its mouth wide and swallowed it whole. It shouted loudly, "You damn flies and mosquitoes." At this moment, a strong light emitted from the previously indeterminate object inside the crocodile's mouth. The crocodile was now like it got electrocuted. It convulsed in pain. A golden light appeared around its body. Seeing this, Dane thought, "Hey, you there. In the original story, Stardust suffered so much because of your thick skin. Do you think I don't know that? Did you think I wasn't prepared in advance?" At this point, after receiving that attack, the crocodile was covered in blood. It was dazed for a while, then collapsed, completely unconscious. Comments kept appearing, Mangostic, Mangostic, demanding the association immediately appoint Mangostic as a hero. Yet he calls himself a villain. At this moment, the guns from earlier also lost their power and slowly fell to the ground. Din also slowly landed on the rooftop, along with the guns. The ground everywhere was full of guns. Din slowly gathered them up with a trembling and tired look. He looked up at the sky and complained, "Damn it, that took way too much energy." Wanting to pose cool using telekinesis, but his stamina was completely drained. Even holding this phone was a struggle. At this moment, Dane suddenly remembered the phone that was live streaming. He read a comment. "So you came here to deal with the villain?" Seeing that, Dane flustered and frantically explained. Right, oh no, everyone, I came here just because I hate that crocodile guy. Don't think I acted for Stardust or for the community's benefit," the comment displayed. "Whatever he says, it's all true." Suddenly, a golden beam of light flew from somewhere and landed on the rooftop where Dane was standing. It turned out to be Shin Ha-yul, who slowly stood up after a spectacular landing. Then Shin Ha-yul slowly approached Dane and spoke up, questioning, "Was that guy taken down by you?" Dane calmly replied, "Yeah, since he was blocking the way too much, I dealt with him right away." Hearing that, Shin Ha-yul was somewhat suspicious. She looked at Dane coldly and asked, "Why?" Dane shrugged and answered casually, "Why what? Because he kept shouting that me and Stardust here are all lovey-dovey and ambiguous, and that annoyed me." Shin Ha-yul was startled hearing this, saying, "What?" Then Din put on his earphones and said, "Ah, Stardust." He looked at Shin Ha-yul and smiled, continuing, "Next time if something like today happens, don't just think you can reveal your face and show off. Once your face is out, your life will be really hard." Shin Ha-yul was a bit surprised, staring at Dane in bewilderment. Then he turned to pick up the phone and said, "All right, today's broadcast ends here. That surprise situation really exhausted me. There's a big event next month. Everyone stay tuned. Comments are showing." What are those two saying on air that they turned off the mic? Then Dane suddenly disappeared along with a flash of light. "Well, goodbye." Shin Ha-yul saw this and raised her hand, saying, "Wait a moment." Her expression was somewhat sad. At that moment, Dane had teleported back home. Suddenly, blood gushed out from his mouth. Dane's face was expressionless, looking like a soulless person. Hanseo, Yoon, and Lai Subin saw this and rushed over in panic with worried looks. "Brother Dane!" At that moment, he collapsed onto the ground. On the rooftop floor, Shin Ha-yul found Dane's mask and picked it up. She examined the mask thoughtfully, wondering, how did he know my thoughts? "Why? Who exactly are you, Egoistic?" Shin Ha-yul was sitting in front of the computer screen watching the news. On the screen appeared two breaking news reports from KPS News. Exclusive news stirring chaos at the Ice Cream Festival. Top-tier villain Crocodile Man has been captured. He was subdued by Egoistic and transferred to the Eastern Hero Detention Center. The building destroyed by the crocodile 4 hours ago. Close-up of Egoistic, who is faster than anyone else. Top-tier villain Egoistic. Is he really a villain or something else? Searching for Egoistic yields about 20-30 results. The official fan club Egoistic, Mangostic, the Mango Association. The Hero Information Portal. The genuine hero of this era for Mango and by Mango. A fan club established to honor Mangostic. Shin Ha-yul held her head in frustration. Then suddenly she saw a comment. What did the hero do today? Lately Mangostic goes out on the streets and fans keep cheering blindly. If Korea keeps like this. And under that post was a humorous icon comment from Do-in. "That's great, isn't it?" Ha-yul exclaimed, eyes damn it. She lay down on the bed, closed her eyes, thinking she was the only one who didn't like Egoistic. She recalled the ice cream seller proudly showing off the Mango Association shirt. "I made it myself." Kim Ki-hyun beside him also praised it. "Oh, so cute." Then she remembered him warning her. Ah, Stardust, next time if something like today happens, don't just think it's okay to reveal your face and show off. Ha Yul agonized over the answer. Could it be that everyone is right and only she is wrong? On the other side, Lee Subin and Han Seo-yoon were standing in front of a glass cage. Din was lying inside. Seo-yoon was continuously angry, all because of that Stardust. Suddenly, a sound made the girl freeze. Din opened her eyes, tapped on the glass asking, "Why is everyone crying like this?" The other two couldn't help but look at him with worry. Immediately, Seo-yoon rushed in to hug him, crying loudly. Seeing that, Din reassured, "It's okay, it's okay." Finally, he recovered and had dinner with everyone. He could hardly believe he had been unconscious for 3 whole days. Looking back, it was probably because he had teleported a lot and even lifted his body using external powers. It was truly exhausting. Suddenly, Seo-yoon spoke up, saying he had to take proper care of his body from now on. Din quickly promised. "All right, I'll do that." He smiled warmly at the girl, thinking that since she had shed tears for him, spending time with her seemed to have a real effect. Over on the other side, Subin worriedly said, "This Dane guy, why did he run off so quickly? People might think he's a hero or something." Seo-yoon agreed and questioned. "Exactly, I just don't get it. He's always talking about villains this and villains that." Dane calmly replied, "If I don't intervene, Stardust will. What if the girl still doesn't understand?" He retorted, causing Seo-yoon to pause. "It's really dangerous." Dane explained, "If that situation happens, when a hero reveals their identity, their personal information is completely exposed. Next, the usual villains holding grudges or evil people will come searching to hunt down and eliminate the hero." Seo-yoon still didn't see the significance of it, wondering what that had to do with her. Din patiently explained, "Seo-yoon, the world we live in is misaligned. A misalignment between good and evil. Most heroes don't actually follow the heroic path. They choose the path of the villain. The reward for the effort to eliminate enemies is too small, and they are constantly harassed, so instead of stumbling and suffering as heroes, many choose to be villains to live more easily." According to him, just in South Korea alone, there are only 3 A-rank heroes: Stardust, Icicle, and Shadow Walker, but there are plenty of A-rank villains, aren't there? After hearing this, Seo-yoon could only sigh. That's why he planned to eliminate the villains for them. What a dark hero. But what does that have to do with us? Dane scratched his head, at a loss for words. Not that bad. He just cares a little about South Korea's fate. Suddenly, Seo-yoon darkened and asked, "You and that Stardust girl, do you like her?" Immediately, Dane turned serious. "Hey, don't call her that, Seo-yoon. Speak respectfully." The atmosphere between the two grew tense, and Subin could only advise them to calm down. Seo-yoon changed the subject. "Why don't you tell Dane about the plan we discussed earlier?" Immediately, Seo-yoon brightened up and exclaimed, "Right." The girl turned to Dane and said, "Hey, you're being difficult, huff." Seo-yoon begged, "Summer is coming soon, let's go on a trip to the beach." Dane replied, "A trip, huh? That could be nice." She cheered happily upon hearing that, but Dane suddenly had an idea. "But let's carry out one more terrorist attack first, then go." Seo-yoon was confused. "Huh, another attack?" He wanted that to reduce some of his fame. Actually, Dane has another purpose, which is to strengthen Stardust. I'm not sure if those kinds of crocodiles won't come out again. If Stardust faces them, it will probably be very difficult. Seo-yoon was a bit sulky. "Are we really going on a trip?" To comfort her, Dane extended her pinky for a pinky promise. The little girl happily cheered, "You promise, okay." Then Seo-yoon happily ran off to pack her things. She worked at full capacity, saying that she had actually considered dozens of plans. She clearly said, "If I were to propose one, Dane and Subin would probably think, how proactive, huh?" She outlined the plan. Previous terrorist attacks occurred at observatories or on trains, terrorist acts on the ground. Both were terrorist attacks on land, weren't they? She proposed a new idea. "This time, let's do it underwater or in the sky." Immediately, Dane chanted a spell. "Underwater and in the sky. Come here, O god of terrorism, grant me an idea." Suddenly, he felt an electric shock rush through him, making him shout aloud, "Got it." Subin tightly held his hand, anxiously asking, "What's that doing?" He replied, "Try to guess." He thought of an idea, a plane crashing into the sea. The idea made Dane and Seo-yoon smile slyly, while Subin was a bit scared of these two villains. A plane was flying in the sky. Everyone on the flight was relaxed, unaware of what was about to happen. Suddenly, the plane lost power. Everyone remained optimistic, saying, "Look, when the lights go out, the sky becomes clearer. It really feels like traveling." The screen on the plane suddenly lit up, displaying the text, "The Ego Lie." A sound reverberated throughout the cabin. Everyone was very happy to meet again. The biggest puzzle in the sky at 25,000 feet. No, it should be called the biggest quiz game in the air. Welcome to the Ego Live. An angry passenger shouted, "Stewardess, what is going on?" Dane continued to announce to them, "Ah, yes. And of course the plane you are sitting on also has a bomb already attached." A bomb was attached to the fuselage. At this moment the pilot realized and wondered, When did he attach that? Hearing this, everyone immediately panicked and shouted loudly. On the other side, Din smiled slyly. Come on, let's start the game. Cut to the hero's headquarters. Ha Yul rushed into the room and asked, how much time has passed since the incident? Sitting in the room, Mr. Junho spoke up. Even if you go, you might not make it in time to do anything. This immediately made her angry, throwing a strong punch on the table and yelling, that is the chairman of the Star Association's words. I have to leave immediately. He turned around and said, I didn't say not to go. Daytime is truly difficult. Suddenly, someone walked in. Upon seeing that person, Ha Yul smiled brightly and exclaimed, Shadow Walker. The person who just walked in was the A-rank hero Shadow Walker, King of the Night. He turned to Mr. Junho and said, quickly get to Ju Airport and then rest. The fight is too much for me, he warned. Don't overexert yourself. We can't save everyone. Shadow Walker activated his ability and Ha Yul responded, I will remember that. As she stepped closer to Shadow Walker, the two were engulfed in a wave of dark energy. Instantly, they were transported to the scene. Ha Yul quickly rushed off, not forgetting to thank him. Thank you for your hard work. Meanwhile, on the other side, someone clutched their mouth and collapsed on the stairs, nearly fainting. Ha Yul dashed outside swiftly. Looking up at the sky, she couldn't help but feel horrified. Her legs suddenly froze in place. Despair showed across her face. How could she possibly stop this from happening? Before her eyes at that moment was an airplane engulfed in flames in the sky. Cut to 1 year earlier. In a building, some villains were holding a meeting. Everyone turned to listen as the man seated above spoke. The day we put all of Seoul, all of the Republic of Korea under our heels is not far off. That man laughed triumphantly. He was Needle 1000, an S-class villain. Suddenly a voice rang out. But I have a different idea. They are on guard. Who is it? Shadow Walker appeared in the corner of the room and replied, it's the hero. Shadow Walker, the rookie A-class hero, the King of the Night, crossed his arms coolly and said, you villains. Needle 1000 stepped forward to intimidate. Hey kid, do you know whose territory this is? A confusing, subordinate villain. How did he sneak in here? Suddenly, Shadow Walker's eyes turned glaring white as he stood still. Needle 1000 charged forward, throwing a fist and shouted, this is my territory, Needle 1000 here. He unleashed a powerful punch. That force rushed toward Shadow Walker, but he still stood unmoving. Then it stopped when it touched Shadow Walker. This made Needle 1000 incredulous. He and his subordinates looked around, confused. Where did it disappear to? Suddenly, something strange appeared beneath the shadow of a figure. He was immediately swallowed into the shadow. The remaining subordinates quickly shared the same fate. Needle immediately surrounded himself with power, thinking he could not be careless. He was no ordinary person. Shadow Walker's shadowy power crept onto his shoulder. He appeared from behind and charged forward. But Needle 1000 was somewhat skilled too. He shot power from his back like a porcupine toward Shadow Walker, thinking you're too cocky. He smugly turned his head and said, this brat dares to bare his claws at me. But when he looked back, Shadow Walker was lying on the ground covered by shadowy power. Suddenly he vanished, causing him to panic. Shadow Walker with blood-red eyes appeared behind him and asked, hey, little porcupine. You said this was your territory earlier, right? He extended his hand with gray power surging. Sorry, this place has become my territory now. A dark hand enveloped and trapped the guy into another dimension. Remembering that scene where Shadow Walker was lying on the stairs, breathing just out of reach, he must be dead for sure. All this time, Din had been watching the entire scene between Ha Yul and the King of Darkness. He thought, okay, the main character has stepped onto the stage. He grinned slyly and said into the microphone, well then, now for the final thrilling riddle. Let's get started. Everyone held their phones, praying in desperation. A man couldn't help but sweat nervously. Rewind to 30 minutes earlier, when everyone was still terrified. A piercing sound rang out alongside an image of Din. Everyone was worried and silent, afraid to make a sound. At that moment he spoke up. All right. Before the game starts, I will announce the rules. Everyone open Ta phones and turn off airplane mode. Have you all seen the messages that just arrived? Everyone looked at their phones anxiously. A message read as follows. The Ego Live, a pointless quiz. There are a total of 10 questions. If just one person answers all questions correctly, the bomb will be disarmed. But if no one answers any question correctly, everyone will be deleted. Send your answers to this number ready. Then Dan continued. From now on, all silence, cheating, or discussion is forbidden. Understood? Any noise and you're immediately disqualified, so question number 1 begins. On the phone appeared the question. How many people can the Titanic's lifeboats hold? 59 seconds countdown for this question. A woman tried to glance sideways, and Dan immediately announced that the girl who just cheated was eliminated. Because she panicked and let out a sound, he then announced that the noise was made, right? She's been eliminated, so the man next to her is eliminated in her place. Everyone watching live commented lively. Indeed, it's a hellish game of survival. Just watching makes you tense. Some even wondered how cruel it was. who said Egoistic was a hero. Truly terrifying. When the timer hit 0, Din announced, "All right, that was too easy, wasn't it?" The answer to question 1 is 9 people. Why? Because 9 sounds like rescue. Seo Yoon watched silently, feeling pleased. A seating chart of everyone appeared on the big screen. He announced that over half have been eliminated already. It's just the beginning and it's already this chaotic. Everyone should be a bit more tense now. Let's go for it with the next question. Time slowly passed, and the number of eliminated contestants grew. Some sighed in relief for passing the question. Others clasped their hands in prayer. Now the final question had come, and only one person remained. How is it? The tension's at its peak, isn't it? Din looked at the screen and saw Ha-yeol stepping forward. He thought, good job. Then Din extended the time because it's the final round. Let's try a little interview and see how it goes. Everyone's lives depend on your words. This is Kim Dokbae from Banpodong. He has become the last surviving contestant. How do you feel? When the man was called out, he panicked. Oh, that indeed was an extremely heavy responsibility. Suddenly Din teased, why like that? I already said what would happen if a sound was made. The man and everyone else were extremely frightened, but then he breathed a sigh of relief because Din said, oh my, after all, it was the last sentence. So forgiving such a small mistake should be okay, right everyone? But I don't quite like that, haha. After saying everything, that man was also rejected. The plane shook violently along with the screams of the people. The plane caught fire and plummeted freely into the sea. Din laughed proudly now. The performance is ready. It's time for the hero to appear, Stardust. However, Ha-yeol was horrified when she saw that scene, her face clearly showing despair, not knowing how to save everyone. Shin Ha-yeol looked up at the object exploding in midair, then silently asked, what should we do now, president of the association? From the other side of the line came a dismissive reply. What else can we do? Just forget it. I'm busy drafting a statement to deal with the criticism now. Damn it, this time it's the president's call. I have to hang up now. Shin Ha-yeol's hands clenched tightly in anger. Then she collapsed helplessly, thinking she had already stopped the ship moving at 100 km/h. But in the end, was her current strength still not enough? Damn it, what is the right way to do this? Suddenly, Shin Ha-yeol seemed to recall some memory from the past. In that desperate situation, the helpless girl's tears fell uncontrollably in the face of pain from losing her loved ones. Mother, father, I will kill that man no matter what. A deeply tragic situation. A girl holding the body of her dearest relative in a dark, narrow alley. Recalling that painful memory, Shin Ha-yeol slammed her fist down hard, creating cracks. She clenched her teeth full of hatred. Back then it was the same, and now it's still the same. I couldn't save anyone. Suddenly, there was a connection through the communication earpiece. To her astonishment, a voice spoke on the other end. Hello, Miss Stardust. This is Egoistic. Elsewhere, Kim Deun was stretching and yawning, saying this terror attack is easier to handle since we're using remote control. Seo Yoon, typing at the keyboard, suddenly tensed up and called out, Hey Deun. He looked over curiously. Seo Yoon turned around pointing at the screen and smiling. That Miss Stardust, no, Sister Stardust is frozen on the ground. Kim Deun's eyes widened in surprise, then suddenly got excited and jumped up shouting, making Seo Yoon startle in fear. What's wrong, Stardust? The image on the screen showed Shin Ha-yeol intently listening through the earpiece. Deun seemed to have realized something, then immediately turned and called to the girl, Seo Yoon. Can you connect to the earpiece that Stardust is wearing? Seo Yoon quickly typed and said, connected, but why? He urged, there's no time, hurry up. Turning back to Shin Ha-yeol's side, she was stunned to hear a voice coming from the earpiece. Hello, Miss Stardust, this is Egoistic. She immediately got agitated and shouted curses, calling it a piece of rotten trash. Deun on the other end continued. You're making me curious. Why aren't you going to save people but just standing there? It's falling now. The plane is about to crash. Shin Ha-yeol looked furiously at the plane that was burning and falling down. It's because of you, isn't it? Now you want me to stop it? Deun asked back. If you don't do it, then who will? Shin Ha-yeol was so upset that tears streamed down her face. Just touching that chunk of metal falling at a speed of 1,000 km/h will shatter my body. This is your plan, isn't it? You intend to throw me into death, don't you? On this side, Deun cracked a dangerous smile. You can do it, Shin Ha-yeol. What? He continued. Just act, clench your fist, fly up there and save everyone. You will manage it because it's you. Only you can do it. Shin Ha-yeol became even more confused. Damn it, what is this crazy guy saying? Inside a blinding white space, Deun stepped toward her and asked, why would I want to kill you? Without you, Stardust, I'd just be an ordinary villain. You have helped me become whole. Stardust was momentarily stunned by these words, then quickly propped herself up on her knees. Even if this might be a scheme set up to eliminate me, I will give it a try, she said as she took off the earpiece. On the other end, Deun was stunned. What? Shin Ha-yeol clenched her hands tightly, crushing the earphones, then pressed her hands down, Following the force, the space began to shatter, flying apart into small fragments, and she launched upward at full speed like a rocket, heading straight toward the nose of the descending plane. Shin Ha-yeol pressed her lips tightly and thought to herself, "That's right. If I just stand by and watch the people die like this, I will carry the burden of guilt my whole life." The image of Diane appeared confidently saying, "It will be fine, because it's you, you can do it." Shin Ha-yeol's face was filled with determination. Better to sacrifice herself to protect them than live a lifetime of regret. Thus the two forces collided, creating a large shockwave in the air. I already killed them, if I focus a little more right now." The image of a happy family appeared for a moment. "Darling kids, mom, dad." The man shed tears as he looked down at the scene. Then he closed his eyes tightly, as if surrendering. Inside the plane, the little girl covered her ears tightly, gritting her teeth and trying to stay alert looking outside. Suddenly, she froze in astonishment before the window. Tears streamed down her face as she thought, is the speed slowing down? Those outside, tense about the situation, had to widen their eyes to watch. At this moment, a staff member nervously reported over the radio. "It's unclear what happened, but the plane is currently being assisted from outside and is gradually descending to the ground." The reminder voice sounded in the airplane cabin, asking passengers to please keep their seatbelts fastened and wait for instructions. In the sky, Shin Ha-yeol was giving her all to support the tremendous weight of the plane plummeting at a terrifying speed. She clenched her teeth and jaw, veins bulging on her face, just needing a little more. Scene shifts to another location, where a blurry view is gradually becoming clear. A flight attendant anxiously watches the person awakening. "Mr. Kim Dokbae, are you still all right?" The man called Kim Dokbae, newly awakened, holds his head in exhaustion, then looks around bewilderedly. After a moment, the two of them step down from the airplane together. The flight attendant supports the victim, while Kim Dokbae looks around disoriented. His expression full of confusion, he exclaimed, "What's going on?" Up ahead, Shin Ha-yeol is kneeling on the ground amid everyone's curiosity. Kim Dokbae exclaimed, "Was that you?" The flight attendant looked at him in bewilderment. Kim Dokbae's tears streamed down joyfully. "That is the person who saved us, a hero." Beside Shin Ha-yeol, she lifted her head to look at the sky, panting from exhaustion. Tears streaming down her face, she uttered, "Egoistic." Then this story quickly made the news, of course, with clear images of Shin Ha-yeol printed prominently. America is terrified, Japan is stunned, China praises loudly, and even France has to rely on itself because of this hero, who is Stardust. China is forced to admit that when it comes to heroes, they have completely failed against South Korea. Even when combining 10 Japanese heroes, they still can't match Korea. The Japanese Minister of the Interior reveals shocking information. According to that, news reports quickly caught the heat and broadcast it. "Hello, dear viewers. This is the Morning 9 news kickstarting the morning. Yesterday morning, the level villain Egoistic used a remote control to seize an airplane and caused it to crash. Fortunately, all the passengers were miraculously saved. The one who controlled the plane was none other than Stardust, our proud hero. Many experts previously predicted that with her known abilities, she would not be able to prevent this incident. But in the end, the plane slowly slowed down and... Finally, Shin Ha-yeol has returned home and has already heard the news about herself. She quickly turned off the TV and took a sip of water. Shin Ha-yeol had just finished bathing, looking very relieved and adorable. Suddenly, the phone rang. She quickly answered, "Hello." After hearing the person on the other end speak, she asked again, "Really?" On this side of the line was a person with blue hair who confirmed, "Yes, I have asked the association president to grant Shin Ha-yeol some leave. Let's go to the beach to see the scenery and take a day off to relax. It's been a long time since we went out together like this." Shin Ha-yeol happily exclaimed, "Okay, I'll set off first thing tomorrow." The blue-haired one said, "Yeah, call Kim Jae-hyun over right away." Later, Shin Ha-yeol went out to the balcony to catch the breeze. Her expression turned serious, as if she was pondering something. Then someone's words echoed in her memory. "You can do it. Since it's you, you'll manage it." Shin Ha-yeol smiled softly, wondering if anyone had ever trusted her like that before. After all, she's just an ordinary villain. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something. "Wait, but why did he tell me to go rescue the plane? If he's sure I can block and save it, then why did he cause it to crash in the end?" Dane's words echoed again. "I'm just an ordinary villain. She was the one who helped me complete myself," causing Shin Ha-yeol to hold her forehead, feeling a severe headache. Egoistic. There are too many hidden motives, but somehow I feel like he's deliberately doing all this for some purpose. I have to thoroughly investigate his movements. Her eyes filled with determination. Suddenly, the phone screen showed an incoming call from the Hero Association. The voice on the other end spoke for a while, making Shin Ha-yeol exclaim in surprise, "What? Recalibrate the force parameters, huh?" The morning of the next day arrived very quickly. The roosters crowed loudly, "Ooh, ooh, ooh." Han Seo-yoon wore a golden float around her waist with excitement. Finally, the day had come. Dane came out to remind her, Seo-yoon, since we're just about to leave, release some air from the float, put it in the trunk. The excited little girl responded, yes, Din. Din looked on with a weary expression. Hey, man. Suddenly, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Now that I think about it, this is the first vacation I've had since coming to this world. Should I enjoy it or not? Then Din also broke into an expectant smile. But just a short time later, seeing the road packed with traffic ahead, a voice full of resentment sounded. What's going on here? Inside the car, all three were flushed from the heat, sweat pouring down. Dane sat in the driver's seat full of dissatisfaction. Why is the air conditioner broken today of all days? Han Seo-yoon looked about to lose it and suggested, hey, can we instantaneously teleport this entire car? He panicked and said, I'd die right there. Let's stop at a rest station to fix this first. Seo-yoon has super intelligent powers. If it's too hot, just take off your jacket. Seo-yoon took off her jacket while shouting, if I'd known, we should have just taken the train. Why make such a fuss? Din immediately objected. Too much stuff, no way. Seo-yoon curiously opened the gray box beside her. What's this? Isn't this supposed to be vacation supplies? Turns out it's a suitcase for holding guns. Dane gave a thumbs up with a smug look. Who knows what will happen? Seo-yoon in the back was boiling with anger. The little girl shouted, what kind of trip is this? Dane hurriedly reassured her, sorry Seo-yoon, put the gun down quickly and then we'll talk. After a round of problems on the way, their group finally arrived at the travel destination. Seo-yoon changed into a cute swimsuit and excitedly dashed into the sea with the yellow float. The sea over there. Din, sitting on the shore, saw this and laughed, saying, with this, you really look like a child. At that moment, Lee Subin popped open a can of soda, then handed it to Din. I just bought some drinks. You can have a can too. She also changed into a beautiful bikini. He took the drink and replied, thanks, Subin. Suddenly, Lee Subin kept staring intently at Din, causing him to look back puzzled. I've always been grateful to you, Dane wondered. Grateful? For what? Subin said, just for everything. Thank you for saving me back then. Thank you for treating me well. Faced with her beautiful and charming appearance, Din, like a wooden block, smiled with squinted eyes and gave a thumbs up. What are you talking about? I'm the one who should be thanking you. You agreed to do the housework for us and cook so well. Lee Subin raised her hand to tuck a strand of hair shyly. Hearing that, I felt very touched. At that moment, Dane swallowed hard and his expression turned suspicious, as he thought inwardly, could this be a dead flag in a comic, or is there a betrayal? Then he anxiously looked down at the can in his hand. Could he have been poisoned? His distorted expression caused Lee Subin to look at him with confusion. The scene shifted to the large building in the city. Shin Ha-yeol appeared here. The employees were talking among themselves. We didn't measure wrong. The data clearly shows that she couldn't have stopped the plane. Another employee added, maybe there's a mistake somewhere. It could be because we haven't truly grasped her real strength. Shin Ha-yeol was standing in front of a strength test board at this moment, thinking, no, the ability test was not wrong at all. When I was able to block a seemingly impossible disaster, clearly. As she thought this, she unleashed her power, ready to test once more. This action caused the nearby employees to stare in astonishment. Shin Ha-yeol shouted while swinging her powerful fist. That punch struck directly against the test board. The test board cracked and shattered from the force. All the screws were even popped out. The surge of power spread into the surrounding space. The employees looked on in horror at the scene. Shin Ha-yeol stood before her fist and exclaimed, I have become stronger. The sun was still blazing down below. Seo-yoon leisurely enjoyed floating on a swimming ring in the sea while attentively watching from the shore. Din nervously responded to Lee Subin, haha. I hope to get more help from you in the future. Seo-yoon quickly went ashore, pointed at the two and exposed them. Hey, you two. Are you planning to flirt while leaving me alone? Lee Subin panicked and shyly denied, what flirting? What are you saying? Din calmly replied, puzzled, huh. The little girl angrily fired back. If we're on a family trip, we should play together. He gave a sly smile. Oh, really? Seo-yoon frowned in confusion as she looked at that expression. A moment later, Dane transformed into a scary uncle, lifting Seo-yoon and the float up, making the little girl panic. What are you doing? Wait. Dane playfully tossed the girl into the sea while grinning mischievously. What do you mean what? Just playing together. Seo-yoon fell into the sea and struggled to surface. Immediately after, she threw a piece of seaweed at Dane's face while shouting, I'm getting water up my nose. This is really annoying. Dane forced a smile and wiped the seaweed off his face, thinking to himself that it had been a long time since he felt this peaceful. How nice. Then baring his teeth like a demon king, he splashed water at Seo-yoon. Lee Subin sat on the shore watching this scene, laughing joyfully. Time passed quickly, and it was evening again. On the road, strange cars sped by accompanied by voices saying, where should our team hit tonight? Busan Marriott Royal Hyperion Hilton Grand Ambassador Hyatt Hotel. All of them. The leader exclaimed in the gloomy atmosphere, Let's make a truly spectacular strike. Cut to the Marriott Royal Hyperion Hilton Grand Ambassador Hyatt Hotel. After a fun day playing at the beach, Dane's group returned to the hotel to rest. The receptionist asked, "Hello, may I have the name for the reservation?" Dane replied, "It might be Han Seo-yoon." The receptionist smiled brightly, handing over a room card. "Yes, I've confirmed it. Here is the key to room 2708. Dane asked hesitantly. Is there only one room?" Seo-yoon went up, standing next to Chu, pouted and whistled nervously to explain. Then gave up. Saving a bit of money is good anyway, so she let it slide. The three of them went out to wait for the elevator to their floor. Suddenly Seo-yoon exclaimed, "Oh right, the bed is super huge, so let's just all sleep together." Dane rolled her eyes and blurted out, "Is there really only one bed?" Lee Subin, although very happy and looking forward to it, calmly said, "It's been a long time since the three of us slept together. It will be fun." Whatever, Dane broke out in a sweat looking at the others. "Well, yeah. We've never slept together before." But quietly praying inside, "Surely nothing will happen, right?" Really, nothing happened at all. "What are you waiting for, haha?" The three of them really slept together on the bed. Seo-yoon slept soundly in the middle and even snored. Dane was closing her eyes to rest when suddenly whispering voices came from outside the door. "Wait. I want to get into this room." Then came the countdown shouts. 1, 2, 3. Two robbers dressed head to toe, holding guns, kicked the door and shouting, "FBI, open up." Dane flicked a finger up. Immediately the two were struck on the chin and fell backwards. After a while Dane sat up, rubbed her eyes and yawned, saying, "Where the hell did these guys come from?" The two had been lying unconscious on the floor. Dane cautiously peeked outside them and saw the guests in other rooms still in their pajamas being dragged away by those FBI guys. "Hurry up and check on these kids," he exclaimed. "Is this terrorism, really?" Then he gritted his teeth and crushed the door frame. Damn it. Only been out twice and both times something annoying happens. On the phone screen, Dane was looking up some information. Wait a minute. Shadow Walker is still here and they dare to cause trouble at night. On the screen was the news, shocking news. An A-rank hero, Shadow Walker, was found collapsed in West Incheon. Oh my god. Seo-yoon had also woken up by then. Yawning, she asked what was going on. Was there a terrorist attack? Dane replied yes, but inwardly she rolled her eyes, thinking she wasn't surprised anymore. Then he disappeared from that spot, reminding, "Wait a minute, I'm going to check the parking spot. You wake Subin up and wait in the room." Seo-yoon was still rubbing her eyes drowsily, wondering if they really encountered terrorists while traveling. All right, I'll follow orders." Dane had now appeared in his car. He looked outside and saw the terrorists skulking around the cars. He couldn't just leave quietly without dealing with them. Thinking this, Dane rummaged for something inside the car. Pulling out a creepy mask, he immediately put on a sinister expression. Never expected the spare mask he brought would come in handy right away. "Serves those bastards right for ruining our vacation. Come on, show your face here so I can see." After grabbing the gear, Dane returned to the hotel room, where the two girls were already awake and sitting properly waiting. Dane tossed the gear toward the two and announced, "Just receive orders through the in-ear. Let's go, everyone." His expression was immensely delighted. Seo-yoon sighed wearily. At times like this, he really looked excited. Outside the hotel lobby, the terrorists piled a heap of chairs into a small mountain. The leader sat atop it, while below were his henchmen pointing guns in every direction. At this moment, the leader, named Monkey Spanner and a level villain, stroked his beard and spoke. "Is everything ready?" Two men below nodded in response. "All set," he praised. "Good." Then he loudly pointed downward. "Declare to the Hero Association and government that we are currently holding hundreds of hostages here. If the ransom is not transferred into the given account immediately, all will be eliminated." Below were the captured guests kneeling on the floor, bound. Monkey Spanner continued shouting, "The account number is 1002. Suddenly, a noise rang out, making both the hostages and terrorists look in one direction. Monkey Spanner cautiously shut his mouth and paid attention to the sound. Dune, now wearing an orange mask, stepped forward applauding and laughing. "Enough, this kind of ridiculous terrorism ends here." Then he extended his hand, generating a surge of energy. Immediately, a gun in the hand of one terrorist was pulled away by that power. Then countless guns were controlled by that force. Their barrels pointed at the foreheads of the very terrorists holding them. Then Dune raised his fist. A wave of power erupted from the vast hotel lobby. Inside, the hostages were terrified by this and screamed. Dune's pupils darkened, a bit tense as he thought. Was all the energy he'd accumulated over the past few months really used up just like this? Then he jumped up, rushed forward to strike Spanner with an attack. Dane kicked him down to the floor. While he took Spanner's place, looking down from above, he gave a sinister smile. It was ridiculous. These weaklings dared to cause terror. Suddenly, Monkey Spanner's eyes flashed a red light. He pulled out a gun and aimed it straight at Dune. A shot rang out. A bullet pierced straight into his abdomen. Even he was stunned, looking down at the wound. Then a mad laugh broke out. Ha ha ha, just one bullet. Dane's expression shocked Monkey Spanner. Dane sat above, the bullet still lodged in his stomach, calmly smiling and asking, "That's all?" Monkey Spanner now seemed like a giant who could control everything within the palm of his hand. Above, Dane was silently sweating profusely. Beneath the mask was a face twisted in pain. Damn it. This is serious. If I move here, I'll die from bleeding too much. Below, Monkey Spanner was beginning to move his steps. A premonition told him he had to leave immediately. He began calculating inwardly. Damn it. I originally planned to take advantage of Shadow Walker's absence to hit fast and retreat. That guy must be ghosting. Could it be that I'm also on the list of targets he's eliminated, which is why he hid here in advance? Above, Dane was trying to endure the pain and laughed out loud, saying, "It seems you're really tense. I'll give you a chance to run away right now if you can." Monkey Spanner gritted his teeth and raised his fist to question, "What are you scheming?" Dane sat there continuing to tease. "What you're racking your brain over is the real scheme. Now my vacation has been ruined because of you. Don't bother me. Retreat while you still can." Inside, he was tense, urging the other party. "Please don't overthink it anymore. Just go. Just opening your eyes makes me dizzy." Monkey Spanner calculated in his mind. This is the opportunity, that's right. If I just boost my power, I can revive at any moment. Then, to the horror and panic of the hostages, he shot out of the hotel door like a lightning bolt. Silently he vowed, "I, Monkey Spanner, will one day become the king of Korea. I cannot die here." But at that moment, a fist swung from outside the door accompanied by sharp shards of glass. That punch sent Monkey Spanner flying strongly backwards. His body became distorted. It was like a misguided rocket flying off course. Shin Ha-yul appeared just in time, loudly warning the terrorists. "You are surrounded. Drop your weapons and surrender, Monkey Spanner gang." But when looking down at the floor, she saw a group of terrorists lying sprawled out long ago. At that moment, a pair of long legs stepped in. Shin Ha-yul was bewildered by the situation. Then Icicle, an A-rank hero, said coldly, all dead already." Shadow Walker, an A-rank hero standing nearby with a frustrated expression, said, "So boring, are they all lying down? Spread some fake news a bit and they get terrorized immediately." Then he noticed Dane sitting atop a stack of high chairs, wondering, who is that person anyway? Dane at that moment wore a dazed expression, pink bubbles floating around her head, quietly thinking, why is she here? Shin Ha-yul furrowed his brow and looked up, asking, "Who are you? Did you subdue these terrorists?" Dane tried to tightly press her wound, thinking, if you don't focus, you'll die right here. Luckily, it seems they don't know I'm egoistic, so I just need to stall a bit longer. I only need to recover enough to teleport twice. Elsewhere, Seo Yoon and Subin listened tensely to the voice through their earpieces. Dylan, acting dangerously outside, asked, "Who am I?" "I'm an S-rank hero operating secretly in South Korea." This statement astonished the three people below, who looked up. Shin Ha-yul hurriedly pointed and exposed her. "There's no record of any S-rank hero in the association. What nonsense are you spouting? Who exactly are you?" He calmly replied, "I'm Stardust, an A-rank hero. Don't you know what it means to operate secretly? Icicle, an A-rank hero, and Shadow Walker, an A-rank hero. I am a hero who has been active since the generation before you all." Seo Yoon wondered confusedly, "Dylan, what the heck are you doing?" Subin frowned anxiously. "Dylan outside is still arrogant. When you meet your seniors, you should greet them first. These guys are too foolish." Shin Ha-yul looked up with a face that was both annoyed and a bit suspicious. He continued to shake his head in disappointment. Just by the expression, you can tell you don't understand anything. In that case, I'll introduce myself. Listen carefully, I'm a hero." His gaze shifted to a boy wearing a t-shirt with the words Apple Mango printed on the back. The image of a delicious fruit appeared. In promptly blurted out that identity, Apple Mango. The released guests listened, and then their expressions stiffened at that name. Suddenly, Icicle overheard some information through his earpiece and responded, "Yes, yes." He says he is Apple Mango." "No, there isn't." Then coldly beckoned and exposed, "Hey, you over there. They say no one has a hero nickname like that. Who exactly are you?" Din angrily shouted, "You insolent rascal. I even know the association president's real name is Park Mansion, now Park Junho, right? My name was too rural, so I changed it. Check it quickly." This statement stunned all three. Inside, he was very tense. He didn't expect that the miscellaneous information from the original source would be so useful. Icicle replied, "After all, the president said he doesn't know you." At this moment, a guest spoke up, "Hey, heroes. I've been watching for a while and feel annoyed, so I have to say something." That extremely dissatisfied voice rang out. The boy wearing the mask had controlled these bad guys for us. So none of us really matter. Icicle was nervously sweating. "That matter. I mean everyone should stay calm." Dane screamed inwardly, "Oh God, that's perfect. Just a little more energy and I can escape." That man continued to tell the story, and I saw him make the gun float in the air and then shoot in all directions. What was that? Oh, he's like that guy who often appears on TV. Shin Ha-yeol caught the main point. Dane hesitated awkwardly. Uncle. The uncle below gave a thumbs up to him, and if that's the case, so what? Thinking back, I felt a rush of joy. He screamed inwardly, stop it. Icicle smirked faintly. Seems a bit suspicious. Dane silently tensed up, sweating heavily just a little more. The three people below began to exert their power. First, we should control them, then expose their identities, see how it goes. Icicle stretched out his hand, projecting power forward. An ice pillar pierced firmly into the floor. Den gritted his teeth inwardly. Cut 3-2. Shadow Walker silently closed in behind him. Den tightly covered his wound and shouted inwardly, "Please, please move." Shin Ha-yeol's sharp gaze fixed on the opponent, then dashed toward him like a missile. Den's face grimaced with great worry about the situation. At that moment, Den managed to use his power to move downwards and avoid that control. It was Seo-yoon and Subin who appeared just in time to catch him. Then both quickly disappeared, taking away the injured Daeun from the scene. A little later, their car showed signs of movement. Several people rushed out from inside. Seo-yoon's eyes were spinning and he sat unsteady, hurriedly asking, "Are you okay?" Daeun's face twisted in pain. "Seo-yoon, right now we need to erase all evidence that we were ever in Busan, including the hotel guest logs and the CCTV footage if they find out." At this point, he couldn't continue speaking. The two girls looked up in panic. "Hey, are you okay? What's wrong?" Blood from the wound on his abdomen kept flowing. Subin shouted, "We have to get him to a hospital immediately." Daeun tried to stop her. "No, you can't. I don't have the strength to move anymore. We will definitely be caught and taken back to Ego Base." Subin gritted her teeth tensely. Then while steering the wheel, she loudly instructed Seo-yoon. "Seo, first get the first aid kit and do some basic treatment." Seo-yoon, with tears welling up, seemed to be seeing a haunting scene, sobbing. Subin turned around and shouted urgently, "Hurry up." The girl regained her composure and wiped away her tears hurriedly. Yes. Subin, with a serious expression, sped off driving. "I'll get everyone out of here first." On the pitch-black road, the car raced forward like it was flying. Back in the hotel lobby earlier, the hostages were all being reassured by the police. Icicle stood aside sighing. Really, such a rare vacation, and yet these villains still don't let us rest for even a day." Shadow Walker frowned darkly and asked, "Can I take a short break?" She turned and replied, Sure, you've worked hard. It's also because I invited you here to relax a bit." Icicle turned to Stardust, saying, "Since we're already here, Stardust." Meanwhile, Shin Ha-yeol was pursing his lips thoughtfully, not paying attention to his surroundings. At this moment, a car was passing by on the road. The driver yawned repeatedly, tired and sleepy, thinking to chew some gum. Suddenly, he saw another car approaching rapidly behind him through the rearview mirror. "What is that?" he shouted. "That car is speeding like it's on fire, overtaking us. Is that driver crazy?" The speedometer now showed over 220 kilometers per hour. Seo-yoon tried to treat Den's wounds. Subin held the steering wheel with a frightening expression. At this moment, he was covered in blood. His wound kept bleeding despite being bandaged, sweat dripping from the pain. Meanwhile, Shin Ha-yeol clenched his fist tightly and said seriously, "We need to observe his movements carefully." The scene shifted to the past. In Dane's room, voices exclaimed, "It's the villain again, the villain again. They harass Stardust by any means." Dane snapped the book shut forcefully. He lay on the bed with a vacant expression, saying, "So this is how it ends." This was 19-year-old Dane in the past. With dark circles under his eyes, he thought about how this matter was truly a theme of utter despair. The ending like that. Then the book fell to the floor. Dane tossed and turned on the bed, lamenting Stardust. He muttered something, then fell asleep. At that moment, a flash of light streaked across the night sky through the window. The scene shifts to the present. At some apartment complex, Seo-yoon was tending to Dane's wound, the girl's face pale from extreme exhaustion. Subin brought over a tray of food, which the girl immediately refused, saying she wouldn't eat. But she was persuaded. "Seo-yoon, have a little. Dane will wake up soon." Dane lay unconscious on the glass bed at this moment. Seo-yoon buried her face, crying uncontrollably, while Lee Subin sat beside her, comforting her with a heavy heart. Just as the girl was both crying and swallowing food, a voice suddenly rang out, "You still eat so well, our Seo-yoon." Dane turned around and smiled, saying, "And I'm about to die here." The two girls looked toward that direction in astonishment. Then Seo-yoon whimpered and burst into loud tears once again. The little girl screamed and struggled, striking Daeun, while Subin sat beside them moved to tears. He could only laugh wryly and cry out in pain, "Ouch." Outside it was still pitch dark. The image of Daeun wearing a white mask appeared, holding a golden mask in the other hand. Online, news about him was all over the place, questioning whether the terrorism incident without casualties was really terrorism. Shin Ha-yeol sat in front of the computer screen searching for information, saying, "Indeed, the plane incident also had no casualties. So what if Ghostic's call failed and I couldn't act?" The image of Daeun appeared and smiled, saying, It'll be fine because it's you, you can do it. Shin Ha-yeol lowered his face tensely. He believed he would definitely succeed, as if already knowing his abilities would be enhanced. Then she suddenly curled her lips and said, "How could you know? It's probably just a coincidence." Then she clenched her hands into fists again, but the fact that she was stronger was undeniable. Then she picked up someone's information board. There was another suspicious point. The villains killed by Egostick. This guy once had the power to cause a large-scale disaster one day, and he saw that too. Egostick surely wasn't a hero, but calling him simply a villain was still insufficient. I have a hunch that he's setting up some massive chess game. The next terrorist incident must reveal his identity no matter what. Shin Ha-yeol was determined. On Seo Yoon's side, the girl was also thoughtfully checking her phone, wondering what the purpose of those terrorist attacks was. Egostick knew the real name of the Hero Association chairman Park Jun-ho. It was Park Manchun. Could Egostick once have been a level 5 hero in the past who, after conflict with the association, switched sides to become a villain? The conspiracy theory that Egostick is at odds with the Hero Association was spreading. The three of them were sitting at the dining table. Hearing that information made Din almost choke. Seo Yoon, I'm about to vomit, eat your meal." Subin forced a smile and put away her phone. "Seo Yoon, for now, don't bother Din anymore. She's very tired right now." The girl was still very dissatisfied and questioned, "What are you planning to do?" Again with the "I'm the villain, I have to be like this," and continuing to terrorize with that body. Again, Din flinched at the other's expression. "Seo Yoon, you're at a loss for words." Suddenly, both girls facing him looked at him with sharp eyes. Din had to make a decision. "We will rest for a while, about 3 months," which made both of their faces relax with joy, really. He continued chewing his food while affirming, "Yeah, let's lay low for a while. With the current public attention, if I disappear for some time, it will cool down." In his mind, he quietly thought, "During the break we will need to recruit new members." An image of a mysterious person appeared. Dane calculated that if things stayed like this, in the future he would become a villain causing great imbalance. If we don't kill him, we must recruit him to our side. Quickly, 3 months passed, an announcement was broadcast. "A villain has appeared, Stardust prepare to sortie." Shin Ha-yeol hurriedly asked, "Is it Egostick?" The other side denied, "No, it's a villain calling himself Rock Bottom." Upon hearing that, she replied disappointedly, "I see." Later on, Shin Ha-yeol was again in hero form, dashing through the sky like a rocket. As she rushed off, she asked herself, "Egostick, where have you been, and what have you been doing these past 3 months?" Scene shifts to Dane's house. He was now watching a large TV screen showing images of Shin Ha-yeol. "Oh, he's here, he's here." Din was excitedly eating popcorn as if watching a movie, while Seo Yoon sat beside him looking annoyed. At this moment, a monster called Rock Bottom, and a class villain, was erupting with power and growling. Dane cheered through the screen, "Come on, Stardust," while she dashed forward to attack Rock Bottom, shouting, "Are you Egostick?" "No, you're not." Shin Ha-yeol seemed to be overtaken by rage at that moment, punching the opponent to pieces. And afterwards, what appeared on the ground was a punk with eyes rolled back, lying unconscious. Dane excitedly threw the whole popcorn tube up and cheered. "Look, power-ups really are worth it, Stardust." Seo Yoon frowned in annoyance. "Is that really that much fun?" Dane was startled and felt a bit uneasy. "Well, it's fun too." Then the girl loudly reminded him, making him spill out his drink. "Now let's get to work, okay? I can't stand you always lurking around Stardust's fan club anymore." He looked confused and glanced over. "What, Seo?" Seo Yoon spoke gloomily. "Dain, leader of the Stardust group. Thinking you didn't know? I'm a well-known hacker." Exposed like that, Dain quickly grabbed the remote, turned off the screen, and made excuses. "It's just a little hobby," the girl repeated. "Anyway, today we agreed to work, right?" Dain then sat up and asked, "Let's see, today is the 17th, right?" The girl became excited. "What is it? Terrorism?" Dane denied it. "No," Seo Yoon continued to ask. "So is it to eliminate villains?" He denied again. "Nope, not that either." Then Dane broke into a bright smile and said, "It's actually about recruiting new members." The scene switched to a high corner overlooking the town, where an elderly couple was admiring the view below. The man exclaimed, "Oh, this place is still the same, huh? This scenery hasn't changed at all compared to 20 years ago." At that moment, someone suddenly bumped into the man. The person, wearing a hat and looking down so his face was unclear, spoke up. I'm sorry." He waved his hand. "It's okay, I'm fine, student." But after the girl walked past, she was holding a wallet in her hand. This girl had bright green irises. When she glanced down below, she saw a group of people. It was obviously a gang of thugs, each one hanging a cigarette from his mouth, looking up at her with sly, mocking grins. The girl clenched her teeth angrily. Just then a boy with clear green irises like hers appeared, running over with a bright smile, calling out, "Sis." This boy's name was Lee Ki-hyun, 13 years old. She pinched her younger brother's cheek and asked, "Are you having fun?" The boy replied cheerfully, "Yes." She then noticed his injured knee. pointing out, "Your knee is scratched. Ah, where did you get hurt?" Ki-hyun answered innocently, "I slipped and fell on the way home." The girl raised her hand, using healing power, and reminded him, "Really, be more careful next time." Seeing the wound on his knee gradually healing, she exclaimed in surprise, "Wow." After a short while, the gash had completely disappeared. Then the girl took off her hat. After that, she put it on Ki-hyun's head and said, "You go home first now." The boy obediently nodded, yes. She took off her hat to reveal a beautiful girl with orange hair. She smiled brightly and said, "I'm going to buy some delicious food and then come back." Introducing the girl, this is Lee Haru, who later becomes the antagonist named X-Saintess. After some time, it was already dark. Lee Haru had also returned with a bag of food. As soon as she opened the door, she smiled brightly and called out, "Ki-hyun, I bought a bag of delicious pastries for you." Suddenly, Lee Haru's face turned pale when she saw the scene inside. A voice came from inside. "I knew it, this little brat." The bag of food fell to the ground, and inside were a gang. The stray dogs from the dam area. At this moment, Ki-hyun was being held by a masked man. Another man spoke up. "You're still daring to pickpocket in our territory. If I find out you're hiding anything else, I'll send you straight to heaven, understand?" The man had big, small eyes that looked ridiculous but gave off a dangerous vibe. Although Lee Haru was very frightened, she still shouted, "Enough, leave Ki-hyun alone and take all that stuff and get out." The man sighed in frustration and looked at the other one. Then he grabbed Ki-hyun's hair tightly, causing the boy to scream in pain. This man took pleasure in other people's pain and sneered, "Hey, little girl." At this time, Lee Haru was also suddenly tackled and restrained by two other men. "Bastards." The man continued grabbing Ki-hyun's head and said, "Look, it seems your sister has no idea what's going on." The scar-eyed man held a knife to the boy's neck and said, "Today I'll teach you a lesson." Seeing this, Lee Haru screamed in horror, "No, I was wrong, please." The ruthless scar-eyed man raised his knife. "It's too late, you damn bitch." Ki-hyun shut his eyes tightly in despair. Suddenly at that moment, some force snatched the knife from his hand. He was stunned and glanced back behind him, then was struck by some force and slammed forward into the wall. After that, above the heads of the wild dogs at the dam, several gun barrels were pointed. Extremely dangerous. Ki-hyun took advantage of the moment to surge forward. Lee Haru tightly embraced the boy and called out excitedly, "Ki-hyun." At that moment, Dane appeared outside their yard. He thought, today is Friday the 17th. Lee Haru's little brother should have been killed by that gang by now. Lee Haru would have turned dark and gone down a villainous path. Luckily, I arrived early. If I had been a little later, disaster would have struck. Ki-hyun looked outside and saw him, stunned, exclaiming, "Could it be?" Lee Haru turned and stood guard in front of Ki-hyun, suspiciously questioning, "Are you egoistic?" Den then smiled villainously, "Very pleased to meet Lee Haru and Ki-hyun. I've come to take you both away." Hearing that, Lee Haru scowled and barked, "Why would we go with you? Clearly, you're that cruel villain too." Din calmly explained, "Why? Of course it's to save you both, didn't you see just now? Besides, if the police show up, it would be a big hassle." She refused, "Even if it kills me, I won't go, you bastard. What are you planning to do?" Then Ki-hyun rushed outside like a gust of wind. Lee Haru was struck like lightning by this sight. She hurriedly shouted, "Ki-hyun, no." The image that appeared before her eyes was Ki-hyun rushing toward a dangerous and evil demon. At that moment, Ki-hyun had run up to Doin, grasped his hand tightly, and exclaimed, "Egoistic, you're in the Mango group." The boy looked at the other with a face full of admiration and pride. Even Dane felt embarrassed by the boy's feelings. Very soon, after a short while, Dane took the two sisters to his shelter, then introduced them to the other members, saying, "Well then, these are our new members, let's greet them." Ki-hyun's eyes shone brightly as he cheered, "Wow, and here's also the internet terror beauty of ego." Subin broke out in a sweat at this nickname, the internet terror beauty of ego. Ki-hyun's eyes still gleamed with admiration. "So that person is a hacker." Lee Haru carefully bowed and greeted. "Ah, hello everyone, I'm Lee Haru, this is my younger brother Ki-hyun." Seo Yoon wore a serious expression as if evaluating the merchandise. HMPH, a new member with healing abilities, turns out to be a girl. A little while later, the five of them became more harmonious. Dane happily opened the fridge. "Mango." Ki-hyun wore an excited expression. "Indeed, it's a mango." Seo Yoon stared straight ahead, thinking, it was just like the first time I met Doin. But Lee Haru, sitting beside him, was very tense and cautious. Doin was by the fridge, tilting his head back to drink juice. Seeing that, Seo Yoon screamed fiercely, "Don't put your mouth on it to suck it right away like that," making Doin startled and spill everything out. "It's mango juice?" This is mine, Seo Yoon. Your portion is in the fridge," Seo Yoon, though knowing she went overboard, still sulkily reminded. "Then remember to be more careful next time." Subin gently carried the peeled apple plate and cheerfully asked, "Ki-hyun, do you want some fruit?" The boy's eyes lit up even more. Wow, thank you. Ki-hyun quickly took a fork and pierced a piece of apple. Lee Haru called tensely, Ki-hyun. The boy at this moment was opening his mouth to eat a big bite, then chewing while looking over with a puzzled expression. Huh? Lee Haru helplessly turned away, still very worried. Oh, it's nothing. At this moment, Dane smiled brightly and called out, Seo Yoon, Subin, I'm planning to have an honest talk with them for a while. Could you two go outside first? Seo Yoon stuck out her tongue, playfully mocking his words. Could we go outside for a bit? Dane was at a loss for words at her personality. Subin, please accompany her back to the nursing home first. After a while, only the three of them were left in the room. Dane sat facing the two sisters. He spoke first. Lee Haru, you killed the orphanage director and ran away, right? These words made Lee Haru frown cautiously. Dane continued, I have investigated everything already. That director often abused you too. I didn't come to you by chance. I have a purpose. She asked suspiciously, what purpose? Dane exclaimed that to let the two of them live happily. Lee Haru frowned and stared at the other person, then exclaimed in surprise, what? Din smiled, then continued, of course not in this cramped underground, no. I've already set up a teleportation gate. We'll move to the big house, live there, and go to school too. Lee Haru felt suspicious and questioned him. Why on earth did you do that to us? We just met today. Din thought of Seo Yoon and said, because I also have a younger sister. That's why I did it. Ki-hyun's eyes shone brightly. I've watched all those tragic bombing cases from Mangastic. I've watched them over and over, Din replied awkwardly. Really? Thanks, but in my heart I wondered if elementary students should be watching those things. Lee Haru gave a stern warning. Ki-hyun, Din spoke again, just try living together once. It will be more fun than you think. We're not as bad as you imagine. Ki-hyun tightly clasped her hands with hope for a beautiful life ahead. Lee Haru seemed to have serious thoughts. All right then, later. Din led the two sisters to a place this way. A secret gate opened, revealing a mysterious spatial gate. Din turned back and smiled brightly, telling the two, follow me. Then he stepped into the gate, his whole body gradually disappearing. Lee Haru's expression remained very tense. Ki-hyun excitedly jumped to the gate door, turned back waving, you're not leaving yet. I'll go ahead. Which made Lee Haru panic and call Ki-hyun back. But she couldn't help but sigh helplessly, really. Finally, she decided to follow everyone inside. A moment later, Lee Haru climbed the stairs with a look of surprise. The scene before her was Ki-hyun standing looking out the glass door, with light shining through brilliantly and warmly. Dane said, do you like it? This will be our home. Ki-hyun seems to like it. I'll be on the 3rd floor and you'll be on the 2nd floor. There are 2 rooms for the 2 of us. Don't worry about tuition. At this age, you're supposed to be studying anyway. I have plenty of money. Lee Haru looked at him skeptically. Dane continued gently. If it feels awkward, just stay for a few days and then decide. If you want to go back, you can refuse any time, okay? Thus, Lee Haru looked at him wide-eyed. Suddenly she grew angry, her pale face looking around, recalling the image of the scarred man holding a knife to Ki-hyun's neck just now. I will teach those guys a lesson. At that moment, the boy had shut his eyes tight in utter despair. Then the image of Ki-hyun now, looking very cheerful, appeared. Lee Haru nodded in acceptance and replied, thank you very much. Dane patted her shoulder reassuringly. It's nothing, let's live well together. Elsewhere, Dane displayed a very triumphant, villainous grin, having successfully recruited the sister he cared about. Suddenly, he scratched his head in confusion, as if he had forgotten something. What was it again? The time was night again, with the moon high in the sky. On the network screen was information about what you did yesterday, what the hero did today. The hero's bulletin board. Is Egostic really gone? A flood of comments expressing concern about Egostic's whereabouts appeared. Shin Ha-yeol was still sitting in front of the computer screen with disappointment. After all, where are you and what are you doing, Egostic? Her frowning expression showed. She was so impatient she was about to lose all patience. In the lab room flooded with green light, the viscous liquid in the huge tank began to boil violently. Bubbles rose and burst as if something massive were thrashing inside. 2 scientists stood on the balcony looking down, their eyes a mix of fear and excitement. One of them spoke in a trembling voice. Every time I see it, I still get goosebumps. The bespectacled man sweat-dotted, trying to swallow, his smile a crooked mix of fear and thrill. He exclaimed, amazing, his eyes glittering like someone intoxicated by the frenzy of science. Behind him, the silver-haired man remained silent, his expression cold as steel. The silver-haired man gave a thin smile, his voice ringing with confidence. The behemoth project must be completed. He turned to his colleague and said, we will present it to Dr. Kim Seon-woo when he is released. The green light cast on his face made the smile look even more terrifying. Beneath the liquid, the giant creature kept jerking, black tentacles whipping against the tank walls with a chilling sound. The silver-haired man slightly curled his lips and said, when that happens, South Korea will collapse. his eyes flashing an unhidden madness. And Hanun Corporation will dominate the entire world. No one can stop us. Around them, a number of scientists stood around the tank, arms outstretched toward the seething creature. Shouts rose frantically. The room trembled in waves, green light flared, the whole scene like a ritual summoning a monster. Cut to inside the egoistic base. Inside the bright kitchen, the knife chopped mushrooms in a steady rhythm. Lee Haru was carefully slicing each mushroom, her face serious but slightly awkward, her hand trembling a little from being unaccustomed to kitchen work. Next to her, Subin was washing vegetables. She smiled kindly and asked, "You could rest at home. Why help me?" Lee Haru replied, flustered, "No, I feel more comfortable helping," her voice small and shy. Subin said softly, "Thank you," her eyes closed, a gentle expression full of appreciation. Lee Haru slightly furrowed her brow sadly, as if worrying about something. Subin smiled faintly as she watched Lee Haru helping clean up, her voice gentle. "We'll finish soon now." "It's all thanks to you," Lee Haru bowed slightly, her green eyes showing embarrassment. In her head a thought echoed. The beautiful victim of the egoistic terror attack, Ms. Subin. 4 months after that incident, she was living a happy, prosperous life. So much so that it completely dispelled the disturbing rumors that she had been assaulted. Seo Yoon's voice sounded beside them. "Hey, can you help her stand up?" Dain reminded. "Try to stay alert while walking, Seo Yoon. You'll hurt yourself if you try to do it alone." In Lee Haru's mind the thought continued. And the true identity of egoistic is Kim Do-in. Dain plopped down into a chair, his tone slightly sharp. "This house is so bright. Why are you still sleeping in a pitch-dark basement?" His hand still tugging gently at Seo Yoon, the tired girl retorted, "You're the one always talking about that ego base." After a few seconds of silence, Dain changed his tone in a flash. "All right then, let's eat." Dain was visibly excited looking at the dishes before him. But Lee Haru's stream of thoughts didn't stop. Someday if he returns wounded, with her healing ability. She reached her hand out in front of her, then clenched it with determination. Cut to Dain now stretched out on the bed in an empty room, light from the window casting onto the calendar on the wall. He muttered with a weary look, "It's time." A hint of fatigue crossed his face, his eyes contemplatively staring at the ceiling. "It's time to prepare for the black catastrophe those bastards at Hanun Group are creating." Suddenly a loud bang, quang, echoed. The window rattled. A cold voice reverberated. "So you were hiding here, Mangostic." Seo Yoon rushed into the room with a fierce look, shouting, "Now let's go terrorize them." "I'm so bored I'm going crazy." Din replied, "All right, now let's go terrorize them." The girl asked in surprise, "Really?" He just gave a slight smile, then announced, "Team Ego, all members assemble." At this point, everyone was present. Suddenly Lee Haru spoke up, "But why are we committing terrorism in the first place?" The other three heard this, and their faces darkened. Din put on a proud face and began to explain. "If you're curious about the reason for our terrorist actions, the world's long-term misfortune is the answer." Seo Yoon crossed her arms in exasperation and said, "Cut it out. Get to the point." For once, Dain was helpless. "It's not he anymore, but that now." His expression grew serious. "Lee Haru, in truth, we are the villains." She wiped a bead of sweat. "Got it. So we have to carry out a terror attack." Seo Yoon raised a finger to continue. "However, we absolutely must not cause civilian casualties. We need to create a perfect dilemma that fits Egoistic's idea. Oh, and it has to involve Stardust. That bastard. It must be a terrorist act that somehow benefits her." Dain could only grin. "Thanks for the summary, Seo Yoon, but did you just say something stupid?" "That was a slip, right?" He clicked his pen cap open and smiled confidently. "Anyway," he sketched an image of a bridge. The idea for the next terror act was, has Seoul Bridge fallen yet? Lee Haru wondered why it had to be Seoul Bridge. Because right here, a giant monster will appear at this location in Ueda, and it will head straight north, sweeping across the entire Korean peninsula. But what if we make Seoul Bridge collapse during the terror attack? Scatter the monster's weakness is water. It will be finished off. We must terrorize and capture the villain. In other words, 2 birds with 1 stone. Having said that, he tipped his hat to end his performance. Seo Yoon looked at the plan and had to ask, "Where the hell did you get your intel all this time?" He only left one line, "That's a trade secret." Seo Yoon put a hand up to hide her smile. "It seems like we're both taking out a villain and carrying out a terror attack at the same time. Besides, this time it doesn't seem to be about that damned Stardust." Dain could only chuckle helplessly. "Can you drop the phrase, that damned?" Upon hearing that, the girl sat down happily and replied, "Perfect. Is the idea decided?" Dain answered with a confident smile, "What's the one thing we have in abundance?" Seo Yoon skeptically answered, "Money." But he had to refute it with a gesture like a tycoon. "No, it's money." The day finally came. The image of him appeared before everyone's cameras. He was hovering in the air with a loudspeaker and a camera. Behind him was Seoul Bridge. Floating above, he began to speak. "Greetings, everyone, chosen as the most influential villain by the Heroes Association." His eyes narrowed slightly. "I, Egoistic, have returned. You all know what I'm about to do, right? What else could I do but at Seoul Bridge? Haha, of course, a threat of a bomb. An employee driving shouted loudly. It's a terrorist attack. Sunlight still shone before the impending disaster. Din's face darkened as he raised the switch and announced, "Everyone hold on tight." After his button press, a series of explosions erupted across the bridge. The scene of the bridge in ruins, his voice still echoed. It seemed the selection of new guests to help our little show was complete. Below, someone commented, "Who chooses guests like that?" His words continued to be broadcast to everyone. The participants in this game are the good citizens of this country watching the stream. Yes, it's you. The method is very simple. Send your bank account number to the link mentioned in the video, and I will immediately transfer 100,000 won. However, before 7 p.m. tonight, if the number of people who accept 100,000 won from me exceeds 500,000, I will blow up this bridge, including everyone on it. People who received this message reacted. Some panicked and worried, while others eagerly began entering their account numbers, presenting the choice: free 100,000 won or this potentially explosive bridge. Now it's your choice, 100,000 won or the bridge. Then the screen abruptly went dark. Before ending, he left one more line that made the chat explode. "Oh, Stardust, you don't need to show up today, take the day off." People started commenting frantically. "I'll personally protect my woman, sweet villain Mangostic giving Stardust a break. Elmao as if she's sitting out just because you said so. She's a hero, you know." Finally done, he stretched, his eyes closed. Smiling inwardly, he thought maybe she felt relieved not to be bothered by some crazy villain. Before he could finish, Stardust was already flying in from afar at extreme speed, which made him involuntarily exclaim, "Stardust." Seeing her caused him to fumble, sending the detonation controller flying into the air. Stardust saw it and immediately recognized the device. Looking at the girl before him, he thought to himself, "Long time no see, Stardust." Her face darkened as she stared at him without saying a word. Under the weight of that deadly silence, he could only call out, "Stardust." She still said nothing, only fixing him with a cold, hard stare. Dooin, not understanding what was happening, looked back as well. At that moment, he seemed very small under the pressure of this woman. What the hell, what's going on? The scene cut to some workplace. An older man spoke up, "Hey Kim, what's up, sneaking a smoke?" The guy over there happily showed his phone to the captain and said, "Look." On the phone was footage of Dane being streamed. "If you enter your account number here, he'll actually send 100,000 won." The older man frowned at the phone and said, "Let's see. If more than 500,000 people accept it, he'll blow up Seoul Bridge." The young man replied, "Yeah, I know he ghosted. He's staging some kind of terror attack on the bridge right now." The man beside him remembered and said, "Oh, that villain who wants to play psycho. What a joke, who would believe that?" The young man, looking like he'd found gold, answered, "I just did it. 100,001. The older man shouted, "Hey kid, don't do that." The young man immediately cowered, stammering, sorry, Captain." But then the older man turned his face and cheerfully held up his phone, saying, "I accepted it as soon as it popped up." Seeing that, the young man recovered and gave a thumbs up. "Captain, you scared me? You're a good actor." Then the two continued chatting. "Will we really hit 500,000? Forget it, let's just have a company party tonight." The young man replied, "Sure, why not?" Inside a kitchen, a mother was checking on her child by phone. "Hey, have you eaten?" My account number." She was puzzled. Suddenly, what's wrong with the kid? Since when did he start giving me an allowance? On the screen it showed, "Team Ego 100,000 has been transferred." She exclaimed, "Oh my god, really? And what is Team Ego?" Cut to the burning bridge. Din sat there trembling uncontrollably, murmuring, "Who would have thought it'd be this cold today?" Then he sobered up. Anyway, he recalled the image of Stardust. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade. She was ready to rush in if he blew up the bridge, as if the air itself had frozen. Why was she glaring at him like that? Could Seoul Bridge hold some memory that the original didn't have? He didn't expect her to be so angry. It almost made him feel guilty. But then he steeled himself. There was no choice. It was all for Stardust. Given how the Black Threat is portrayed in the original, her current power would never stop it. In the original plot, it was the first real threat. It marked the moment the comic moved beyond pointless heroics and stepped into something much darker. Putting everything else aside, Dane pulled out his phone to check the progress. Looking at the number on the screen, he was stunned. 450,000 people had already accepted, and there were still 3 hours to go. He slowly jumped down onto the embankment, grit his teeth, and muttered, "These people are unbelievable." Running a hand over his throat, Dane exhaled lightly and told himself he didn't need to lift a finger to win. Were they really that reckless? But facing the camera, he still had to smile and say, "Good citizens of South Korea, I can't believe any of you would stoop so low as to take that money." Below, a flood of comments read, "Right? Of course." He placed a hand on the white car and continued, "Don't forget, okay. Look forward to our new guests. Their lives hang by the whims of a ruthless villain. He glanced inside the car and thought to himself, this part is out of my control. Let's just say it's someone who is simply. He smiled and spoke to the person inside. Hello and thanks for joining us. Could you introduce yourself? The man in the car chuckled and replied, yes, hello, my name is Choi Jang-jin. Dane judged from his calm expression that there was nothing to worry about. He leaned into the car and continued the interview. It's an honor, Mr. Choi. Your life is in danger. Aren't you afraid, not even a little worried? Hearing that, Choi Jang-jin laughed even louder. Dane was a little surprised. He was laughing. Choi Jang-jin radiated a kind of saintly light and said, as long as people don't take the money, both Seoul Bridge and I will be fine, right? Dane was affected by that light and had to avert his eyes. I'll apologize on their behalf right here. Below, comments appeared one after another. I thought about multiplying it, but no, you're a good person. Am I garbage? Fine, I'll take the money, better that than nothing. My apologies, I'm sorry. Dane was at a loss for words. Well then, a wonderful declaration from Mr. Choi, trusting his fellow Koreans. Any last words? Stardust watched from a distance, but could still hear Choi Jang-jin's voice urging Korea forward. I believe in you. She knitted her brow and said, what's your game, egoistic? Dane was still dragging himself across the bridge, secretly hopping. I'm exhausted. Please, this time just a normal reaction. He glanced through the windshield at another car. When they saw him, screams erupted from inside the car, as if they'd spotted an item. The girls one by one gushed, it's mangostic. Oh my god, he's insanely handsome in real life. Hey, after this let's buy lottery tickets. We'll die before we scratch them. We're his loyal fans. But will you actually kill us? You always save people at the last moment, right? Another friend said, haven't you seen him crush a plane? Yeah, the chatter made him nervous too, and he thought, what a headache. Dane used it as an excuse to run off, okay? Interview's over, let's get out of here. But a girl quickly grabbed him. Wait, you're really impatient. She pulled out a tablet and had him sign it before he left. He had to sign for the girl. People started gossiping. He actually signed. Now it's hard to say who's the victim. Inside the car, they thanked him for the 100,000 won, total 400,000. Great, let's go eat malatang later. You know we can't eat if we die here today. Oh, right. Dane resolved to himself that he'd never interview ordinary people again. This terror stunt failed. The flycam hovered. Dane ordered Seo Yoon to pull up the screen. Dane's image appeared on the big screen. A series of cameras cut in. Yes, folks, the appointed time of 7 p.m. has arrived. National event. 100,000 won versus the bridge. Now I will announce the results. People erupted in chatter. No way, really. It's over 500K. Don't let Jang-jin lose, everyone. Jang-jin, I'm sorry. Damn it, if Seoul Bridge collapses, how will I go to work tomorrow? And then the shocking result was announced. 1,250,000 people had chosen the 100,000 won option. After his line, fireworks burst into the sky. Unbelievable news swept the beloved nation of Korea. The girls a moment ago screamed in panic. What? Dane snapped his fingers. Please enjoy this final fireworks display. A gift for each of your selfish souls. Then a series of explosions occurred. Stardust witnessed it from afar, furious. He finally had. Din raised his hat to his chest, bowed formally, and said, your host, egoistic, ends the show. At the same time, the camera panned to the bridge, exploding into wreckage. Oh my god, he killed them. People couldn't bear to watch and flooded out of the chat room. Din felt a bit exhausted. Hanging up here too long, I'm tired, about to faint. Now I've reached my limit. He stood in the night filled with fireworks. Let Stardust deal with them, I'll just watch. Suddenly, a streak of light shot by from nowhere. Stardust was flying at an incredible speed. It turned out she was diving toward a falling car. She reached out, trying to grab it. She couldn't catch it. He began to cast his magic, cursing under his breath, damn it. The car was slowly enveloped by Dane's power. Both Stardust and Dane strained with all their might. Fortunately, Stardust managed to grab the car. She slowly lifted the two cars up. Dane breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, everyone was safe. No sooner had he spoken than he lost strength. His heart felt like it stopped beating. His entire body then collapsed downward. Luckily, he managed to use teleportation in time. His body hit with a thud as he landed at Ego Base. Subin and Seo Yoon rushed out frantically, shouting anxiously, Din. Blood poured from his mouth and nose. His pupils were white and lifeless, no sign of life. The two girls watched nervously and fearfully through the glass. Inside, Din lay wounded. They prayed silently, please open your eyes, Din. Lee Haru was also standing outside the door. Lost in thought for a long moment. She took a deep breath. She brushed away a tear. Elsewhere, Ha-yeol stood dazed, staring at the night sky. She carried a deep sadness, her thoughts on egoistic. She clutched the newspaper in her hand. The articles about the two of them. She remembered his words. Never show even a hint of hesitation, or you and I will be finished. Just one moment of doubt, and your life will become hell. Yet if he hadn't pushed me forward, I never would have come out here. She fell into thought, but it was clearly the conviction of someone certain she could do it, as if he knew everything about her. The image of egoistic encouraging her appeared. You can do it, step up and save them. Since he said that, she couldn't stop thinking about it, even though he was the one who put them in danger. Seeing him again after so long, a flood of questions filled her. Are you really the villain? Are you really the bad guy? Egoistic, who are you really? Ha-Yul clenched her hands, but a strange emotion left her unable to speak a word. An image of her and Dain as small figures appeared. Then the scene of her struggling to grab the car. Please, reach for it. Suddenly the car became surrounded by an energy field. She gasped as she realized its speed was slowing. She looked up. It was Dain straining to hold the car with his power. After the car was saved, she still couldn't shake her questions. Who is Egoistic, really? Lost in thought, a voice called out, "Why are you sitting here alone?" I heard it was an attack with no casualties. Icicle approached holding 2 cans of soda. My little Shin Ha-Yul, so adorable. Seeing her, Ha-Yul shouted happily, "Seola, thanks for coming." They embraced warmly. Seola replied, "What are you talking about? Of course I'd come, we're friends." Ha-Yul's face flushed as she felt the warmth of her friend. They started drinking. Seola puffed her cheeks and gulped down each sip. She shouted joyfully, "Are amazing. Look at all of Seoul, spending a peaceful night with my Ha-Yul." Suddenly she realized something. "Hey Ha-Yul, why are you still buried in work after your shift? Is it because of Egoistic?" Forget that guy. Even the Hero Association chairman secretly rejoices that crime rates dropped. He'll never admit it, but looking at Egoistic's recent attack, it seems he stopped targeting your group. Ha-Yul turned and replied, "But Seola, can I tell you something?" Ha-Yul's eyes hardened. From my perspective, maybe Egoistic isn't really a bad person. Cut to inside Ego Base. A pair of feet stepped through the door. Lee Haru quietly looked at Seo-Yoon, lying on the floor. She gently covered Seo-Yoon with a blanket so the girl wouldn't be cold. Her gaze shifted toward the wing of the room where Dain was lying. She slowly pushed the door and stepped inside. Dain still lay there with no sign of waking. Standing before Dain, she felt doubt. Should I really go in like this? Even if he seems much better now, what if he's like the others who try to exploit my power? What should I do? Dain's face slightly furrowed. Lee Haru placed her hand on the glass to study him more closely. He doesn't even know who I am, yet he saved me, treated me kindly, and asked for nothing in return. But he's critically injured, right here in front of me. A tear fell. Could I really just let him die? I'm sorry, Dain. I just wasn't brave enough. You're truly a good person, but if you knew my power, I was afraid you'd be like the others. She wiped away her weak tears. Looking at his battered body, she steeled herself to use her ability. This time I'll be braver. His wounds were slowly healing under her care. Before long, they had completely vanished. Dain still lay there. Lee Haru gently stepped back outside. She didn't forget to turn and say, "Thank you." Finally, she stepped out, leaving Dain alone. Over here, Dain woke up, inwardly delighted. Finally, I can recruit a healer. He slowly sat up, his face lit up with vitality. Lee Haru, thank you. Back with Ha-Yul, Seola's voice rang out. Okay, let me be blunt. It's strange that Egoistic's attacks always cause no casualties except for the villains. And that phone call during that plane incident. No one else could have known that. And what about him catching the falling SUV this time? Ha-Yul answered with a kitten-like expression. Yeah. Seola smirked. Oh my god, Ha-Yul, don't tell me you actually believe that conspiracy theory that Egoistic is a secret S-rank hero in the shadows. Ha-Yul, furious, turned pale. I shouldn't have told you everything. Ha-Yul turned away and replied, "It's not about believing or not. I just mean it doesn't feel like a conspiracy anymore." Seola teased, he just kidding, calm down, little Ha-Yul. Anyway, you're right. Some things don't add up, which caught Ha-Yul's attention, but Seola continued. He still does bad things, doesn't he? Even if no civilians are harmed, he crosses the line. Ha-Yul muttered, that's true, but Seola began to advise. So what's important now is to treat him like a villain, Ha-Yul. Ha-Yul fell into thought. I think Egoistic is aiming for something bigger. I still don't know what it is, but Seola's voice cut through Ha-Yul's thoughts. Workaholic Shin Ha-Yul stopped talking about that guy in the hat. By the way, are you interested in anyone lately? You should take a break and go on a date. Ha-Yul sneered. Someone who's never dated wouldn't know how to meet anyone. Seola blushed awkwardly. My family is extremely strict about my private life. Fine, it's not that I can't date. Hero A-rank Icicle, real name Lee Seola, is heir to one of Korea's largest conglomerates, Uiseon. Ha-Yul took the chance to tease. Hey, when you get angry, you're actually cute. Seola pouted in response. What do you mean by that, really? The scene cuts to some prison. The inner gates slowly open. An old man entered. He was an S-rank villain, Kim Seon-woo, the technical advisor for Hanun Corporation. A white-haired young man spoke up. Well done, Professor. Kim Seon-woo was answered by 2 axe-wielding bodyguards. Skip the formalities. What's the status? The young man replied, we've completed 56%. At this pace, the project will finish around September next year. Before he could finish, Kim Seon-woo cursed at him. Damn it. He shouted angrily, too slow. I'd said everything must be ready before winter, no excuses. He flinched at that. Sitting in the car, he murmured, let's go. In his head, he calculated silently, just wait. Before this winter ends, everything in the Republic of Korea will kneel before me. Professor Kim Seon-woo. Cut to Ego Base. On TV, a news report aired, stating that Dr. Kim Seon-woo, once accused of concealing unethical human experiments, was released at about 7 a.m. today and is expected to return to Hanwha Corporation's research facility. Din's gaze hardened and his voice turned sly. All right, the players are entering the arena. Seo-yoon, overhearing as she passed by, raised an eyebrow. What's with that tone? 3 months later, the outdoors was covered in snow. Ki-hyun called out excitedly, snow's falling. Seo-yoon from behind shouted, hey, come back here, I was here first. They frolicked while Subin and Haru carried a teapot over to place on the table in the distance. Sitting down, Subin took us. After drinking, her face brightened with appreciation. This feels so nice. Haru next to her chimed in, yeah, it's really great. From behind came Dane's call. Hey, Seo-yoon, which made the little girl molding a snow duck look up. He scolded, can you walk properly? What's with those steps? You ruined the whole layer of snow. The snow was so pristine a moment ago, untouched all around. Start playing. But before he finished speaking, a snowball hit his face. The kids in the distance shouted excitedly, come on, Mangostic, over here. Do-in, annoyed, wiped the snow from his face as his hands began to gather mana, not giving the kids long to get excited. Each of them immediately got hit with a snowball. His eyes lit up like a war god descending as he said, you little brats, come here. I'll teach you manners. His body shot into the air. His eyes formed a star as if preparing a very cool move. A special skill, Ice Speed Blitz. Seo-yoon, shocked, screamed, what the heck is that? That's cheating, Mangostic. Ki-hyun behind her joined in, that's totally rule-bending. The boy raised his hands and shouted loudly, I surrender. Dane gleefully accepted, while Seo-yoon turned to her teammates in stunned disbelief. Seo-yoon's face darkened as she grabbed 2 snowballs, ready to fight. Dane's voice boomed like a demon, Seo-yoon, are you ready? The next moment, Seo-yoon's whole body transformed into an adorably cute snowperson. On this side, Dane laughed loudly after his victory. I'm starving, let's get a light bite. Ki-hyun happily replied, yes, sir. Winter cookies are perfect for this. They couldn't resist shouting, so delicious. They were focused on eating, unaware that a white figure was slowly approaching. Din turned and said nonchalantly, can you tell Haru to bring a few more? Before he could finish, Seo-yoon heaved a huge snowball and slammed it into his head, making him feel like his eyes would pop out. Seeing him lying there like a lump of meat, Seo-yoon got a bit scared. Mangostic's finished, did I go too far? She shouted, are you okay? The little girl anxiously shook him and called in. Haru, carrying the cookies, was a bit surprised to see that. She spoke up, he's laughing. It's so obvious he's faking it. Only then did Din turn and mock her words. With his teasing look, he continued, how touching. Seo-yoon, are you really worried about him? The girl, both embarrassed and angry, flushed red. Seconds later, another brawl broke out. Seo-yoon hauled a giant snowball topped with 2 cups that looked like a shrimp head chasing Din. He ran and complained, that really hurt, but she didn't believe him and yelled back, shut up. Din began to explain that over the past 3 months we'd relaxed and enjoyed the winter. I even thought about staging another attack, but Stardust is already as strong as she was in her 3rd year in the original timeline, so it's unnecessary. Actually, the only change is Haru has started smiling more. Maybe she's finally thawing and opening up to us bit by bit. Oh, and public opinion about me has shifted too. Everyone blames Egostic for the Seoul Bridge collapse. My reputation's completely ruined. I mean, 1.2 million people who took my money obviously needed someone to blame. They blame Egostic for staging that bizarre terrorist act. Yeah, he manipulated everything and even called us accomplices. Handy, right? Besides, becoming the villain was my original goal anyway. Now we just wait for the black disaster to appear. Back in the present, Seo-yoon's voice rang out, got you. She had grabbed a handful of Dane's hair. A triumphant smile spread across her face. I win. The next moment she turned back into a snowperson. Din ran off while Ki-hyun pointed and laughed happily. The 2 women couldn't help laughing at the scene. Subin asked, what was that pathetic scream? Haru warned from the side, you'll get hurt if you keep playing like that. Din, exhausted, collapsed into a chair and complained, I'm starving. What should we eat tonight? After all that play, maybe barbecue? Ki-hyun ran after him, excited, ooh awesome, get inside quick, it's freezing out here. Haru agreed but said first call Seo-yoon. She's probably mad somewhere right now. Cut to a blaring red alarm. The laboratory began to crack and shatter as people clutched their heads and ran. Kim Seon-woo sat before the rubble and shouted, impossible. This can't be happening, damn it, where? Everything's gone. Someone nearby rushed over to urge him, doctor, you must leave now. But he wouldn't hear it and snapped back, let me go. How can I abandon my life's work? Suddenly he froze when he heard a strange sound. A hideous monster appeared. Others grabbed him and pleaded, "Please, doctor, we have to run now." Dragged away, he still tried to look back. No, it can't be. Behemoth, what test subject number 1, the prototype, has developed consciousness. Cut to some building. Staff were all in a panic. Explosions erupted everywhere. Stardust rushed off like the wind. Bursting into a room, Stardust asked, "Mr. President, what's going on?" He pointed at a screen in panic and said, "Urgent." Stardust looked. On the screen was the monster wreaking havoc on nearby buildings. He asked, "Where did that terrifying thing come from?" Stardust was momentarily stunned at the sight. Outside, people screamed at each other to run as the monster attacked. Each lash of its tentacle caused an explosion. A man in a car panicked as he saw something flying toward him. Luckily, he managed to get his hand out in time and escape. Still worried about his car, he shouted, "My car." Someone next to him yelled back, "What's the point worrying about the car now? Run." The monster continued to wreak havoc everywhere, while people stood helpless. The father and son could only hold each other and pray to God. Suddenly, the monster leapt high into the... On this side, Stardust rushed off and called back, "I'll depart immediately." The president, seeing this, shouted, "Calm down, Stardust. You can't face something that big alone." Hearing that, she snapped angrily, "I can't just sit by and watch it run wild. Go ahead and eat your popcorn, Mr. President." He froze and muttered, "What did you say?" Suddenly, a scream made Stardust turn around. The monster from earlier had jumped into the water. Gradually, its body vanished into the waves. They stood there frozen at the sight. The president's face darkened as he said, "Stardust, I want a full report on my desk by tomorrow morning. No popcorn nonsense." She could only reply, "Sorry." Cut to Dain, who was eating popcorn. They didn't even know what to watch as they shouted wildly. On a quiet night, under the glow of a full moon, the gentle sound of the wind echoes through the city. Inside her apartment, the class hero, Stardust, clicks through web pages on her computer. She's scrolling through comments about the infamous villain, Egoistic. The public seems confused, with some people even questioning if he's truly a villain at all. Her eyes land on a popular post titled, "A must-read for anyone who still thinks Egoistic is a villain." The post praises him, calling him by the fan nickname Mangostic, for saving Korea from the recent black disaster. Stardust nibbles on a snack, a wry smile on her face as she puts the pieces together. "So this is how it turned out," she muses to herself. She realizes that if Egoistic hadn't collapsed the bridge in what seemed like a terrorist act, no hero in Korea would have been able to stop the monster. The revelation leaves her feeling uneasy, thinking, "This can't be right." Troubled by this new understanding, Stardust heads out for a walk in the dead of night. Her internal conflict rages. Despite his actions, she holds on to her conviction. He's a villain and I'm a hero. She breaks into a run, her resolve hardening no matter the complexities. She reaffirms her duty. "Even if I have to protect, I'll be the one to protect." As she steels her determination, a news broadcast reveals a shocking truth to the nation. The recent black disaster was no random event. It was caused by experiments from a top conglomerate, the Hanun Group, which has since collapsed overnight. The report continues, stating there's no trace of human presence at the Hanun Group building. The chairman, the lead scientist Dr. Kim Seon-woo, and his entire research team have vanished without a trace. Elsewhere, the villain Egoistic, whose real name is Kim Dain, is having a celebratory dinner with his 3 teammates. Hearing the news of Hanun Group's downfall, he cheers. "Woohoo tilde, so this is how it ends up." His companion, a fiery girl with orange hair, erupts in rage. "Serves them right, those bastards," she yells, wishing death upon the corrupt officials. "Not yet," Kim Dain says, his tone suddenly serious. "We need to catch every last one of those runners." His other 2 teammates, Seo-yoon and a brown-haired girl, share the sentiment, comically fantasizing about hunting down the remaining Hanun members. But Kim Dain just smiles cheerfully, waving his chopsticks. "Don't worry too much," he says, full of confidence. "They'll crawl out on their own soon enough. More importantly," he continues, "can everyone gather here?" The sudden shift makes his team nervous. Seo-yoon immediately gets a bad feeling, while her friend cautiously asks, "What are you planning to do this time?" Kim Dain dramatically unrolls a massive blueprint, revealing his next target. His teammates stare in disbelief, exclaiming, "Hanun Group's underground lab." The group erupts in chaos, as Seo-yoon has a minor panic attack. The others demand to know what's so important about the lab that warrants such a risky mission. Ignoring their frantic questions, Kim Dain calmly takes a red marker and circles a specific location on the blueprint, Sector B9. With a wide, unnerving grin, he finally reveals why they're going there. Deep within that lab, he declares, lies something absolutely insane. He explains that the insane thing is a project codenamed Behemoth, an army of artificial superhumans, all connected to a single monstrous entity. It was designed to be the ultimate weapon, composed of a miraculous material capable of withstanding a nuclear blast, and even nullifying the powers of the S-class hero, Shadow Walker. He reveals that the black disaster that Egoistic helped stop was merely a prototype. If the true behemoth had been completed, its power would have been unimaginable. Even Kim Dane himself seems taken aback by the sheer scale of it all, letting out a stunned, "Huh." His entire team is left speechless and wide-eyed. Seo-yoon looks around at her frozen companions, wondering why everyone is suddenly so quiet. The shock quickly turns into excitement for Seo-yoon. Her eyes glint as she realizes the danger means a chance to get stronger, asking if it's time to wreck her body again. Kim Dane playfully retorts that a few more holes in her stomach might look good on her. Seo-yoon explodes, getting right in his face. "Are you kidding me right now?" she screams, demanding a power-up for herself. The meeting immediately devolves into chaos as Seo-yoon unleashes a flurry of attacks. Kim Dane dodges and yells, while their other teammates try and fail to de-escalate the situation, begging them both to stop. While dodging the playful assault, Kim Dane recalls a key detail from the original story. The Hero Association never took action based on that. He dismisses the risk. Nothing serious will happen, right? But he was wrong. At that very moment, inside the towering headquarters of the Korea Superhuman Association, the situation was already escalating. Inside the association headquarters, an emergency meeting is underway. An official reports that multiple life signs have been detected in the buried lab. The monsters Hanun group was creating are still alive. A high-ranking official sitting at the head of the table asks for a report from one of their top heroes, Shadow Walker. The hero, Shadow Walker, appears on screen. He reports that he attempted to infiltrate the lab the previous night, but his shadow-based powers were completely neutralized by a strange wavelength emitted from the site. The official turns to their remaining option. "You heard that. Support will be difficult. Are you still going, Stardust?" Below, the hero Stardust hovers over the massive, dark pit. Without a hint of hesitation, Stardust looks up and gives her answer. "Yes." With her confirmation, the official formally approves the dangerous solo mission. Wreathed in a brilliant golden aura, Stardust dives headfirst into the darkness of the collapsed lab. At the same time, another figure appears at the edge of the crater. It is Kim Do-in, now in his full villain persona as Egoistic, complete with his signature mask and top hat. Speaking to his team remotely, he admits, "It's making me a bit nervous since it wasn't planned." From their base, Seo-yoon immediately teases him, asking if he wants to come back already. He scoffs, putting on a brave face for his stream. "Man, Kim Do-in like I'd be scared of some monsters," he boasts back at the base. His teammates just roll their eyes at his antics. But beneath the teasing, their smiles show genuine concern. "Be careful," they say in unison, seeing him off as he prepares to go live. And with a flourish of purple energy, Kim Do-in begins his broadcast. "Nice to meet you, everyone. This is Egoistic." In an instant, 10,000 viewers flood his stream, the chat exploding with questions. He playfully asks if they're curious about today's terrorism, before clarifying that today is simply an exploration. He then reveals his location, the secret underground lab of the now-defunct Hanun group, feigning curiosity. He invites his massive audience to discover the lab's sinister secrets alongside him. Back at the Hero Association, the officials are watching the stream in horror. They realize that the nation's most famous villain is now in the exact same location as their top hero, Stardust. The association head frantically tries to contact her, but there's no signal, he realizes with dread. She's gone deep enough that radio signals can't reach anymore. An official slams his fist down in fury. "Damn it, who does Egoistic think he is, suddenly barging in there? This is insane." The senior official, however, remains oddly calm. He turns to his bewildered assistant and gives an unexpected order. "Assistant, go get some popcorn, half caramel, half salt." Meanwhile, Egoistic takes his first steps into the dark, abandoned laboratory, using a small drone as a floating flashlight. The creepy atmosphere immediately gets to him as he wonders what horrors took place there. He looks around, his masked face betraying a sense of genuine unease at the eerie green glow of the forsaken test chambers. As his audience comments on the scary atmosphere, Egoistic quickly puts his showman persona back on. "Would I, the one who made all of Korea tremble, be scared by mere traces of experiments like this?" he boasts. His boast is immediately cut short by a loud, metallic clang echoing through the hall, making him jump in fright. Letting out a terrified scream, he instantly summons an arsenal of glowing blue guns, ready to obliterate whatever made the noise. But the source of the terrifying sound is revealed to be a small, fluffy white cat, peeking innocently from behind a corner. Egoistic lets out a huge sigh of relief, his floating guns still aimed at the tiny creature. "WH what? It's just a cat, right?" he stammers, trying to regain his composure. His relief quickly turns to suspicion in a sealed-off underground lab where everyone has vanished. The random appearance of a live cat is more than a little strange. His suspicion proves correct as the cat begins to distort, its body twisting and contorting in an unnatural way. Egoistic stands his ground as sinister red tendrils begin to snake across the floor, heralding the arrival of a much greater threat. The cute animal is gone, replaced by a grotesque monster with glowing red eyes, perched atop a writhing mass of flesh. Egoistic turns, his face a mask of pure shock as he finally comprehends the horrifying creature before him. With its transformation complete, the monster reveals a grotesque, mask-like face and throws itself directly at the terrified streamer. The monster shrieks, its massive jaws opening wide as it closes in on Egoistic. Screaming in pure terror, Egoistic instinctively opens fire, unleashing a panicked barrage of bullets at the creature. Elsewhere in the dark laboratory, Stardust freezes. The distinct sound of rapid gunfire echoes through the desolate halls, telling her she is not alone. Her eyes narrow, her expression turning serious as she identifies the sound, heralding a confrontation to come. Gunshot. In the chaos, Dain recalled the moment before they executed the plan, he and Seo-yoon lying in bed, her scolding him that he shouldn't have come. He regretted it and wished he were stronger. Back in the present, Dain was in a state of extreme panic. He blamed himself for not listening to Seo-yoon and training teleportation at home. He hadn't expected powering up to be so difficult. At that moment, a grotesque monster covered in jagged mouths lunged straight at him, its terrifying roar echoing down the dark corridor. Din quickly calmed himself. No, regret won't help now, he told himself, and used his powers to conjure guns from thin air, ready to fight. The face behind his mask hardened with determination. At this point, he had to take the risk. Din plunged into battle, directing his weapons against the monsters. He shouted, "If I'm here, I'm definitely taking down the behemoth before I leave." He moved with extreme agility, dodging the enemy's attacks by hairbreadths. During the fight, Din didn't forget to raise his camera. He seemed determined to record every moment, even with his life on the line. And then the giant behemoth appeared right in front of him. Din didn't flinch. He reached out and yelled, "Die." Suddenly, a massive beam of energy shot in from nowhere, striking the behemoth and knocking Din off his feet. The monster roared in unbearable pain as the energy burned it, its body beginning to disintegrate. The blast was so powerful the chamber shook and collapsed. Dain fell to the ground, stunned by the scene. In the chaos, the weapons Dain had created rained down to the floor and vanished. Sensing the danger, Dain scrambled to escape. He panicked when he realized he'd left his camera and guns behind, unsure how deep this place went. He tried to contact his teammates over the comms. "All right, Seo-yoon, can you hear me?" But only static answered. The signal couldn't get through here. Din began to feel real fear, though he still tried to act tough and downplay it. Suddenly, his ear twitched. A strange sound had just echoed, signaling that someone else was nearby. Another, even larger explosion went off at the far end of the corridor. Stardust stood at the epicenter of the blast. Din hurriedly raised his hands to shield himself. When the light faded, Stardust appeared. Heat radiated from her fist. Din felt an eerily familiar sensation. Din froze, unable to believe his eyes. The one who had just saved him was the S-rank hero he'd always wanted to confront. "Stardust," he blurted. Stardust, radiating a halo of power, turned and also recognized the familiar villain. Her blue eyes flashed sharply. Egoistic. They faced each other in the ruined corridor. Stardust asked coldly, "What are you doing here?" Din, a little flustered, stammered back, "Stardust, if I may ask, what are you doing here?" "I'm a hero," Stardust replied decisively. "So it's not surprising that I'm cleaning this place up, is it?" Din forced a smile. "Ah, yes, I guess not." But inside he was cheering. Perfect timing. His plan seemed to be working. Stardust smiled threateningly. To her, this was an unexpected harvest. In contrast to her menace, Dain was thrilled. He couldn't believe Stardust was smiling at him. She warned, "If you come along quietly, it won't be too painful." But Dain seemed not to understand the threat. He was dazed by her beauty. Without further words, Stardust lunged to attack. Dain hurriedly used his power to narrowly dodge. The battle between them had officially begun. Stardust kept unleashing powerful strikes. Dain could only struggle to evade, his defensive abilities gradually being overwhelmed. He screamed in despair, as the hero gave him no moment to breathe. Knowing he couldn't hold out, Dain frantically signaled for a halt. "Wait! Stop!" he shouted, trying to block Stardust's next strike. Backed into a corner, Dain began his plan. He cried out, "I know, in your eyes I'm just a villain," but inside Dain is screaming, "What am I supposed to do?" Dain started to persuade Stardust. He pointed to the wreckage and said, "Look around. This place is extremely dangerous, and you don't even know where this is, right? How about we form a temporary alliance until we get to the lower levels?" Stardust looked skeptical. She crossed her arms and countered, "Why don't you tell me why you were here first?" Dane hesitated and said it was out of curiosity about knowledge. Stardust explained she had come to investigate Hanun Corporation, the group that created the horrific Black Disaster. She suspected they were plotting something even worse here. After a pause, Stardust crooked her mouth into a strange smile. "Fine," she said. Dane was completely taken aback by her answer. Stardust declared, "Then ally with me, follow me." She admitted she was struggling to handle the monsters alone and that Dane might help. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Dane bewildered. Dane couldn't believe what had just happened. He'd thrown out a random suggestion and never expected Stardust to actually agree. The situation unfolded in an unpredictable way. Both had their own calculations. Stardust thought forcing him might let Egoistic escape, so it was better to keep him close to monitor. Meanwhile, Dane was delighted the plot was going his way and hoped to get answers about Stardust. Stardust began rifling through nearby cabinets, searching for clues about Hanun Corporation's activities. Dane stealthily followed, peering over her shoulder to see what she was doing. He looked more like an obsessed fan than an ally. He got too close, making Stardust extremely uncomfortable. Stardust suddenly spun around and shouted in Dane's face, "You villain, what are you sneaking around for? Those are classified documents, get out." Dane jumped back, hurriedly retreating and stumbling over apologies. Dane shrank back in fear, sweat pouring down. He thought to himself, how terrifying. However, moments later, Dane quickly regained his composure. It seemed he had a different idea. In Dane's mind, Stardust suddenly became radiant and gentle. He imagined the two of them together in a garden of white lilies. Dane's face flushed with joy. He thought to himself, I love this so much. Being alongside his idol was wonderful. They continued deeper into the base. Stardust led the way easily. Dane followed behind, wondering quietly, has her psychic ability developed this much? They stopped in front of a metal door. A sign read, Superpower Suppression Room. Dane read the sign aloud, Superpower Suppression Room. Stardust suddenly called his name and stepped close, making him a bit flustered. Yes, he answered, sensing something was wrong. Without hesitation, Stardust pointed at the door and commanded decisively, go inside. Dane was completely shocked. "Emmy," he stammered, unable to believe she would use him to test such a dangerous room. Although he felt treated like a guinea pig, Dane pretended to agree cheerfully. But Stardust gave him no chance to perform. She shoved him straight in. Dane stumbled into the pitch-black room, not knowing what awaited him ahead. No sooner had he stepped in than Stardust slammed the door shut, locking him inside. Immediately, Dane sensed something was wrong. His hat fell to the floor. He tried to use his powers, but nothing happened. He realized in shock, my telekinesis isn't working, neither is teleportation. Dane stood motionless in the silent room, bathed in eerie red light. For the first time, he felt completely powerless. The door opened and Stardust stepped in. Dane turned both astonished and curious. It really doesn't work. Is that so? What's the principle behind this thing? Dane suddenly froze, looking at Stardust in horror. Stardust, using only her bare hand, punched a massive crack into the metal wall of the room. She stood there calmly, as if what she'd done were no big deal. Stardust explained coldly that she had been testing whether the room truly suppressed powers. Dane retorted angrily, it does work. Even as a villain, I don't lie about things like this. Dane's inner world was a mess. He both admired Stardust's extraordinary power and feared her recklessness. His emotions soared and plunged like a roller coaster. Suddenly, an alarm blared. Red warning lights began flashing continuously. Thick steel doors started slamming shut, sealing off every exit. Both were shocked and had no time to react. They looked at the sealed doors and realized they'd been trapped. Both Dane and Stardust recognized the grave situation. They had been locked in an enclosed space where all superpowers were neutralized. Dane noted the ironic twist, a hero and a villain, two adults locked together. He was living out a classic story setup. Stardust strained with all her might to break the exit, her whole body glowing a fierce red, but the door didn't budge. Dane told Stardust that trying to break the door was pointless, because it was designed to automatically open in about 3 hours, and he showed her a countdown clock reading 2:58:41. Dane continued, saying the heavily secured door would open in 3 hours, and advised her not to waste energy. Wait and exit together when it opens. Stardust looked surprised and annoyed, standing in the dark space surrounded by strange beams of light. Blood flowed from Stardust's hand. She seemed injured from trying to break the door. Dane silently observed and also noticed the wound. Dane slowly stood up and continued to urge Stardust not to be foolish, saying she wasn't even in a state to use her powers. Stardust stood there with a determined look, hands clenched as she watched Dane's movements. Dane straightened up, reached towards Stardust and said, "Give me your hand." Stardust looked at Dane in surprise, her eyes wide with astonishment and suspicion as he kept his hand extended. Dane carefully took Stardust's hand, now bandaged neatly, the blood still seeping through the white wrap. Stardust stared at Dain, her deep blue eyes wide, an indescribable surprise rising along with complex thoughts about his action. Stardust turned away, saying she wouldn't thank Dain, but Dain teased that her words sounded like a thank you. Stardust angrily punched the wall, then scolded Dain, prompting him to say, "Ah, yeah, I get it. Let's stop here. Be careful with your hand." Dain put his hand on his hat and let out a soft sigh. Dain sat down on the floor, leaned against the wall, and said he'd lie down for a bit. Stardust watched him in astonishment. Dain stretched out on the floor, saying there was nothing to do for the next 3 hours, and suggesting Stardust rest too, catch a nap to conserve energy. Stardust looked at him with suspicion and displeasure, her face showing clear wariness. After an hour passed, Stardust sat propped against the wall while Dain still lay there with his eyes wide open, thinking to himself that there's no way he could actually sleep like that. Tears streamed down Dain's face as he thought he couldn't let his guard down for a second, because the situation was very dangerous. Dain turned his face away, thinking he was like a mouse in a jar, and that Stardust, stronger than most grown men even without powers, made it impossible for him to fully relax. At that moment, Stardust also looked over, and the two of them met each other's gaze. Seeing that, Stardust felt a bit embarrassed and turned away. Dain seemed to have caught this endearing moment of Stardust. He gently tugged at his shirt and flashed a satisfied smile. 2 hours later, the situation worsened, as Stardust began struggling to breathe due to falling oxygen levels. Dain also looked tired and said he was truly exhausted this time. Dain noticed Stardust having difficulty breathing, and then suddenly Stardust spoke, mentioning the Soul Bridge. Dain turned with a surprised expression, not understanding what Stardust meant. Stardust, panting, asked Dain about the car incident. Was that something he did? Dain stared at Stardust, eyes wide with shock and inward suspicion. Has she figured it out? Dain recalled his hands cupping Mana as he tried to hold the car, falling into the sea during the Soul Bridge incident. Stardust, still weak, repeated the car accident and pressed the question. "I'm asking you stopped it, right?" Dain awkwardly denied. "What, me stop it? I'm a villain, I don't know how to stop things. I always move forward, right?" Stardust looked at him annoyed, thinking he was talking nonsense. Stardust stared at Dain with determination, asking about the plane crash and demanding to know why he told her to save it. Dain's face registered outright panic, his eyes wide and spinning as if searching for an excuse to cover it up. After thinking for a moment, Dain began to explain. "I already told you I'm the villain and you're the hero. Your existence makes me perfect. That's the kind of relationship we have." Though inwardly he wondered, wait, why is she like that? Finally, with sweat beading on his face, Dain concluded, asking if it's so strange for a hero to go save people. Dain sat on the floor, still trying to explain, while Stardust curled inward, her expression full of discomfort. Dain told himself he had overreacted out of embarrassment, and quickly convinced himself it was just the lack of oxygen. Stardust bowed her head, her gaze cold and sharp, inferring that this was the person who brought down the Soul Bridge. Stardust pressed further, asking Dain whether he had foreknowledge of the monster's appearance and that it would head to the Soul Bridge. Dain forced a wry smile and mocked Stardust for believing the ridiculous conspiracy theories online. He continued to rationalize that he was a bit surprised too, but it was clearly just a random coincidence. Looking at Stardust's resolute face, Dain thought to himself, could she really be testing me? Dain appeared flustered, wondering if he had missed something. A horrific image flashed. Mapo Bridge destroyed in a sea of flames and smoke. Next came the image of a plane in distress, plummeting through the sky. And then the image of a gigantic, dark monster looming like a catastrophe. The Black Disaster. Dain thought to himself that Stardust wasn't buying into silly conspiracy theories. She was suspecting whether he was the villain. Reading the suspicion in her eyes, Dain realized it came from contact with him. Those doubts naturally arose from previous terror incidents. In other words, the hero's intuition. Dain stopped himself, thinking that if he explained clumsily, Stardust would only grow more suspicious, and he let out a quiet chuckle. Stardust remained skeptical and puzzled, while Dain privately decided the only way out was to charge straight into confrontation. Dain burst into a manic laugh, claiming, "Yes, I knew everything. I knew the monster would come, so I took it down first." Stardust sat there completely stunned. The move Dain referred to was a secret technique of the ego type. Dain added, "So then." Meanwhile, Stardust's expression darkened. Dain sneered, taunting Stardust. "So what are you going to do about it?" He thought to himself this tactic was basically so what. It sounded reasonable. Stardust leaned back, wondering how Dain could have known. Did he have precognition? And then he pointed at himself and said simply, "Hacking." Dain stood in a dramatic pose amid streams of glowing red code, his eyes shining. He boasted that as Korea's top hacker, knowing some classified info wasn't surprising. Prophecy, he thought, was naive. Stardust still looked at him with some doubt, saying, That's still strange. Dane kept a sly smile, his eyes glowing red as he replied. What's strange now, Stardust? Stardust glared at Dane angrily, demanding why he would mitigate civilian harm when he's supposedly a villain. Dane, panic written on his face, explained that he hated having the spotlight stolen. He had timed the monster's appearance and stopped it because if civilian casualties were too high, no one would pay attention to him anymore. It was all to draw attention and serve his own performance. Dane sweat-faced, eyes spinning as he forced a smile, saying that as long as things didn't get out of control, he didn't care whether civilians lived or died, because it wasn't his concern. Stardust turned away without speaking, and the room fell silent. Dane, looking somewhat flustered, tried to emphasize his point, asking Stardust if she understood, his own heavy breathing audible. Suddenly Dane broke into a sly grin, his eyes glowing red. Stardust sprang to her feet, causing him to drop down instinctively. Dane stared straight at Stardust, his expression serious and a little pensive, unsure what she intended to do. Stardust glared at him for a long moment without a word, making Dane nervously sweat. Her face darkened, her blue eyes wide. Dane watched Stardust carefully, waiting to see what she'd do next. Stardust coldly ordered Dane to move aside, leaving him looking stunned. Dane glanced at the digital clock on the wall. Only 10 seconds remained on the countdown before the door would open. The moment the clock hit 0, a loud beep sounded and a heavy door slid open, revealing the path ahead. Stardust's knees buckled. With her hand still bandaged, she picked up a stone. Stardust's next action startled Dane. The stone in her hand crumbled under her grip, a light radiating from her hand signaling that her power had returned. "Move out," Stardust ordered as she strode forward. Behind her, Dane tested his own power. Purple mana flowed from his hand, manipulating the stone fragments Stardust had crushed, and he replied, "Aha." They proceeded down a long, dark corridor marked by a web of glowing green lines, tension thick in the air. They passed a damaged information terminal, and Dane stopped to check the blinking data on its screen. The display showed data on a creature codenamed Teleporter, listed as an A-level threat with the ability to instantly teleport for surprise attacks. Dane looked surprised, realizing the creature had evolved beyond expectations. A flash of light made both of them look up involuntarily. Their investigation led them to a giant empty test tube labeled Behemoth Prototype 0. Dane confirmed this was where the Black Disaster had been contained before it escaped. Dane then acted cheerful, claiming their work here was done and the lab was empty, as if trying to trick Stardust into leaving. But inwardly he was amazed at Stardust. He realized she wasn't fooled by his act. Her instincts told her there was more to find. He thought her intuition was astonishing. Playing the fool, Dane anxiously suggested they check a random direction, but Stardust saw through his weak attempt to distract her. Ignoring his suggestion entirely, she confidently declared they'd take a different route, leaving a comically baffled Dane behind. Her instinct proved right. She led them to another room where they found the real target, a grotesque creature floating in a massive containment tank. Dane confirmed, "This is Behemoth." While the monster remained imprisoned, Stardust immediately got to work, checking a nearby control panel for more information. Suddenly Stardust turned and walked away from the console. Dane panicked, calling after her and asking why she would leave him alone with the dangerous Behemoth. But Stardust was simply reviewing some documents she'd found. Dane was confused by her calm demeanor. He tried to act like a real villain, yet she nonchalantly turned her back on him. He thought humorously that his villainous pride had been wounded. A sinister smile crossed Dane's face. He decided mere words weren't enough. It was time to show her what a real villain could do. With a loud crash, the containment glass shattered. Stardust spun around in shock as Dane declared he'd show her his true face himself. Dane raised his hand and absorbed the creature's power, a powerful wave rippling out and sweeping through the entire room. "What the hell are you doing?" Stardust shouted in panic. As the grotesque arm wrapped around Dane emerged from the Behemoth, Dane's calm, mocking voice rang out, "What does it look like?" He was clearly reveling in the chaos he'd created. Dane's face twisted into a cruel grin as crimson energy surrounded his fist. He stated his intent coldly. "This is betrayal." Stardust screamed in fury, her voice echoing with accusation and anger toward the man she had reluctantly trusted. Dane, triumphant as he stared at his hand, recalled the plot of the original story. Some Dr. Kim Seon-woo had used the Behemoth against her. He was deliberately recreating an event from the past. "That means," he trailed off, implying he'd play the villain in this scenario. He stood facing Stardust, ready for battle. "I'll beat you to death," Stardust yelled. She surged forward, throwing a radiant, golden energy punch. Dane matched her, lunging with his enhanced arm. Dane's red and black energy flared, his arm slowly transforming. It began to swell and lengthen, then it surged toward the attacking Stardust. Their blows met, shockwaves rippling throughout the space. Stardust was stunned to see such a massive energy clash. She hadn't expected her attack to be blocked so easily. Din wore a smug smile, completely in control of the situation. Quickly, Stardust regained her composure and threw another punch, but Dane still parried it with ease. The fight exploded into a string of violent collisions. Stardust's golden energy and Dane's dark power clashed repeatedly, triggering a series of earth-shattering explosions. Stardust bravely charged through the blasts to strike, but Dane used his teleportation ability to dodge, keeping her from getting close. Din laughed maniacally, taunting her. "Ha ha ha, well, planning to blow this place up, Stardust. It'll all collapse on us." Then Dane struck with a blow that forced Stardust to curl up defensively and sent her flying downward. Furious, Stardust shouted for him to fight fair. Dane sneered, asking since when did a villain ever have to fight fair. Stardust's rage peaked. She roared and concentrated a massive amount of energy, preparing a devastating strike. The two forces collided again, producing an even more horrendous explosion, engulfing the area in blinding light. "This is what a real villain looks like, Stardust. Got it?" Dane taunted, lecturing her on the nature of evil. Stardust gritted her teeth in anger, but behind her the monster's shadow hazily appeared, ready to join the fight, which made Dane on the opposing side startle as well. The mantis-like monster with long, razor-sharp pincers closed on them at lightning speed. While fighting Stardust, Dane assessed it's too fast. Amid the chaotic battle, Dane thought he couldn't find a good opportunity to teleport with Stardust, while the creature's pincer was so close to her. As its pincer neared Stardust's head, Dane resolutely decided it was too late. Moments later, Dane teleported to a spot behind Stardust. He shoved Stardust out of the strike and took the blow himself. Stardust was utterly shocked by this action. Stardust, panicked and unable to believe her eyes, shouted the name of the enemy who had just saved her life. Before Stardust could make sense of what was happening, Dane's body began to dissolve into a teleporting light. What just happened?" she stammered. Taking that blow had left Dane bleeding profusely. In the final moment before vanishing, Dane's thoughts were only of Stardust. "Just now, you owe me one?" His thought finished as he disappeared in a flash of light, leaving Stardust alone amid the rubble. The scene cut to a modern room where Dane's teammates waited anxiously. Seo Yoon complained that he always disappeared without a word, never thinking about those waiting at home. Suddenly, Seo Yoon's face lit up. "Oh, he's back," she cried out with joy. She rushed to the door to greet him, teasing, "Why didn't you answer? Seriously, why are you so late?" her voice carrying a hint of reproach. Seo Yoon's smile froze, replaced by sheer shock and horror. The other two members went pale at Seo Yoon's piercing scream. They rushed over to see what had happened. Din lay unconscious on the floor in a pool of blood. Seo Yoon knelt beside him, horrified at her brother's condition. A terrible wound was visible at his side, blood pouring out without stopping. The group panicked. Subin fumblingly talked about finding a first aid kit or calling 911, while Seo Yoon desperately shook Din, trying to wake him. Din remained unconscious, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He looked to be hovering between life and death. Amid the chaos, Haru spoke up, telling the panicking Seo Yoon to step back. Seo Yoon looked up at the girl, eyes brimming with tears, equal parts despair and hope. Haru's hands began to emit a green light, a vibrant healing energy. She placed her glowing hands on Din, channeling the healing energy into his wound. Green energy filled the room as the girl poured all her strength into saving Din. Back in the collapsing lab, Stardust knelt on the ground, panting. She stared at the empty behemoth containment and realized Din had lost too much blood. Stardust was utterly bewildered, her hands trembling. She asked herself, "Why did he save me?" At this point, Din had regained consciousness. Someone was feeding him. Din weakly mumbled, "Subin, please." It turned out Din was handcuffed and Subin was forcing him to eat. Contrary to his ruthless villain image, the guy was yelling in desperation. "Please let me feed myself. Let me keep some last shred of dignity." Despite Dane's feeble protests, Subin managed to shovel a full spoon into his mouth. She cheerfully praised, "Good," while Dane could only helplessly accept his fate. The scene later shifted to Haru preparing to leave. Dane waved goodbye. Haru turned back, hesitating as she apologized for hiding her powers until now. Her eyes welled with tears as she thanked Dane for letting her return to school. Dane smiled brightly, lifting the heavy mood. He said he was the one who should be grateful and wished Haru an amazing first day of high school. Everyone, including Seo Yoon, waved goodbye to Haru and Kihyun together, the scene warm and joyful like a real family. But as soon as Haru left, the mood shifted. Seo Yoon suddenly flew into a rage, her eyes bloodshot. She threatened that if her brother ever went out again, she wouldn't let it go. Seo Yoon noticed a strange object Dane had brought back. It was a spool of black yarn, and she thought it felt quite heavy. Dane stepped closer, wearing a mysterious smile, He explained it was a tool for acupressure and asked to borrow it. Seo Yun seemed skeptical. Immediately after, Dane used his power to pull it toward him and grinned wickedly. Instantly, Dane whispered, "Awaken, behemoth!" The yarn in his hands began to glow a blazing red, filled with dark energy. Subin and Seo Yun froze. Both felt the terrifying power and had no idea what was happening. A metallic clang rang out. The handcuffs that had bound Dane suddenly shattered and fell to the floor. Red energy tendrils from the behemoth rose up, wrapping around Subin and Seo Yun, and lifting them into the air as they screamed. Dane calmly kept eating, muttering to himself, "Done yet or not yet?" He turned to the two girls hanging upside down and asked, "Will you repeat this again?" Subin and Seo Yun could only scream in terror. "We're sorry, we won't do it again, we won't dare." Both of them shouted urgently, "We won't, please put us down." The scene cuts outside the apartment on a full moon night, ending Dane's punishment. In another room, Stardust was sleeping soundly. She suddenly jolted awake, screaming in terror. It seemed Stardust had just experienced a horrific nightmare, tied to the earlier attack by the monster. She sat curled on the bed, trembling with fear, her gaze fixed distantly out the window. Fear was still etched on her face. Stardust clutched her chest, trying to calm herself after the nightmare. Her mind conjured an image of Delin. She whispered anxiously, "Ego stick. He'll be okay." Right. Time passed. 1 month later, the story moves to a large school where Stardust is living under the guise of an ordinary female student. In class, the heroine sat propping her chin on her hand, so distracted she didn't notice a classmate approaching. A classmate came over and seeing Ha Yul daydreaming asked worriedly, "Ha Yul, why have you been so out of it lately? What's wrong?" Ha Yul startled and hurriedly replied, "Oh, it's nothing." The friend didn't buy it and pressed closer, demanding, "Nothing. Come on, tell me, spill it." Faced with her friend's insistence, Ha Yul hesitated, her mind a tangle of complicated thoughts. She didn't know where to begin. Finally, Ha Yul asked a hypothetical question that had tormented her for a month. "Hey, if a villain saved a hero, what would that mean?" Her friend looked puzzled, not understanding why Ha Yul would ask such a strange question. Ha Yul stammered awkwardly, if a villain saved a certain hero. Ha Yul quickly waved her hand, trying to brush it off. "It's nothing. I'm probably just into the novel I'm reading lately." Hearing that, her friend eagerly dug something out of her bag. Her friend excitedly boasted she was hooked on a similar novel and pulled out her phone as she spoke. She held the phone up to Ha Yul and said, "Ta-da, what do you think?" Ha Yul peered curiously at the screen. On the screen was the cover of a novel titled The Forbidden Love of Villain Ego Stick and Heroine Stardust. The cover showed Ego Stick holding Stardust romantically. Ha Yul was so shocked, she fell forward and banged her head on the desk the moment she saw it. Sprawled on the floor, Ha Yul's mind was a mess. She couldn't believe her eyes. Worry rose again. Will he be okay? He can't be dead, right? Seeing Ha Yul fall, her friend screamed in panic. She tried to reassure her that a brazen guy like Ego Stick, the one who toyed with all of Korea, was surely still grinning somewhere, alive and well. Still, Ha Yul couldn't stop thinking about him. She even wondered when the next attack would happen, betraying how much she missed Ego Stick. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Dane was casually peeling an apple and declared, "There won't be any attacks for now." Seo Yun and Subin were sitting in the backyard. Hearing Dane's statement, Seo Yun immediately jumped up, surprised. Dane stretched out on a chair, enjoying the fresh air. He confirmed, "Really? I'll rest a bit before carrying out the next plan." Seo Yun irritably suggested he should quit altogether. But Dane replied, "I'm not doing it anymore. Someone else will take over." Seo Yun asked in surprise, "Someone else?" Dane clearly had something planned. Dane explained that he couldn't always be the only one in the spotlight. The problem was, right now, he was the strongest. He pointed out that Stardust had easily stopped Behemoth. That proved they needed a stronger aid for the challenges ahead. Dane closed his eyes, a plan already forming in his mind. He would prepare a new member for Stardust. The scene shifted to a cafe. A barista with bright orange hair cheerfully greeted customers. Suddenly, a male customer burst in holding a large bouquet of white flowers and shouted, I love you, Sihi. Please accept my feelings." The girl named Sihi froze. From another table in the cafe, Dane watched everything. He murmured, "This scene's in the original too, of course." Beneath her professional smile, Choi Sihi was exploding inside. She hissed through her teeth, "Get out, sir. I'm stressed enough, and now there's a clown wrecking my sacred workplace." An invisible, murderous aura radiated, making the young man shiver. Brutally rejected, the poor guy could only cry and run away. From his corner, Dane watched the whole performance and couldn't help laughing. He thought to himself, watching it live is way more entertaining. His target was right in front of him. After the troublesome customer left, 23-year-old Choi Sihi breathed a sigh of relief. She rested her forehead on her hand, looking exhausted. Dane remained seated, quietly observing his target, Choi Sihi. Choi Sihi rubbed her head, trying to snap back to alertness. She wondered if she'd just nodded off. Din's thoughts revealed a shocking fact. In the original story, Choi Si-hee would later operate under the alias Elektra, an A-list villain. But for now, she's just an ordinary citizen. This part-time job was only a temporary way for her to suppress the relentless destructive urges inside. In short, Choi Si-hee was a ticking time bomb, and Din knew it as he left the cafe, leaving her with turbulent emotions. That night, after a tiring day at work, Choi Si-hee trudged home through a dark alley. She complained about the pressures of her life. She stopped, looked around cautiously, and wondered, "There's no one here, right?" Her heart began to race. Once she was sure no one was around, she began to release the bottled-up energy. Small sparks of electricity started to flash from her hands. The electricity grew stronger, wrapping her body in a brilliant, powerful blue light. Lightning danced across her fingertips, a sight that was both beautiful and dangerous. The tired expression from before vanished, replaced by an excited, powerful look as she controlled the electricity. At last, she could be herself. A satisfied, slightly mad smile spread across Choi Si-hee's lip. Suddenly, a voice called out from the darkness, "Beautiful!" Choi Si-hee startled, and the sparks around her went haywire. Din stepped out of the alley. He emerged in his familiar villain persona. Din offered, "I've been looking for someone like you for a long time, Ms. Choi Si-hee. Would you use that power to help me with my terrorism work?" Hearing the word terrorism, Choi Si-hee flew into rage. Her power flared wildly. She snarled, "You crazy bastard! Do you think everyone with powers is a villain like you?" Din only smirked. He summoned his blazing red behemoth energy and challenged, "Then attack me. Let's see how strong you really are." Not wanting to disappoint his opponent, Choi Si-hee restrained nothing. Blue lightning crackled around her body, growing larger and heralding a devastating strike. Immediately, she unleashed a massive bolt of thunder, firing it straight at the arrogant Din standing there. However, her lightning attack was easily intercepted and completely neutralized by Kim Dane's red strands of energy. The two energies collided, producing a horrific explosion that shattered everything around them. After the smoke cleared, Kim Dane still stood there without a scratch. He let out a savage laugh, taunting Choi Si-hee that was all the power she had. Choi Si-hee gritted her teeth in fury, but deep down she felt a strange sense of release. It was the first time she had been able to fight at full strength without holding back. Though angry, she had to admit the feeling was exhilarating. Before leaving, Kim Dane made an offer, saying it would remain valid until next week and urging Choi Si-hee to think it over carefully. Choi Si-hee was stunned. Before she could understand what was happening, Kim Dane was already preparing to vanish. She hurriedly called out to him, but it was too late. Kim Dane disappeared before her eyes, leaving Choi Si-hee alone amid the ruins. She looked down at her hands. Sparks of electricity still flickered after the battle. Exhausted and confused, she couldn't deny that the fight had been truly satisfying. The scene shifted elsewhere. Kim Do-in, in his daily attire, appeared utterly distraught and desperate. Lee Subin beside him looked mournful, apologized, and suggested that perhaps their relationship should end here. Kim Do-in angrily turned and snapped at Seo-yoon, demanding to know how she could do this to him after everything he had done for her. Seo-yoon replied with a wicked smile and a pointed goodbye. It turned out it was all a performance while they played billionaire chess. Kim Do-in screamed in bitter defeat while Seo-yoon laughed triumphantly. It turned out Kim Do-in had gone bankrupt in the game. Seo-yoon kept mocking his pitiful state. As the loser, Kim Do-in had to serve the punishment of washing a mountain of dishes for a family of 5 over 3 days. While Kim Do-in slunk off to accept the penalty, Seo-yoon reminded him that 3 days had passed since they discussed recruiting a new member. She questioned why he was still goofing off, and he responded indifferently. Seo-yoon watched him with a suspicious look, unsure of what Kim Do-in was plotting. Kim Do-in slipped on his gloves and wore a smug smile. He was certain the prey he'd been baiting for so long had finally taken the hook. Cut to Choi Si-hee's everyday life. She was working at a cafe, listlessly taking customers' orders with a vacant expression. Fatigue was written clearly on her face. She even accidentally spilled coffee while working. It seemed her daily life was draining her energy. A kind senior manager noticed Choi Si-hee's tiredness and advised her to step outside and rest for a bit. Si-hee apologized awkwardly, thanked her, and accepted. She wearily collapsed onto a bench outside. During her break, Choi Si-hee took out her phone, her hand trembling as she searched for information about someone. She was curious about Egostic, the name everyone kept mentioning. She hadn't realized he was so formidable, a villain with the most influence in Korea, even with his own fan cafes and greater fame than most heroes. But what shocked her most was that Egostic's terrorist attacks never caused civilian casualties, only property damage. The number of victims was always 0. This made Choi Si-hee wonder whether he was really a good person. The story shifts to introduce her identity. a user of electric powers who'd never truly used her full strength until she met Egostic. The reason was that her parents hated people with superpowers and had tightly controlled Sehi's abilities since she was a child. That suppression was like an overcharged battery. Tension built up over time and turned into destructive impulses, a trait unique to Sehi. Amid the chaotic thoughts, Egostic's offer echoed in her mind, urging her to think it over carefully. She returned to work. 4 days had passed since Dane's offer. She kept working day after day, day 5, then day 6. At that point, she froze. A name flashed in her head, Egostic. Her expression shifted instantly from casual to sheer terror. Finally, it was day 7, a week since their meeting. That night, Choi Sehi stood alone in a dark alley, apparently waiting for someone. She lowered her head with a determined look, as if she'd made an important decision. Suddenly, she heard something. She looked up and joyfully called, "Ego," but it was only a stray cat. It startled, bristled, and let out a fierce hiss. The cat darted swiftly back into the darkness. Embarrassed by her mistake, Choi Sehi clenched her hands, whispered Egostic's name with frustration and anticipation. At that moment, Egostic actually appeared behind her and asked if she'd made up her mind about his offer. After a pause, Choi Sehi exhaled and replied firmly, "I'll do it." Egostic couldn't hide his delight. Choi Sehi grabbed his hand and reiterated that she would do whatever he asked. Flushing with excitement, she begged, "Madness or whatever, just let me smash something, hurry." Do-in, sweating a little at the girl's intensity, awkwardly stammered, "Oh, yes, yes." Not keeping her waiting, Egostic immediately teleported, preparing to take her to a special place. They arrived at Egobase, Do-in's secret headquarters. Upon arrival, Egostic introduced Choi Sehi to the members of his team. Egostic ceremonially declared Choi Sehi the newest member of the family. Caught off guard by the warm welcome, she awkwardly introduced herself. Everyone happily reintroduced themselves. Subin waved from the middle, saying, "Nice to meet you, I'm Lee Subin." And Haru, still in a school uniform, politely followed with, "Hello, I'm La Haru." Contrasting the warm reception, Seo Yoon looked annoyed and muttered, "Another girl?" Seeing this, Dane helplessly introduced her. "This kid's name is Seo Yoon." After introducing everyone, Egostic turned to Sehi and said, "And me?" He slowly removed his mask. He smiled and revealed his true identity. "I'm Kim Do-in." Choi Sehi was completely stunned. A familiar image flashed through her mind. A young man she had seen sipping a drink at the cafe where she worked. She realized in shock that Egostic was the handsome guy who had visited her cafe the week before. The unexpected truth fell over the room like a silence. Kim Do-in looked blank, Choi Sehi was flustered, and the other members were speechless. So shocked and embarrassed, Choi Sehi lost control of her power. A massive surge of electricity suddenly erupted from her body. The electrical surge was so strong it knocked out power to Egostic's entire high-tech base, plunging everything into darkness. In the darkness, the group panicked. Han Seo-yoon guessed that Sehi's electricity had caused the outage. Lee Subin felt a tingling sensation across her body, while Lee Haru could only admire the incredible power. Everyone froze as a light shone in. The beam hit Choi Sehi directly, forcing her to shield her eyes with her hand. Amid the chaos, Ki-hyun appeared at the door holding a flashlight. The boy annoyedly asked what everyone was doing and demanded they turn the lights back on so he could finish his homework. Outside, the street was shown to be plunged into darkness as well. Cut to Ha-yeol, who was reading something on her computer. She had just received a notification that her membership level in Egostic's fan cafe had been upgraded. She ruffled her hair in frustration and buried her face on the desk in helplessness. Blushing with embarrassment and thinking of Icicle's teasing, Ha-yeol got an automatic upgrade on Mangastick's fan cafe. What an elite member. Ha-yeol told herself she should just go to sleep. She then jumped into bed and tossed and turned, lost in thought. Angrily clutching her fists for Do-in, she wondered to herself if he was okay. An image of Do-in resurfaced in her mind along with the words, "You owe me a favor back there." Ha-yeol's eyes darkened. She anxiously called out Egostic's name, as if a non-physical link bound the two of them. After the commotion, the warehouse door suddenly swung open. The group stared at the open box. Choi Sehi felt guilty and apologized to everyone, but Seo Yoon said it was fine. After all, she was bored anyway. In that atmosphere, Kim Do-in unexpectedly placed a hand on Choi Sehi's shoulder. He whispered in her ear, asking her to go somewhere alone with him. Choi Sehi was surprised by the sudden invitation. She silently followed Kim Do-in. The two separated from the group and moved into a quieter area. They walked toward a large, luxurious mansion, hidden in the stillness of the night. Choi Sehi looked briefly anxious and uncertain as she continued to follow him. Kim Do-in led her into a wide courtyard. He turned, opened his arms, and said, "Okay, there's no one here now, it's just the two of us." She looked at him and asked, "So what?" With a teasing smile, he encouraged her, "Go ahead, do whatever you want. You want to do it right with all that power." Choi Sehi stared at him with determination, seemingly ready for what was about to happen. She let out a shout as electrical energy began to surge violently around her. She stared at him and said, "So you avoid everything yourself?" Ego, Kim Do-in. Even when called by his real name, Kim Do-in remained completely calm, unfazed. Immediately, Choi Se-hee released all the pent-up power inside her, while Do-in slowly activated his ability, emitting a purple glow. Her eyes shone brilliantly, displaying the astonishing power being unleashed. Facing the massive force, Kim Do-in simply used his teleportation ability to dodge the attack. He laughed with glee, evidently impressed and delighted by the power she displayed. Choi Se-hee's power created a spectacular scene, a storm of electrical energy that engulfed everything around it. After expending all her energy, Choi Se-hee collapsed to her knees on the shattered ground, panting. She was completely exhausted. Kim Do-in stepped closer. Choi Se-hee looked up and asked, "Your terrorist attacks don't hurt people, do they?" He replied nonchalantly, "Of course not. I'm a pacifist after all." She snorted, clearly not buying his words. Ridiculous. So not hurting others automatically counts as nonviolent. Then she abruptly changed the subject and asked his age. Kim Do-in theatrically raised a hand and counted. "Let's see, I'm 22. No, I'm 23 this year." Choi Se-hee puffed her cheeks in annoyance. "What, we're the same age? Didn't you look me up before coming here, so why are you talking so formally?" She smiled, offered him the water bottle, and suggested, "Then drop the honorifics." Kim Do-in agreed and took her hand. A pact was made. Amid the wreckage she had caused, Kim Do-in officially welcomed her to the team. "Welcome to Team Ego." Choi Se-hee looked unimpressed with the name he chose. "Team Ego? What the hell is that? Is his numbing taste really that bad?" A month passed. Now a member of Team Ego, Choi Se-hee was in a special training session with Kim Do-in. He coached her as she practiced levitating. "Right. Now imagine wrapping electricity around your feet and shooting it down into the ground." She tried to follow, but the unstable current threw her off balance, and she tumbled over. Kim Do-in flinched and darted aside as she hit the ground right beside him. Just then, Seo-yoon stepped out from the house, yawned, and asked, "Owa, what are you two doing this early?" Kim Do-in explained, "We're doing special training. She'll face Stardust in the next operation." Meanwhile, Choi Se-hee still sprawled on the ground and skeptically asked, "Hey, are you sure this even works?" Kim Do-in began to feel embarrassed and muttered, "Weird." Then he suddenly remembered something important. "Right," he exclaimed. He excitedly restated, "It's like wrapping electricity around your feet and shooting it into the ground. Get it? Got it." But Choi Se-hee remained unsure. "Around my feet? I'm not really convinced." After a moment of surprise, Choi Se-hee seemed to grasp the point, and she succeeded. A steady current around her feet let her hover in midair. Kim Do-in declared with satisfaction, "All right, that's it for today." Behind them, Seo-yoon cheered in delight. After training, Seo-yoon cheerfully brought Choi Se-hee some water. "Here you go, your water." Choi Se-hee smiled, took it, and thanked her. She drained the whole bottle in one gulp, sweating profusely after the strenuous session. Noticing Kim Do-in's gaze, Choi Se-hee turned and asked, "What are you staring at?" Kim Do-in pinched his nose and said, "Go take a shower. You reek of sweat." His remark instantly made Choi Se-hee furious. She yelled back angrily, "Of course I sweated. I trained, didn't I?" The wrath of an S-rank talent is something you don't want to know. She hurled the water bottle straight at Kim Do-in's face. Kim Do-in panicked, a thought flashing through his head. "Se-hee, is she about to deal with me?" Contrary to his fear, Choi Se-hee was thrilled. She laughed and challenged, "Whoa, Tilda, come on then." Watching their antics, Seo-yoon just sighed in exasperation. "Ha, I wish they'd act their age." The night before the operation, the team was intensely focused on a game. Hence Seo-yoon shouted, "Sis, 9 o'clock, move toward 9 o'clock." The atmosphere was tense and chaotic. Some yelled to press button A, others screamed to fire now. Choi Se-hee, holding the controller, was confused and didn't know what to do amid the conflicting directions. Suddenly, a noise made all three of them visibly panic. The screen went dark. Kim Do-in shouted for everyone to put the controllers down, while Seo-yoon yelled at him to turn on the lights. Lee Subin walked in, seeing the three huddled under the dim lamp, plotting the plan for the next day. The noisy gaming mood was gone. The atmosphere had turned serious. Noticing the team still up with dawn approaching, she couldn't help but sigh. The attack is today and everyone's been up all night. I guess they're just excited because it's been a while. At Lee Subin's reminder, the group broke into cold sweat. She softened her tone. "You've all been working really hard." Tension spiked when Lee Subin mentioned the name of this operation. Red D. Red Edition 2. She smiled brightly and suggested, "Why don't we all just go to sleep right now?" Her smile terrified the other three. On hearing that, the group hurried back to their rooms. Choi Se-hee awkwardly said good night, and Seo-yoon said she had to sleep to prepare for tomorrow. As Kim Do-in was about to leave, Lee Subin called him back sharply with a cold look. "Do-in, stay." From a distance, Choi Se-hee and Seo-yoon whispered to each other, "Subin is really scary when she's mad." Kim Dae-in could only bow apologetically. The next morning, an emergency alert went out everywhere. A villain's terrorist attack occurred in Seoul. Remarkably, all civilians within a 250-meter radius had been evacuated with no casualties. The question arose, where is the hero Stardust? Stardust was on her way to the scene, plummeting from the sky at breakneck speed. At the center of the attack, amid the rubble, Choi Se-hee looked up as Stardust flew in. Choi Se-hee in her new villain outfit perched on a pile of debris and tauntingly called out, "Hey, Stardust." Her villain alias was Elektra. Stardust landed, eyeing Elektra with a cold, wary stare. Stardust ordered, "Villain, stop this attack and surrender. If you refuse, I'll use force to subdue you." Elektra merely smirked, electricity flickering at her fingertips. "Surrender." She shouted, "I won't," and unleashed a massive blast of electricity at Stardust. Stardust was caught off guard by the surprise opening strike. With a confident smile and eyes blazing with power, Elektra declared, "My name is Elektra. I'm here because of him to face you." The battle between the two officially began. The scene flashes back to a week before Elektra's attack. Dae-in sat in the park with Elektra. She wondered why they were still training when they'd finished yesterday, and Dae-in said it's because he hadn't taught her the finishing move yet. Dae-in proudly introduced the new move. He named the Thunder Punch. Elektra thought the name was awful and mocked Dae-in's numbing talent as beyond saving. What she didn't know was that Dae-in was annoyed because the person who named it was none other than Elektra herself. Dae-in began instructing. Instead of projecting the electricity outward, imagine curling it into your palm, clenching it tight, then throwing a punch. Elektra followed, focusing her will into her fist, compressing all the electric energy to its maximum. A colossal surge of electric energy erupted from Elektra's hand, creating a terrifying explosion. She sent the punch forward, its force flattening a wide swath of land. Dae-in stood back and watched the result from a distance, asking Elektra how the thunder punch felt. Elektra could only exclaim that it was truly terrifying. Thus, during the remaining week before the attack, the two spent their time refining this technique. Dae-in teased her to try landing a hit on Stardust. His words stirred Elektra's excitement. She thought he was merciless. Dae-in put on an act, saying he's a villain bearing his own sufferings. Elektra was left speechless at this guy. Back in the present, Elektra laughed maniacally, her body wrapped in a powerful current. She wondered if an A-rank hero really only had power at this level. Opposite her, Stardust was struggling to withstand Elektra's storm of attacks. She was constantly being pushed backward. Even so, Stardust kept defending, waiting for an opening to counterattack. Meanwhile, Dae-in sat comfortably in a safe spot, watching the fight through binoculars and chewing popcorn. He treated it like a free show. Stardust gritted her teeth as powerful jolts of electricity kept shocking her. Stardust realized that to reach Elektra she had to endure these brutal shocks. Elektra found it interesting that Stardust could push past that limit. If so, a massive buildup of energy began to gather at Elektra's feet. Elektra shouted, "How about this move?" then stomped down hard on the ground. A colossal jolt of electricity struck Stardust, forcing her to brace herself, the shockwave from the attack shredding everything around them. Elektra realized victory would be easier than she'd expected. Excitement lit her face. From within the electric field, a pair of feet slowly stepped out. Stardust's whole body glowed with a brilliant golden energy. This was her form when she used her full power. Elektra felt astonished and a little terrified as Stardust steadily advanced. Stardust stood before Elektra, enveloped in potent energy. Elektra quickly moved aside to prevent Stardust from closing in. After landing, Elektra started gasping from the strain of using so much power. Stardust lunged forward, wanting to end the fight quickly. Elektra looked at Stardust, thinking to herself that Stardust truly was a monster. Could Dae-in really have been toying with an opponent like this all along? From afar, Dae-in also noticed that Stardust seemed to be gradually adapting to Elektra's attacks. Another thought crossed Dae-in's mind. The reason he wholeheartedly boosted Se-hee's power was to increase Stardust's endurance. He wanted Stardust to grow stronger through battles like this. Compared to the trials she faced in the original story, this level was nothing. But Elektra still hadn't given up. She forced herself up and continued using her power. Stardust spoke, demanding Elektra surrender. If she did, Stardust would detain her without injury. Elektra was stunned by that. Elektra shouted angrily at being underestimated by Stardust. Stardust understood Elektra's intent and replied, "You brought this on yourself." Immediately after, Stardust surged forward at full power. Elektra readied her finishing move, the Thunder Punch. The two powers collided, producing an earth-shattering explosion that tore through the space between them. The oppressive force from the battle obliterated everything. Dae-in, standing at a distance, couldn't help but cry out, deeply moved by the two's power. Right after, he used his ability to teleport elsewhere. Dae-in then landed on the balcony of a house, far from the attack site. He couldn't help breaking into a cold sweat from the pressure, those two had just produced. He quickly turned on the screen to see how the match was going. A camera, shielded by Dane's power, still hovered at the scene unharmed to record the fight. Through the swirling dust, only Stardust remained visible. Her gaze fixed forward, alert and unwavering. The ground had split into a massive chasm, a testament to the terrifying force of the recent attacks. Elektra emerged from the smoke, clutching her injured arm. Stardust spoke up, asking who the him she had mentioned earlier was. Stardust recalled Elektra's words. She had come here to confront Stardust because of him. Stardust pressed on, asking if there was a mastermind behind Elektra. Elektra gritted her teeth, refusing to utter a single word. Seeing that, Stardust said, "Fine, then I'll extract the information myself." Suddenly, a surge of purple energy appeared, accompanied by a hand that grabbed Elektra. Immediately after, Elektra vanished. Stardust's expression darkened at the familiar power. She wondered, could it be? Just then, a familiar voice rang out. "Hello, Miss Stardust." Stardust looked up, astonished, turning to locate the source of the voice. Before her, Dane was hovering, holding Elektra in his arms. He replied confidently, "Yes, it's me." Dane grinned smugly and said, "It's been a while since we've had the chance to meet." At that moment, Dane's Ego Stream channel went live. Viewer numbers spiked rapidly, everyone excited at his sudden appearance. The stream audience was intensely curious about the beautiful woman Dane was holding. They started speculating about their relationship, some even calling it an affair right in front of Stardust. Stardust, still stunned, clutched her head and asked, "Ego Stick, you're still alive?" Dane looked puzzled at Stardust's question, then laughed and replied, "Of course I'm still alive, though that isn't exactly good news for you, ha ha." Stardust glared at Dane and said, "Is that so? Lucky me." Dane seemed to realize something. Earlier. Stardust flushed with anger and embarrassment. Dane seized the opportunity to tease. "Oh my, I didn't expect Stardust to care so much about me. Should I announce my safety next time? Ha ha ha." Elektra weakly asked, "Hey, why did you come so late?" Dane smiled and said, "Sorry, I had to observe until the very last moment." The image of Dane holding Elektra reflected in Stardust's eyes, as she tried to make sense of what was happening. Suddenly, Dane sensed a terrifying, murderous intent. He looked toward the source in surprise. Stardust appeared, eyes blazing red and her body wreathed in flames. She stared at Dane and Elektra with murderous hatred. Elektra was terrified, shouting, Hey, what's wrong with her? She looks terrifying." Dane held Elektra tightly and remarked, Let's see. It looks like she's about to tear apart the two villains standing before her." Dane kept teasing, maybe this is the hero's rage, which made Stardust blush with embarrassment. At Dane's appearance, Stardust asked, "Why are you here, Ego Stick?" Dane, carrying the villain Elektra, wondered if he was the one being called, then answered that he came to rescue his teammate. Stardust lowered her head, muttering the word teammate, with a face full of doubt and puzzlement. Dane paid no mind to Stardust's attitude. Excitedly, he announced he would introduce everyone to his new teammates. Immediately after, a giant 3D screen appeared in midair, displaying the words Ego Stream, along with silhouettes of the group's members. The heroine Stardust looked up, stunned. Dane proudly declared this was an alliance, a group of villains who would operate together under the name Ego Stream. Stardust was completely shocked. The idea of a villain alliance was unheard of, leaving her astonished and dismayed. Dane continued his performance. Hovering, he asserted he had teammates just as powerful as the Elektra he held. Forced to serve as evidence of Dane's claim, Elektra showed obvious displeasure. Meanwhile, Dane announced he would no longer terrorize alone. Dane issued a warning to Stardust, then corrected himself, saying the warning was for all of South Korea. This only enraged Stardust further. Immediately, Dane excitedly ordered Elektra, "Come on, Eleku, discharge 1,000,000 volts." Elektra complied and unleashed a powerful bolt of electricity, but she couldn't stand that nickname and screamed in anger, "I told you to stop doing that." The powerful electric bolt from Elektra struck downward, sending Stardust flying far away. Taking advantage of the chaos, Dane quickly made his escape, taunting Stardust that she was too inexperienced to catch him. Mocked by his opponent and watching him flee before her eyes, Stardust could only scream in impotent fury. To vent her anger, Stardust slammed a devastating punch into the ground, cracking the earth open. Standing amid the rubble, Stardust felt a filthy, unprecedented humiliation. She gritted her teeth and vowed to Elektra and Ego Stick that she would remember this hatred. In Stardust's imagination, the scene was utterly different from reality. Dane and Elektra were affectionate, Dane proudly boasting about having many cute teammates. Of course, the cutest was Eleku, while Elektra bashfully replied, "Hey, stop that, I told you not to do this." At that thought, a blaze of hatred ignited within Stardust. She swore that next time they met, she would destroy Ego Stick. The scene shifted to a dark alley. Dane had arrived at a secret location, staring at the brick wall and wondering if this was the place. Suddenly, Dane focused his force into a punch and shouted, "Come here." A powerful blow from Dane smashed into the wall, cracking it and revealing a passage. After entering, Din landed in a dim corridor. He looked around and said, "Found the right spot." Din walked down an ancient hallway lit by blue flames from candles. This was a secret path concealed behind a fake wall. At the end of the corridor, Din faced a massive obsidian door that radiated brilliant, solemn light. The door slowly opened, and Din stepped into a completely different space. Entering, he called out a greeting. There sat a woman with enchanting green hair, known as the Vine Witch. She sat amid a mystical garden, looked up at the stranger, and asked why he had come. Facing the Vine Witch, Din got straight to the point. He had come to ask her to use magic to seal his artifacts. Din placed 2 journals and a chest on the table. One recorded all events in the world up to now, and the other would record whatever happened from this moment on. The Vine Witch glanced at the red gemstone Din offered as payment. She appeared pleased, calling it a beautiful stone, and agreed to carry out the request. The Vine Witch asked about the duration of the seal. Din answered decisively, requesting both items be sealed until his death. Din's request surprised the Vine Witch. She closed her eyes and pondered the strange proposal. After a moment, the Vine Witch began the ritual. She raised her hands over the journals, and a radiant magic circle started to form. Din stood silently watching as the Vine Witch, surrounded by plants and sorcery, chanted the intricate spell. Green and gold magical energy poured from the Vine Witch's hands, enveloping the journals and the chest. When the magic completed, a glowing sigil appeared on the books. The Vine Witch announced that from now on no one could peek inside except their owner. Din politely thanked her. With the transaction finished, Din turned and left. The Vine Witch watched him go in silence, smoke from her pipe curling in the air. As Din neared the exit, the Vine Witch warned him that the path he was choosing would be extremely difficult. Din paused. Din did not look back. He was silent for a moment, then offered a faint smile. He replied that it was a road someone had to walk. Din appeared on the rooftop of a high-rise, purple energies, swirling around him against the city's blazing sunset. He looked down over the sprawling city and reflected. This was also where he decided his purpose in the world. On a giant billboard, the image of the heroine Stardust appeared, and it seemed Din's thoughts were all focused on her. Din stretched and told himself that from now on truly astonishing things would begin to happen. In a moment of vulnerability and emotion, Din cried out desperately, begging Stardust to trust only him. Din's dramatic moment was cut short by a phone call. Seo Yoon shouted on the line, urging him to come home for dinner because everyone was waiting. Dragged back to reality, Din calmly answered that he'd be home soon. Seo Yoon on the other end angrily ordered him to be there in 3 seconds. After the call, Din regained his usual composure and confidence. He smiled faintly as he gazed toward the sunset. He declared that it was time for the final event of Stage 1. Meanwhile, on a South Korean highway, a truck was moving along normally, unaware of the disaster about to strike. In a secret control room, a team of scientists worked. An older man, apparently the leader, announced that the final moment had arrived. Suddenly, the highway surface violently ruptured from below, producing a massive explosion. From beneath the earth, a gigantic golden mechanical component rose up, signaling the emergence of a new threat. The massive machine fully emerged from the ground, a huge yellow combat robot. It wreaked terrifying destruction on the highway, sending drivers into panic screams. The elderly man leading the new villains smiled wickedly. He called to his comrades and declared that this country, South Korea, had oppressed them. The robot began attacking the city, causing massive explosions from afar. Amid the chaos, the man's voice proclaimed that it was time to destroy everything. Back to an ordinary day in class, where students were whispering and chatting during the lesson. A male student was watching a video of the villain Elektra and couldn't help admiring her beauty. He turned to his friend and asked if Elektra was romantically involved with the criminal Ego Stick. Hearing that, Stardust flinched and inhaled sharply. The friend went on to speculate that Elektra was Ego Stick's ally. Hearing this, Stardust let out a small, relieved breath and gave a faint smile. The discussion continued. The student suggested that Ego Stick and Elektra's intimacy on camera meant they had feelings for each other. He also remarked that no one would carry a girl around like a princess, prompting the brown-haired friend to mock. Is that the level of these young people? It's because they aren't really in a relationship that they dare hug on camera. If they truly liked each other, they'd never risk it. Stardust heard every word. The friend agreed and urged him to continue. The student went on, arguing that Ego Stick's attitude has always been the same and hasn't changed. His next comment made Stardust flinch. Ego Stick only has Stardust. The other friend replied, "Oh, so that's why poor Stardust looks so pitiful. I've watched the live stream and almost cried. From her perspective, Ego Stick is just one of the villains, but she still cares. Who could stand seeing Ego Stick embrace another woman right in front of them?" The friend concluded that his buddy had fallen too deep into delusion. Suddenly, the blue-haired student spoke up, saying he personally shipped the ego, elect pairing because they seemed more in sync with each other. That remark was the last straw. Stardust was so furious she snapped the pen in her hand, murderous intent radiating off her. The blue-haired student seemed to realize he'd misspoken. Meanwhile, the student at the front whispered to his friend that the blonde girl appeared to be a die-hard fan of the ego stick, Stardust pairing. The teacher entered and announced the start of the lesson. Birds flew outside the window, signaling a day like any other. But the peace was quickly shattered when Stardust suddenly sprang to her feet with a look of shock. An emergency alert popped up on her phone screen. Without hesitation, Stardust dashed out of the classroom. The alert reported a massive unidentified weapon heading north from the southeast suburbs of Seoul and ordered the team to mobilize immediately. She rushed to the headquarters of the Korean-powered Individuals Association. Arriving, Stardust panted. She had already changed into her hero costume. Before her lay a horrifying sight, a giant robot ravaging the city. The robot continued advancing, sowing chaos and destroying everything in its path. It raised one of its massive mechanical legs, preparing to crush a car that was blocking the road. Ironically, a family sat inside that car, panicked and terrified. At that split second, Stardust unleashed her power, striking like a bolt of lightning to rescue them. After pushing the car out of danger, she checked the situation. Encouraged and thanked loudly by her classmates, Stardust felt reinvigorated. She focused her energy, eyes resolute, then rocketed into the sky to confront the giant robot head-on. A voice sneered, taunting Stardust as a puppet of the government and the association as she charged at the robot. Elsewhere, Hanun Corporation's chairman, the robot's creator, watched the battle with a sinister smile, wondering if Stardust could defeat the last remnant of his company. Stardust launched a powerful energy attack straight at the enemy. However, her strike seemed to have no effect on the robot. It counterattacked, blasting Stardust downward. Stardust was astonished by the robot's resilience and overwhelming force. One blow could have sent her flying into the wall. She didn't stay stunned for long. Instantly, Stardust regained momentum and took off. Stardust surged forward at light speed, eyes full of terrified determination, when suddenly a voice cried out, "Doctor!" from inside the robot. Stardust was bewildered. She didn't understand what was happening. Inside the robot came the panicked voice of the doctor yelling, "What could you be?" followed by Dayan's command, "Electu, advance." A flash of electricity burst forth, followed by a heart-rending cry. Suddenly the robot stopped. Another voice cut in, "Hey, get away, get away." The voice called out, "Can you hear me, Stardust?" Stardust froze as she recognized the familiar voice and shouted, "Ego stick." Dayan confirmed it was him. Inside the control cabin, the team of doctors had been completely restrained. Dayan's voice continued. His colleagues at Hanun Corporation had built this incredible machine. Ego Stick appeared on the large screen, explaining that a real villain like him would be foolish not to use such a weapon. In the control room, Elektra frowned in disgust. When he gets into character, he really looks insane. Seo Yoon seemed accustomed to it and replied calmly, saying she would get used to it soon. Din carried on his performance, taunting Stardust that he'd use this lovely toy to flatten the city and daring her to stop him. Contrary to Dylan's expectations, Stardust didn't falter. Instead, she laughed confidently. With blazing eyes and a defiant smile, Stardust declared she would stop his destruction and make Ego Stick pay. Saying that, she lunged at the robot at terrifying speed, determined to end the battle. Back at the base, Seo Yoon reported that the machine's power tuning was complete. Ego Stick only smiled. Din placed his hand on the control lever and murmured, "Ha Yul, let's try unleashing full power today and see what happens." Din grew wildly excited. He shouted, "Here we go," and yanked the lever down decisively. Under Dayan's control, the robot reared its arm back and swung directly at Stardust. The blow was delivered with tremendous force, making direct impact with Stardust. The strike shocked her and drove her backward. From his control cabin, Ego Stick laughed loudly and taunted Stardust, asking if she really thought she could stop the giant weapon octopass with that little strength. Ego Stick ordered Seo Yoon to increase the machine's speed further. Hearing this, Stardust resolved to unleash her full power on the fight. The robot lunged forward at breakneck speed, its mechanical arms transforming into sharp drill points as it assaulted Stardust frantically. But with her flexible body, Stardust could still dodge the attacks. Her speed grew steadier each moment, allowing her to keep up with the robot's assaults. Seeing her like that, Dayan told Seo Yoon to gradually, or rather, to increase the speed even more. This time, Stardust had almost reached the robot's maximum speed. She moved at breakneck speed, skillfully dodging the robot's attacks. Watching Stardust's performance, Dayan couldn't hide his excitement. He shouted, "That's it, just like that." He giddily thought that today he might finally be able to go home safely. no longer doomed to the tragic fate of the past. Meanwhile, in a government building, a man reported that everything was ready. In front of him sat a box containing an emergency red button. The man was the president of South Korea. He faced an incredibly difficult decision. With a resolute expression, he declared that to destroy that giant weapon they had only one option left. Without hesitation, the president pressed the red button. Immediately, alarms blared throughout the control room, signaling an emergency. At the same time, in Egostick's control room, he was frantically calling Seo-yoon while she furiously hammered at the keys. On the main screen, the message "Max Speed Error" flashed in red. Stardust now moved so fast it was like teleportation, effortlessly evading every attack from the robot. She flashed a triumphant grin in Dane's direction. A horrific explosion erupted. Flames and thick black smoke billowed from a building in the city, signaling a brutal terrorist attack. In the control room where Dane and his associates were directing, he ordered Han Seo-yoon to raise the robot's power by another level. Unlike the panic of the other two members, Seo-yoon cheerfully complied. Instantly, a massive wave of energy was fired, creating a catastrophic explosion with tremendous destructive force. Stardust confronted it immediately without flinching. Amid the chaos, the heroine Stardust still smiled confidently, as if growing accustomed to this power. Dane silently encouraged himself. "She can do it, Stardust." With a shout of determination, Stardust charged into the fight, her body radiating a brilliant light. She closed in quickly and delivered a powerful strike to the robot, causing a massive explosion. The force of Stardust's attack shook Dane's control room violently, making Elektra and Subin scream in alarm. While Seo-yoon was also startled, Dane grew resolute, roaring that Stardust had no chance. Having said that, Dane slammed down on the control pedal, deciding to face Stardust himself. The giant robot under Dane's control began moving far more nimbly and swiftly, dashing forward. Dane was ecstatic. He boasted about his arcade game skills and said it was time to show them off. He had the robot unleash a cunning attack towards Stardust, shouting her name at the top of his lungs. Facing the attack, Stardust smiled. She realized her strength was gradually growing stronger. The more she fought, the more Stardust felt the energy within her rising powerfully. This was exactly Dane's goal. Rather than fear, Stardust felt exhilarated. She taunted Dane, daring him to launch even more attacks. Buffed with power, Stardust raced straight at the robot at terrifying speed, her body like a fireball. She easily landed on the giant robot's arm, highlighting the gap in speed and agility. Stardust executed a beautiful aerial somersault, completely in control. She confidently declared that she was accustomed to the robot's movements. With a sharp look, Stardust ordered Dane to stand still and wait for her finishing blow. Suddenly, astonishment flashed across Stardust's eyes. Then an unexpected attack from the robot struck Stardust directly. It knocked her off balance and sent her crashing to the ground. From the control room, Dane burst into maniacal laughter, mocking Stardust's confidence and calling it an illusion, since everything was still going according to his plan. Surprised by the sudden attack, she gritted her teeth and roared that Egostick's taunts were driving her mad, and then her whole body radiated fierce power. Dane explained that the Octopus's performance was designed to peak against a single opponent. He had prepared this robot specifically for Stardust. At that moment, Stardust shot forward like an arrow. Unfazed, Stardust flared and charged, delivering an extremely powerful punch to the robot. It caused one of its legs to explode. Stardust's strike inflicted damage. A red warning lit up on Dane's control screen, indicating a component of the robot had been harmed. Seo-yoon shouted in panic, asking Dane what he was doing. The feedback shock from the robot even surprised Dane himself, but Dane quickly regained his confidence. He said this was the feeling Stardust should have, and now he would fight seriously. Then Dane yelled, ordering the Octopus's power increased to maximum. Strangely, Stardust stood silently on top of the robot, as if waiting for something. Stardust's silence confused Dane. He wondered aloud and then shouted to increase power again, but the team members just looked at each other in silence. Seo-yoon sighed and typed reluctantly, carrying out Dane's insane order. The robot began to transform. Its parts moved and reassembled, preparing for a new combat form. Stardust frowned, sensing the change. Dane taunted, asking whether Stardust could adapt to this speed. The robot started to move. It closed in and attacked Stardust. This time she couldn't dodge as easily as before. Stardust was flung away. The robot's power and speed exceeded her expectations. She landed on the ground, gasping. Clearly, Stardust was struggling against Octopus's new form. The battle was broadcast live, and the audience was ecstatic, commenting on the epic fight and hoping Stardust would be promoted to S rank. Meanwhile, Dane wanted to push Stardust even further. The robot moved erratically. It seemed Dane was having trouble controlling it at maximum power. Seo-yoon shouted for him to focus. Stardust looked at the robot, and she found another reason to defeat it. For Ego Stick's girls. Stardust clenched her fists, realizing an ironic truth. Without Ego Stick here, constantly pushing her to her limits, she probably couldn't have brought down this giant robot. It was thanks to him that her power was unleashed. With renewed determination, Stardust declared they could do it now. She lunged upward, ready for a decisive strike. Her power surged wildly as she smashed straight into the robot. In the control room, Dane gritted his teeth. The recent attack had put immense pressure on everyone. Elektra was astonished that Stardust seemed even stronger than before. Seo-yoon worriedly reported that the robot's power could only be sustained for 10 more minutes. Despite the warning, Dane laughed and said he'd stubbornly enjoy the fight until the very last minute. His recklessness infuriated Elektra. Elektra angrily screamed at Dane, calling him a madman and warning the robot would explode. Yet Dane was ecstatic, urging Han Seo-yoon to continue. The violent shaking made Subin complain that she was getting motion sickness. As for Stardust, after regaining her balance, she landed solidly on one of the robot's arms, ready for the next assault. She concentrated her power, unleashing a flurry of successive punches into the robot's body, each blow carrying destructive energy. Stardust's gaze sharpened. She had pinpointed the cockpit where Dane was inside. There, he's there. Just as Stardust prepared to strike, an urgent voice blared in her earpiece, ordering her to leave the area immediately. Stardust froze, bewildered. By reflex, she jumped back, putting distance between herself and the robot, and asked why there was such a sudden order. Then a terrifying piece of news was revealed. The president had ordered a small nuclear missile fired at the robot's position. Stardust was utterly shocked. Her commander in the control center confirmed it. He watched a red dot streak across the display and warned Stardust she would die if caught in the blast. She couldn't believe such a crazy decision. Stardust angrily challenged them. She argued she could take down the robot herself and that launching the missile would endanger civilians. The commander explained it was a political decision. The president didn't want to be criticized for doing nothing. Stardust continued to argue against the recklessness, but the commander cut her off, shouting that she must not argue and must withdraw immediately. While Stardust was still stunned, Dune, unaware of the looming danger, mocked her. He asked how long she intended to daydream and said his punch was getting itchy. Stardust looked toward the robot. She realized Dane had stopped attacking and was waiting for her, an oddly considerate act for a villain. She knew he had no idea about the missile. A major decision formed in her mind. Stardust said she was sorry, then decisively ripped off her communication earpiece, cutting off all orders from above. In the command center, everyone shouted her name in disbelief. Instead of retreating, Stardust rocketed into the sky, heading toward the greater threat. At Association headquarters, staff panicked when they saw Stardust discard her comms. But her manager remained calm. He believed that, as always, Stardust would find the answer. With absolute faith in the hero, he nonchalantly sat eating popcorn and said to wait and see, despite his subordinates' intense worry. Dane saw Stardust fly off and misunderstood. He yelled, asking where she was going, thinking she was fleeing in despair. But Stardust paid him no mind. She climbed higher, her focus now fixed on Dane. He was a top-tier terrorist, and the state had every reason to eliminate him, but for some reason, Stardust realized she didn't hate him. A soft smile formed and she made her decision. This time she would save him. Stardust flew toward the missile.
Please like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more awesome content.